trust your own eyes.
All right.
I know it's hard.
Is that so
what we have is we have the oceans of the world. We have a world ocean, an ocean that basically covers most of the surface of the earth. Now, that water either has to be flat or curving. If curving, then it's a ball. If flat, then flat. Right? Real simple. Okay. So you see that water and it looks flat. Now, either you're going to say it looks flat because flat things look flat, or you're going to say it looks flat because giant curved things look flat.
I mean, you can understand that one.
Which seems more convoluted to you? What seems maybe the simplest explanation is that it looks flat because it is flat. It looks flat because it's curved. Seems a little convoluted, but that's what you have to believe. See, you know what qualia is, right? There is no qualia to the globe. There's nothing in your senses, in your sense data, as Dyer would say, that tells you the Earth is a globe that you've ever experienced, that anyone you know has ever experienced, that anyone they know has ever experienced. They've only ever experienced the Earth is flat and motionless. Someone came with an idea, and people took an idea and supplanted their empirical, objective reality that they see every day and experience through generations, and they said, I don't like objective reality. I want the idea. Okay. Well, that's what it is.
I mean,
if I asked you to form, I can form a logical syllogism that for the Earth being flat. Nobody can form a logical syllogism for the Earth being a globe because you have to assume it in the first place.
Right, but you know what a glober would say though is like put a microscopic fucking microbe on a fucking basketball.
But that's hypothetical. That's theory laden. Mine is absent theory. Mine is just what you see is what you get. I don't have to construct a mental model.
All right, you won the argument, but I will return.
An argument. This is just objectively true. That this is the way it is. You guys just don't like it.
Okay.
That you have no empirical evidence the Earth is a globe at any personal level. It's completely based upon some third-party fucking faith.
I gotta take a shit, man. I'm sorry.
Okay.
All right.
Have fun with that.
You know, I gave you an upset stomach, man.
Have an epiphany.
I can have diarrhea cramps because fucking Earth is flat.
What a freaking non sequitur. I guess that's you don't know what else to say. Just plain bathroom.
Dude, just telling you, dude. He fucking too long, dude. He got fucking now he's got fucking explosive fucking diarrhea from.
He's sitting there bloviating for like 2 hours.
Yeah, but did you consider Hegel, Aethergrass? Dude, how many times did he mention Hegel? That's like 40 times, 50 times. That's fucked up.
In a loop. Still less annoying than some of the debate bros that just hop in here screaming the word retard and other stuff.
Well, we had Andy was in here a little while ago, so
yeah.
You heard.
There's always at least one per day.
Poor Peter got sidelined, man. He wants that debate to happen.
Dude, when they come in and they make the social argument right off the bat, that's like a window into their fucking soul, dude. Why? Just to even think that would be some sort of a good argument? You're telling me that you're a fucking moron. That's what I hear.
But I think Cyber knows is flat, you know.
I think I'm 6 feet tall. Everybody says I'm 7 feet. Why would they all lie? I must really be 7 feet tall. It's fucking so stupid.
So they want to talk about reality.
Do you think that's what it is? Like they try to form this like they want some sort of consensus reality, some Borg hive mind to make them feel better.
I think they want some like cool, like, you know, type figure to come along and, like a Joe Rogan type of, oh, that guy knows the answers. Oh, well, show me that guy. I like his stuff. Like, that's what I think they're waiting for.
I wonder if it's kind of like, that is a lot of people don't have that internal dialogue, right? And the same way, like, a lot of people seem concerned with the motive of others instead of the actual behavior and what they're actually doing, the tangible.
Yeah, motive is such a messed up thing because people act irrationally. They don't even know their own motives themselves. And then trying to determine what the truth is from human motives is like, that is good luck, man. Oh, why'd you do that? Blah, blah, blah. That's what they say to you. It's probably not the reason. They're going to tell you some reason which seems to be sensical. But the real reason is just, I just did it on impulse. I just had a feeling, so I did it. That's why people do a lot of things. Some indeterminate, non-rational, non-analytical feeling that just pushes them into some action. Even saying pushes it into some action makes it sound rational. No, they're just like fucking animals acting on instinct or reflex.
Just never find myself being that overly concerned with the motives of anything, any organization in this world, versus just what they're doing, Like after the fact, right, we've established what they're doing, maybe, right?
Is this supposed to be a mitigating factor? Do you think that's it? Yeah. If you have a good reason for lying, then I'm trying to make it okay or something.
Yeah, like there's no purpose in.
So I say it's a red herring. It's like a window into the psyche that they think some side thing about whether people are lying, not lying, or whatever they think can prove something about the natural world, like some collective consciousness thing. Like it's so bizarre to me.
They kept doing it over and over, and you kept trying to explain it to him, and he could not. There's no way that he could fathom. He could not possibly understand what you were saying. For some reason, he just could not get through to him.
He fathomed it. It was just it was. I think he was probably of the debate bro ilk. He was just trying to come in here and get a W with a freaking horrible fucking argument, dude. Like, you guys can't answer. I can answer that question like 90 fucking ways, dude. Why would they lie?
I hate
a whole bunch of assumptions loaded in that shit, right?
Yeah, I just hate it when we'll give people a very clear answer, and they'll ask the same question over and clearly answer it over and over. You didn't answer my question. You can't answer it. And we kept on it. Yeah, it's irritating as shit.
I just tell them I answered it. You just don't like the answer. That's usually what it is.
That's it.
Yeah, I mean, I know you had to speak to Vinny, of course. Not in of itself was tragic, but I don't think he was that bad, all things considered.
Who, Andy? Or the other guy? I'm talking about Andy.
Oh, Andy? Fuck no, he was an idiot.
This guy, he wasn't like really planting his flag in the why would they lie argument. He knew it was weak. Whereas Andy thought it was some dispositive thing that he even said, well, that means the earth isn't flat. If you can't tell me why they would lie, then the earth isn't flat. I'm going to concoct a whole worldview, a whole scenario of if flat earth, then bunch of liars. If not no motive lie, they're no liars, they're no flat earth. It's the stupidest non sequitur. It doesn't even logically follow, even if all those premises are true. But all the premises are wrong.
It's totally irrelevant.
Yeah, the confessions thing always gets them. Like, okay, we're gonna go to all the freaking leaders of all the governments of all the world. We're gonna have them sign confessions. Would that prove the earth is flat? And they'll be like, well, no, because this traps them because they'll never admit anything could prove the Earth is flat. Ever. Signed confessions, measurements, fucking pictures from space. Even if you had a picture of space of flat Earth, they still wouldn't believe it. It would be nothing you could do. Even if you met the criteria they use to determine the Earth as a globe, even if you use that identical thing to show it's flat, they still wouldn't believe it.
Yeah, it's not real to begin with. I mean, even Matthew said that he would disown NASA, right? If they came out and said the Earth was flat, I'd be like, well, they're liars.
Dude, it's aesthetic. I'm telling you, it has something to do. It's purely like an aesthetic thing, right? Flat Earth is ugly. Globe Earth is beautiful. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. You can sense the disgust even when we ask them the basic question. If something's not curving, what is it? They cannot get the word out of their mouth.
Nothing in nature is a sphere. Nothing in nature is a cube. Nothing in nature. I mean, rarely you can get some freaking odd structure which will appear cube-like, pyramid-like, or maybe sphere-like, but they just never actually, none of these ideal forms appear in nature. Except for the globe. I think that's kind of like what they don't understand. They're dug into a philosophy. They don't even really understand that they're in it at all. They're so far removed from the root that they like this dude was saying, what's the history? Shouldn't you know the history? Why didn't they teach you that in school? Why do flat earthers got to teach you the globe history?
No, he wanted to know our idea of the history regarding this lie, When did it really begin? When did it really take hold? Yada yada.
Depends on where you lived, time you lived in. Very localized. But that's not the idea, right? The idea is Earth dust and he stuck 2 sticks in the ground and the whole fucking world went, Earth glob.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's how you know that was just made up.
What, sticks in the ground?
Yeah, so if you figured out lightning or something way back when, I don't know, and you lived in a cave, so how does the rest of the world find out? Do you run around telling people? Because I know I don't even want to run 3 miles, so I just want to stay by my house.
Smoke signals.
Smoke signals. So through smoke signals, I tell people my experiment, and then they copy down my experiment and repeat it, and then they send smoke signals to the next guy.
I think that's one of our responses to Aristosthenes and this thing that happened 500 miles apart, and they sent smoke signals to each other.
Is it just one smoke signal, and then they read it at 500 miles away, or are there a whole chain of smoke signals like a mile apart, so there's 500 smoke signals? And then how long does it really take? Because there's going to be a delay, and do you count for that?
Well, when did you send the translation?
When the sun shadow was straight up and down.
Well, you have to it has to be your language smoke signals into their language smoke signals, don't you?
Well, there's translators. They got experts that's why they get paid more if they know 2 languages.
Signals in between that are translating the first smoke signals and translating them.
And then you got to watch out for hackers that are watching for smoke signals and can say, "Oh, let's hijack that and make it first."
People with fans.
That's where it all started from.
But wait a second, so you view this smoke signal from 500 miles telling you the Earth's a globe, but in viewing the smoke signal, you disprove the Earth's a globe.
Shh. Yes, I'm glad
you don't think about that part.
Oh, no, wait, we were talking about lightning, sorry.
Yeah.
You don't think about that part.
Oh. maybe with lightning to keep it relevant, maybe that's like a reflective, like flash or something like that to spread that information, like Morse code or something.
Smoke signal hackers.
Holy crap. So, any Globers come in tonight? Besides that last guy?
Well, hard to tell if he was really a Glober.
What, the tree guy?
Yeah. Seemed like a heavily coping flat earther, to be honest. You know, I don't want it flat earther.
I know it's flat, but I don't want it to be flat earther.
I don't want it.
Yeah, I don't think so. That's more like a LARP earther then.
You know, we often have these people who come in who want to talk about anything else but the flat earth. Maybe they don't want to talk about the
He
flat
wanted to
earth
talk
because
about
it's painful.
politics.
Yeah.
Well, that's a globe thing. I mean, this politics, I don't see us talking about politics ever, really. Unless we're like trying to figure out what's really happening in another country, and we might talk about that shit, but that's about it.
Yep.
Oh my God.
All right, what I miss? Nothing. All right, good. What's up? Welcome to the cooking channel.
Oh, so you guys are talking about cooking?
Yeah, we cook Glovers.
Nice.
Actually, I'm cooking some beef, or some ground beef, which I'm going to put in my pasta.
That sounds good. Are you having red sauce?
No. It's like a stroganoff sauce, but I am going to put diced tomatoes in it.
I haven't made beef stroganoff in a long time. I should totally make that again. I used to make it too much.
Good.
You know how like you make something too much and then you have to stop making it for a while, but it's been a long time.
You know, just plain buttered pasta is something I could eat all the time. And salad, just lettuce and salad, and with different fixings. I could eat that all the time.
Yeah, that's what my one son, my youngest one, he likes just buttered Amish noodles, egg noodles. Like he gets really excited and sometimes he like asks me to make it. It's so funny, it gets so easy to make. It's like, can we have Amish noodles tonight?
So, growing up for our birthday, we'd get the meal that we wanted. And then I would always pick like a salad, like a big salad with all the vegetables and smorgasbord of toppings. Good toppings, you know, like sprouts, Chinese noodle.
Nice.
None
People
of
used
that
to eat.
garbage toppings
Yeah.
like bacon.
People used to eat sprouts more. I used to make sprouts. I haven't done that for a long time. You know, sprout them in jars.
Yeah, bro. Sprouts are
Yeah.
great.
Yeah.
With salad.
Yeah, I should do that again. Yeah, you like soak the little beans or whatever, or the alfalfa, and then you drain it, and then you have like a cheesecloth top with a rubber band.
Putting the diced tomatoes right in with the beefy.
Sounds good.
I like to do a lot of reductions and braisings. Very good way to cook. Ends up with a lot of really moist food. Really flavorful because you know you're evaporating out the water afterwards. I got my beef. Doesn't have to, you know, it's got enough some moisture in it. And then I got my tomatoes in here, which have got the moisture. So now the majority of the beef is actually in a liquid while it's cooking here. Love doing it with wines, and Absolute Chicken was my favorite, which is, you know, where you do the reduction in the Absolute vodka.
Oh, I've never done that. That's interesting.
Oh. Oh.
I used to make a chicken cordon bleu with white wine sauce. That was really good. I haven't done that for a while either. Gosh, reminding me of all the forgotten recipes. Did you guys actually cook some Globers today?
Oh, yeah.
Good.
Let's see, we had a Glober come in who tried to gaslight us into thinking that we're trolls. So we had to set him straight. In other words, he was coping. How dare flat earth believers exist, or whatever. So the only way he could figure out why people would think the earth is flat is because they're trolling. So we had to set him straight. Then we had an atheist come in that was like, "Hey, you guys wanna debate somebody tonight about God?" Then he gave some stupid argument, so we had to smack him around. He basically said if it's necessary that God exists, then God necessarily exists. Is it possible God doesn't exist? Therefore, God doesn't exist. And I was like, wait a minute, dude. You screwed up there, because what you basically said was, if God is necessary, he's necessary. Is it possible for necessary things to not be necessary? So he actually did a little bait and switch trickery in his question, in his logic form. So I played along with him because I use that classic God doesn't exist. because exist means to come out of, and everything that came out of God exists, and God himself doesn't exist because he didn't come out of anything.
Do people that believe in God, do they actually believe it, or they just believe that it's important to pass down your morals or something?
No, dude, dude. It's the real case that the base unit of reality is an eternal sentient entity. Okay, that could be described to as God, and that makes perfect sense. So maybe some people think that they want their kids to have morals, so they concoct this idea about God, or they adopt a religion. But as far as I know, everybody that I know that believes in God, their assertion is that God is a real entity. Not that it's like Santa Claus.
Yes.
What's your position on the globe, Giga?
Yeah, do you actually believe it, or do you just pass it on to your kids so they won't be made fun of for recognizing that the Earth is flat because of peer pressure from a bunch of other retards that believe in the globe religion?
I'm actually partial to flat Earth.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm like
that still doesn't answer the question, because the question was.
I'm a flat Earth.
Oh, sorry, you did. I'm bad. All right, go ahead, uninterrupted.
No. I kind of think the Earth might be flat, honestly.
Well, you experience it as flat, so your thinking and your experience are congruent.
Yeah. The only thing that makes me think we might be on a ball Earth is hurricanes, the Coriolis effect, and satellite trains. I see them in the sky. So.
Yeah, that's fair. All right, so things above high altitude objects. Okay, that has nothing to do with the surface. What was the other one? Hurricanes. Hurricanes has nothing to do with the surface. What was the other one?
Well, the hurricanes all revolve the same direction depending on what hemisphere of the Earth you're in, due to the Coriolis effect.
It's not true.
Okay.
Hey, you ever heard of an anticyclonic?
Right. But that's why we have that term when a hurricane goes opposite to the Coriolis effect.
Right. So then all of them don't, do they? But again, it has nothing to do with the surface.
Okay.
So what was the other one? You had hurricanes, things in the sky. What was the other one? I could have sworn you said three things.
No, it's just the two.
Really?
He said satellites. He said satellites.
Yeah, but satellites.
Didn't he?
Hurricanes. What?
Oh, did you already say satellites again? You just said hurricanes and satellites? Is that what you said, Giga?
I guess, but I could have sworn he said something more than that, but that's fine. Either way, they got nothing to do with the surface.
Yeah, well, the Coriolis effect suggests that we're on a sphere, though.
No, it doesn't.
Wait, what? You can have the Coriolis effect on a roundabout. You can have the Coriolis effect as long as one reference frame is moving and another one isn't. And depending on your point on those reference, you'll observe a Coriolis effect. You know what a Coriolis effect is, don't you? It's an observation of an apparent deflection. The path of the object in question, its path is actually straight. You only observe the deviation if you are on a rotating reference frame, like on a roundabout. A hurricane or a rotation of wind is an actual path. This doesn't fit the definition of the Coriolis effect.
True story. But listen, I've observed apparent deflection. So my brother asked my dad, could he do something? And my dad said, go ask your mother.
I got your joke. It was funny. Deflection.
So yeah, bro. Nothing to do with the ballers. Neither does things in the sky from your observation while standing on a flat Earth tell you that the Earth is not flat. So if those are your only two hangups, then I guess welcome to Flat Earth, brother.
Have y'all heard the story about the flat earther who met God?
Do tell.
All right. So he's driving down the road. He gets in a car accident. Dies immediately. He's at the pearly gates. He meets God. And God starts explaining about how it's a ball Earth and how Earth's actually not round. And, well, at the hospital, they bring him back with the paddles, right? They shock his heart back to life. And the first thing the flat earther says is, God's in on that.
That's a good joke.
Yeah, God's in on the flat earth.
Man, should I put corn in this? Yeah. Oh, I wasn't talking about my dish. I was talking about my joke. Speaking of jokes, brother, remember that time where they said the Earth was a ball, but then it was measured and it's flat?
Yeah.
Yeah. Remember that time where they said that the Bible says the Earth was a globe, but then when they cited the verse, it was actually the word circle, not globe?
The
so
Bible
no, bro. God.
The corners of the earth.
Go ahead.
The Bible speaks about the corners of the earth in several places.
Exactly. It also says that the Earth cannot be moved. But then you got these other dudes that say it's hurtling through space, which is a whole can of worms in itself. But really, dude, your everyday experience is that the Earth isn't moving and that it's flat. Yet they want you to be convinced in a fantasy story contrary to your experience. All right, now I'm supposed to let this simmer with a lid to let the steam gratiate the pasta.
Yeah, Giga, I was just wondering, because you said these two things in the sky were your concerns. So what are the things that made you question the globe? What is it that made you realize there was something to the flat Earth argument?
So seeing satellites in the sky kind of makes me question flat Earth.
Yeah, you said that. Yeah, you said satellites in the sky make you question flat Earth. I mean, yeah, we could go down that road. It wasn't it was the opposite of what I asked you. But what about the satellites? Makes you question the flat Earth then?
All right. So the way satellites function, right? The way they have to revolve around a body, you know.
Can you show that they actually do rotate 360 degrees around the sphere?
Oh, so you guys think like the satellites are real? They just hover in the sky.
No, talking about hover. No, it's your claim. You're just about to tell us how it works. We understand how it works, orbital motion. We just need the actual verification that this thing in the sky is actually doing the thing that you claim. That's all. I'll give you thing in the sky if you want. Just show that it's rotating 360 degrees around the sphere.
Well, some satellites do.
Do they? So I presume you've seen the data that shows rotate 300. Be a gent, show that to me.
Well, you just want me to go on some website and show you data of a satellite
data? That's what will be required to demonstrate that are doing the thing that you claim.
Well,
being as you're claiming that they're doing this, I'm asking you politely, have you seen it? If so, would you mind sharing it with me? Begging the question that you obviously haven't fucking seen it.
Pull up a website and show you the data, you'll just say it's fake, though, you know?
What website? What do you mean, say it's fake? At the moment, you haven't shown anything, and it's definitely not anything that you've ever seen before. And I'm trying to use this as a teaching point, you're just repeating a story. We're always going to be looking for verification of that story. Wow, shock horror.
Right. But surely you can see why you need a round Earth for a satellite to function, right?
Why?
Because they have to orbit.
Yeah, that's rotating around the sphere. Are you saying that the way that they rotate around the sphere is because they're falling to the Earth, but just missing it because of the speed they're traveling?
Right. It's some.
Right. Yeah.
Some what an airplane orbit are even falling at the perfect angle to stay like relatively in the same position in the sky.
Okay.
I don't think that'd be possible.
With something that's above the surface of the Earth, that's moving across that surface, say travelling from point A to B, would it rotate 360 degrees if it where it started from? Like a circumnavigation, but in a satellite, not a boat. Maybe an airplane, something like that. Would anything that left the surface of the Earth have to, by necessity, rotate 360 degrees to end up where it started from?
Well, no, it could simply change directions.
Yes. Okay. I'm just trying to understand, if you understand the concept you're laying out, orbital motion, that's rotation around a sphere, much like an aircraft, right? These things are quite similar because they've got things that will tell the aircraft and the pilot how the aircraft or satellite is orientated and the change in that orientation. Now, you must understand the concept, at least, that a horizontal flight and a curved flight around a sphere are a change in orientation of the craft. One's rotating around a sphere, right? Your claim. You understand this?
Right. It would have to, as it went around, it would have to change. Right.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it would have to rotate 360 degrees if it was a circular path. Okay, awesome. We would just need verification that that is what is actually happening. We could probably get this data from an aircraft. It will be similar data, right? Because the reference is still the gyroscope, which tells the aircraft where or how the aircraft is orientated in free space. If it's pitched up, if it's pitched down, if it's yawing, for example. All of these things are going to be referenced to a piece of equipment in the aircraft or in the satellite itself. We just need the information to show that it's actually rotating. So far, and this might be news for you, we haven't had any luck. The information that we've got kind of is a bit spurious, looks like it's going over a plane, but without the information from the black box that's behind a locked secure door, no one's ever going to know. Same with a satellite. you're not going to be able to give me the information that is required to validate the claim. That's the problem.
Right.
So yeah, we get the story. We just can't verify it to be true.
It would just have to. You'd need like another whole layer to flat Earth. Like also the Earth's flat and they're faking it, but also satellites. And there's a deception around that too. It could be. It could be fake, but
fake. Maybe there's just technology out there that you're not aware of yet. I don't know.
Possible.
Yeah, that's possible. So it doesn't have to be fake. There's lots of different technologies that NASA have touted around for 40, 50, maybe 60 years. Or you don't necessarily have to fall around a sphere to get orbit or power. You don't need that. I'll tell you what, I'll help you. Just for your own piece of research, whilst you've got an hour or two there, just type into any search engine. Google's common, you can find it there. Electrodynamic tethering. Mark it with NASA as well if you want to. That shows that because of the electromagnetic field of the Earth, you can literally throw a coil out into space, and because of the energy that's there, it can power the craft. It's quite a simple concept to understand. NASA have been doing this for years.
Yeah, like a big wireless charger, basically.
Yeah, like dodgems at a fair or something. Wire mesh above, you have to drive around and get the power from the wire mesh above. A big stick that's got a wire on it that touches the electromagnetic.
Yeah.
Sorry, the electric.
Let me translate for you. Bumper cars.
Thank you. Yeah. But yeah, it's the first thing you'll find if you Google electrodynamic tethering and search it with NASA attached. But mate, I don't know. Right? There might be things in the sky. The claim is, though, that these things that are in the sky are proving the Earth is either because it's the only way that you can be in the sky, or because of the pictures that they take. Pictures that they take show the Earth to be a sphere. We don't measure any curvature. We don't have to believe stories about things in the sky, dude. They can be there. That's great. You can take pictures of the floor from being in the sky. That's great.
See, there's a bunch of assumptions in there. For example, one assumption is if they're not having some form of constant elevation applied to them to keep them from falling down, right? Which means that they would be falling down if they weren't moving in this particular manner. However, we know that you can have something floating in midair with no extra power whatsoever. You can do a half-filled balloon with a helium and something else, and it'll just float right in front of you. Ain't nothing powering it. It's just floating there. They'll say, oh, well, it's floating on the air. Up there's no air. Well, maybe that's true. What if there's something else up there that's floating on? How would you know? You've never been there.
Yeah, Giga, you don't have to think the Earth is flat to be in our channel. We have Globers that have been hanging out with us for years. Because, I mean, you came in saying like you think the Earth might be flat, but I don't really think you think that. I mean, that was my question to you when then you went back to satellites. I asked you what evidence you've seen that makes you lean toward the flat Earth, because that was your premise coming in, that you were only hung up on satellites and hurricanes, but really you really believe in the globe, right? I mean, you're a glober, right, Giga? That seems to be the case.
Well, I don't know what shape the Earth is. I've never been to space. I've been right here on the surface the whole time.
Yeah, so what leads you to doubt the globe then?
Let's see. Laser observations at the ocean. So you can see laser light much further than what is it, 8 or 12 miles, the globe Earth say. You should be able to see. You can see lasers for like 30 and 40 miles. And that shouldn't be possible if we're on a big ball, you know?
Yeah, a lot of the laser tests, are demonstrating lasers hitting a target at distances that would be impossible on the ball of dimensions claimed. That's right.
That makes me question the ball. But also, there's things that make me question flat Earth, too. So...
Yeah, I mean, if you understand laser tests and long-distance observations, and you've looked at the multitude of different laser tests and long-distance observations that have been done, each one which is a counterexample to the geometric claim of a 3,959-mile radius sphere, then these other incidentals that are happening in the sky and could just as easily happen on a flat surface are irrelevant to the lack of curvature on the ground. The globe's just not there. If the globe were there, then the curvature would be observable and measurable. So you don't have to go to space. You said you hadn't been to space, so I don't know, like, which laser tests have you looked at?
I can't remember what the name of them was. It was just some guys on YouTube, and they were filming it, the whole thing. It's been many years ago.
Oh, okay. Well, I could show you some if you're interested, and you could look at them in more detail, because once you have an understanding of those, then these other questions about things in the sky, they can be interesting side notes, but they have no effect on the ground measurements, like you discussed. The laser tests are conclusive. There's no globe. There's no curvature that's been measured. For example, I'll share the FE Core laser test. Their longest test was 25 miles. There's a 28-mile laser test that was done in British Columbia. Can find that one for you.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember it was like over 20 miles away. They were able to see a laser. It was like over the water.
Yeah, so those, for example, the longest laser test for the first link, FE Core, the target should have been hidden by 297 feet of drop, but the laser hit the target. So the distances, the missing curvature, it's very large, 297 feet. So it's not even close. Yeah, and the Matrix put another one in there, the Great Salt Lake laser test, 21 miles. That's cool. You've actually looked at evidence and you remember it. That's way ahead of most people that come in here.
You know what the best cure for hiccups is?
Being scared.
Globe evidence cures hiccups immediately.
Oh, I thought it would be flat evidence for Globers that would cure it. They'd be so scared. They usually seem kind of scared of it, don't you think?
Yeah, they're scared of globe evidence.
They're scared of anti-globe evidence, or they're scared?
No, they're scared of globe evidence.
Yeah, because it's not there. That why they're scared.
Well, they never bring it here, and they talk about all the things that aren't globe evidence. So they must be scared of it.
Yeah, I guess so. Sounds about right.
Exactly. Because the globe evidence that's required is directly demonstrably measured surface curvature. That's what they're scared of. That's why they always want to talk about things that aren't that, like the sky. Right? Because there is demonstrable measured surface curvature. 0. That's the value. There you go. So if they have to talk about it, they have to talk about 0 curvature as the value for the measured curvature. That's why they're scared to death of it. But our friend who was previously speaking isn't a Glober, so it doesn't apply to him.
I just looked in my DMs. I got a DM from Fight the Flat Earth that says, "When are we debating?" How should I reply? We're not booger eater, or should I just post the gif of him eating his?
No, dude. Be like, I showed up to the place for the debate. You didn't show.
We already did. That wasn't you. I debated someone. They said they were Fight the Flat Earth.
Oh yeah, that'll really drive him nuts. Send him an invite to the channel. Yeah, right here, right now, 9 p.m. Politics channel. Let's go.
Yeah. Or you can eat boogers. You're welcome.
He's got to bring his own though. He's not eating mine.
That was at 3:11 p.m. Too bad I missed it. Wow, you're.
Tell him he has to donate all the proceeds to the gynecomastia surgery center. For the guys that didn't catch that, that means dudes with boobs.
Thanks, mate. I was wondering.
And for the other people who really don't understand what's going on, that's dudes that just look like they have these massive boobs because of their fat condition, not necessarily because they wanted to look like they have boobs, if you catch my drift. Sorry, I had to caveat that in these times.
Oh, Giga's back. Did you watch one of those videos? Is that why you're deafened, or is that just too optimistic for me to be thinking that?
A little optimistic. I did pull the video up. I've not watched it yet.
Okay, well, I hope you will. I hope you will.
Yeah, it says this one 21 miles out. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's a good one.
There's someone that did one over land, 35 miles over land on the Salt Lake bed.
Oh, were they at the same elevation? I guess so.
Wouldn't matter. It's a salt flat. It's the bottom of the lake bed, and it's the elevation profile is like maybe I can't remember exactly, but you're talking about 35 miles away. You're talking about hundreds upon hundreds of feet of differential. So it's not even close. By differential, I mean if the Earth is a globe, it's supposed to curve down and away from your observer's point at a specific rate.
What is it, like an inch for 8 miles, or what is it again? I forget. It's like
8
inches per mile.
Yeah. See if I can do it real quick.
I love flat Earth. Do you
That's
love
great.
flat Earth?
That's beautiful. Yes, we love the flat Earth. It's so wonderful.
Oh, yes, I love it. I love it. I want a flat Earth disc for Christmas.
Flat Earth is not a disc. 23 Hashem. You're misinformed.
Oh, I'm learning more about flat Earth. Oh my God. Tell me more.
You came to the right place.
Yes.
Yeah, the misconception of a disc in space, as popularized through ridiculous internet memes, is nothing more than a
so wait.
propaganda
is the Earth
campaign.
not
Propaganda campaign.
Okay.
Yeah.
So where is it?
Yeah. That's the end of my sentence. Go ahead.
Are we the center of the universe?
Many say that. Many say that. Is that what you're saying, 23 Hashem?
No.
I just burped because I'm drinking wine.
He's so gross. Somebody else could talk to him.
I'm sorry. No. They know me here. I'm a normal guy, but I'm drunk right now, so I'm a little bit exaggerated right now. But
that ball Earth propaganda.
Are we like okay? If it's flat, does nothing exist outside of the disc?
There is no
yes
disc.
or no?
Oh, it's you again. Get muted. Yeah, get muted, bro. LARPing ass, LARP-tastic. He's a LARP earther. He only comes here to make flat earthers look stupid by acting like a flat earther and being stupid.
Yeah, I just told him there wasn't a disc. Yeah, then he said disc again. Then Matrix had to tell him no disc. I mean, how hard is that? No disc. It's not that hard. We'll go back to Giga. Maybe it's Giga, like 1.21 gigawatts.
Yeah. That's what I meant, yeah.
Put the math in there, brother.
It's more like giggity.
Says
nasty.
So the 8 at 35 miles would be 816 feet of raw drop from a level line if the Earth was curved. But it's even worse than that because you have the off angle from the apex of the arc, right? To which would make your sight line increase even more. So I mean, Seeing a laser on the ground 35 miles away while you're on the ground. I mean, it's just not possible, bro. And if I'm not mistaken, they put it in a pickup truck, shined it back at the observer's location, and then drove the truck away, and they saw the laser the whole time.
By the way, that dude 23 Hashem has Earth is round in his bio, in case you didn't notice.
Yeah. Dude, he has Earth is round in the inflections of his voice. He has Earth is round, it is permanently attached to his lips.
Also, in
He
his
has
bio,
Earth is round in the contours of his shadow.
It also says in the next sentence in his bio, the government is full of great people. He might as well have said the Earth is round twice.
Hey, did you know that Globers can actually prove the Earth curvature rate? Did you know that, Indio? I just realized that 3 minutes ago.
How?
Simple.
3D Studio,
I
man.
want to see if you can figure it out. No, I just want to see if you can figure it out. Take like 30 seconds before I tell you the answer. It's so simple.
How globe Earthers can prove the Earth curvature rate.
Yep.
They could measure it. Or did you want me to be more specific?
And then they'd prove the Earth curvature value, correct?
Yes.
Which would be?
Proof of a globe?
No, 0.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Karma called it. I was thinking it.
I told you it was so simple, dude. Like, it's so simple. It's obviously simple and so simple, but then it's like, it sounds complicated.
It's R equals 0, man.
Well, actually, me and Dandelion were talking. I was saying, Globers are afraid. I can't remember why we were talking about fear. Globers are not afraid of flat Earth evidence. They're afraid of globe evidence because the only evidence would be direct surface curvature measurements, and the curvature rate of the Earth is 0.
We were talking about it as a cure for hiccups. You brought it up.
Oh yeah, that cure. I don't have hiccups anymore. Therefore, the Earth is flat. Dude, that drunk dude was like, I've been a flat earther. I've been in this channel for 2 years. Everybody knows me. That's what he said last time he was here.
There's one the other day that said he'd been coming in and out of here for the last 2 years or over 2 years, and you look at his bio, and his account was only created 2 months beforehand.
Yeah. Dandelion, did you check out my masterpiece?
Yes, that's really what you just made?
Yeah, but the real question I have to ask you is if my plate is not a globe, then why is half of it illuminated?
Yeah, I can't imagine. Yeah, how could there be a light that only shines in one place and not in the other place? It's just so amazing. That's great. You got the corn. Did you put ketchup on the corn? Is that ketchup or what? Hot sauce? Yeah, it looks very well seasoned. What?
Said the one, the only magical sriracha.
Magic what?
Sriracha.
Oh, okay.
Nobody in India calls it that.
What do they call it?
Sriracha.
Oh.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. But here on the thing here it says SRIR. So
SI Sriracha. Sriracha. I don't know what they call it in India. Sriracha.
Did you already eat it?
I'm eating a second dose of sunshine right now.
Yeah, it's very well plated. Well plated. Yeah.
Some guy was bragging about he's up to 50-pound plates. I'm like, yeah, I don't do 50-pound plates. I just like 3 or 4 15-pound plates.
You do 12-ounce curls too?
Oh man, dude, I gotta go to EA.
Do you know how big do you know how jacked you can get your belly by doing 12-ounce curls? This is almost on the limit, man.
Red Bulls. That's right.
And that's actually funny. If I do curls with iron, my arms get big. But if I do curls with 12 ounces of beer, my stomach gets big.
Did you try curling platinum? What if different metals are better for different muscle groups? Because, it's just kind of like copper bracelets, that you buy for like giving you the.
Those actually work. Does any of that copper stuff work?
50-50.
I mean,
a bit of a look into it years ago. Some people will say yes, it's great. Other people will say it's great for lining your bedside table with shiny things. So yeah, some people it works quite well. Others not. And it's about 50-50.
Maybe it depends on where you live, right? Maybe if you live in an electronegative or electropositive, whatever the case may be. What is it trying to get rid of? Discharge your aura? I don't know.
Positive ions, positive and negative ions.
Help slow down arthritis. I've got a cough.
Yeah, you're still muted. Yeah, hey, LARP-tastic, you're still muted. What'd you think was going to happen?
Yeah, that red shit don't wash off.
Well, let me tell you this story. So, I fixed my storm door in the front of the house. The bottom sweep, I was fixing it. And when I opened the door, the hinge side had a piece missing out of it. And the metal had turned into powder. They're just breaking off into this chunky powder that's almost like baking soda. I was like, what the heck is this? So I looked, and lo and behold, that's where it contacted a dissimilar screw. Right? So I actually used the wrong screw there. I should have used a coated screw or a stainless steel or something like that. And so they interacted with each other electrically. Supposedly, this is how it goes. And they like gained ions or something from the other one, and then it caused it to decompose. It's well known how metals work that way. You got to have like a dielectric coupling if you want to have dissimilar pipes meeting each other in your water system too, where it like separates. It separates the ability for the two metals to exchange ions or something like that. So it's or electrons or whatever the heck. So at least in some core principle, it kind of makes sense that the metal on your skin could leach something into you that's beneficial. There's definitely benefits to electrical and magnetic fields for your small capillaries. Then there's people that swear by grounding, like they'll ground their bed and then sleep in it.
The walking in dirt barefoot thing. What is that?
Mm-hmm. My brother got paid once to line an entire dude's house with some metal. I think it was copper. He was into that whole trying to make a Faraday cage out of your house so that no electronic signals could get in. So he was like laying metal on the subfloor, laying metals before he put the insulation in. Peter, why y'all quiet?
I want to talk to Indio. Is Indio alive?
I don't want to talk to you though.
As long as it ain't simping about FTFE's beautiful chest.
That's exactly what he's going to be doing.
Get him in here. We want to talk to him.
Oh, no, man. We don't. He offered to.
So check this out, Peter.
Indio didn't.
If you were like in the schoolyard and there was a kid there picking boogers and eating them, would you have a debate with them?
Dude,
I'm not debating someone that picks the boogers and eats
reach. We need audience.
Dude, I'm not punching. Listen, I'm not punching down into the slime. There's no upside for me. None. If I stomp his guts out, that's
what the Globers say. But what about that Shiva guy? You could cook him.
What about Shiva? He's a freaking idiot. Did you watch his thing, Shiva? Or
no, but he has eyeballs, right?
God damn it! If nobody can discern that dude's an absolute fucking moron, I don't know what to say.
We had something to speak to you about, Peter.
Here's what I
we
said
went to
to.
see.
I'm not talking to you. Then. Here's what I said to Miggy the other day in Deal. I bet you, if you looked at the server logs for this channel over the last 2 years, there would be 500 to 1,000 unique people that ever came here. Some came in only once. Some come in every day. But if you look for unique people who visited this VC, probably less than 1,000 would be my guess.
Well, that's speculation.
Well, yeah, it is speculation. But do you think it's a million? Do you think it's 100,000? Do you think it's 10,000?
In the home server, it's well over. It was freaking 250,000 about, I don't know, almost a year ago. I don't know what it is now. Unique users.
Yeah, you spoke to 200,000 people.
No, 250,000 people joined our Discord.
Bots.
Unique users.
Bots.
I have StatBot running, dude. That's what it does. It counts unique joins.
Okay, man. I guess we're doing great, right? We're going mainstream.
Who's we? There's no we in any of this, dude.
Yeah. Whatever.
We.
Whatever. Go cook some baby
I guess
blur.
it's we if you consider yourself the foil.
Okie dokie.
Peter,
maybe establish yourself
hold on,
first, Peter.
You still don't understand the position as like the admin of the server that I take. If you have an idea to make everything better, you need to do it. I'm not going to do it for you. And that's the same with everybody. This channel exists because Panto kept having great ideas. You know, Fake Face. He had lots of great ideas. And he always like, let's do this. But he wanted everybody else to implement them. I told him, no, you do it. You go do it yourself. And here this channel is because he listened. And he made this himself. Okay? So if you want to make something, Peter, go make it. We're not going to stop.
Well, I am debating Miggy setting up an arena debate between me and some kind of Utah.
Fight the flat earth, dude, if you think he's so great.
Well, he won't talk to me because I'm a nobody.
Because you've debated on modern day debates, haven't you, or Jeranism?
Yeah, but he specifically reached out to you to debate you. He's not going to debate
at
me.
3:00. After he was spurging in the chat on Shiva's thing.
Oh my God! Social commentary, right? That's all.
No. Well, I'm telling you what. Like, do you think there's a history here that you don't know about? Obviously. I wouldn't debate him and make him a fucking nickel if my life depended on it.
Like a sewing circle.
He eats his boogers. Peter, have you seen his debates?
I have. It's a shit show.
Yeah.
But because he usually debates completely random flat earthers who know nothing.
No.
Tell me that's not true. I used to watch his things. They're horrible for 4 hours. It's just a yelling match with some kind of stoner who goes like, Earth flat, man.
It's just him doing the thing you just whined about, social commentary. Him just doing thinly veiled insults, doing social commentary about what I understand and what I don't understand, and nobody agrees with you. Like, I'm not doing that, dude. There's fucking no point.
Did we send anybody serious there ever? Did Oakley go? Did QE go?
No, because he's not a serious person.
Go?
Dude, he, as long as I remember, he was debating in the arena before.
He did that sheeple debate, the flat Earth versus total Earth, or whatever the fuck that was, that 4-way.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, for that. So I have heard him before. That's a really long time ago. I actually did listen to that. Gosh, wow.
Dude, even him participating in that was punching down for him.
I don't know, man. I was excited when I heard that a heavyweight could go and talk to FDFE, but I guess
why? Well, how is it, bro?
Because FDFE is a fool, and it would be nice if somebody cooked him on live television.
Andrew Wilson already did that. It can't get worse to how bad he already got cooked.
True story. It'd be disrespectful. It'd be disrespectful to burn the dish.
Haven't you heard Chris say you shouldn't I know, right? Didn't you hear Chris say you shouldn't be punching down? I actually listened to that. I think that's good advice. We shouldn't be punching down on people. You're against that too. Beat up on Baby Glurfs. He is at the level of Baby Glurf just because he's been in the topic and talking about the topic for a long time. Not that long, but long enough. He came in maybe halfway. But there's nothing there, dude. He isn't going to understand anything I'm fucking talking about. It's just going to be fucking who knows what, dude. But I know it isn't going to be substantive. Do you think I can have a substantive debate of the issues with Fight the Flat Earth and that we're going to talk about evidence and tests that are people done? Or he's going to cite papers he never read, has no idea what the contexts are, tells me, hey, and I tell him, yeah, I already read that. This is what the paper says. And he goes, no, you didn't. You didn't understand it, but you're a flat earther and we're just going to deal with that shit. I'm not doing that. While he's sitting there getting fucking super chats on my name. Bullshit, bro. That's not happening.
Okay, man.
I'm not stupid, dude. Did he like give you a cut or something? Is he giving you a cut, Peter, to run around and trying to get me?
Oh yeah.
Are you the talent agent?
Yeah, totally.
Well, let me ask you this, Peter. Let me ask you this, Peter. Who is actually a good low birth debate partner? Notice I didn't say opponent, I said partner. Because you'd be engaging in a debate, actually answering each other's questions, actually working together. Like who would be a good guy to have on the other side?
Let me think. That guy, I had a good debate once on TikTok with this PhD relativity guy that looks like a nerd. Dr. Galaxis or something weird. He at least let me speak, so, at least we had an exchange there for 10 minutes.
Let me ask you this, Peter. Other than yourself, what person Globe Earther that debates this topic is the most substantive? Meaning, they stick to the topic, actually present evidence for their claims, actually know what the evidence says about in their claims, and have actually evaluated whatever the fucking evidence is. Who does that as a Globe Earther?
Mordy did a good job debating Shane and that other idiot.
Mordwin?
The ether hallucinating boys, yeah. That was a good debate about maps.
I have to give him the title, even though all his shit is retroactive. See, what he does is he goes and tries to bullshit, and then he gets cooked, and then he goes reads the shit he should have read before he said it, and then tries to take another bite at the apple.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, that's what he does, but at least he's trying. I'll give him credit for that.
Well, okay, so not so bad. I think
he's just a shit debater, so I mean, not
Professor Dave would be good, but he'll never agree to.
Oh, he said it.
Are you kidding, dude? Professor Dave is the most disingenuous a-hole, dude. He's not a good debate partner. Are you kidding me, bro? Dude's a total loser.
Yeah. Give me one good reason why I should let him continue. Just saying that name makes my skin crawl. He's a muppet. Fair dinkum. It concerns me that we've got this whole pile of this young generation that look up to Professor Dave because he's got so much knowledge and wisdom and he passes it on, and all I want to do is not throw up.
Intelligence agent left because I wouldn't sign his contract.
He's probably concerned that what was coming next.
He's allergic to Matrix. Matatrix. Listen here, Matatrix.
Matatrix. Matatrix.
Isn't it Matrix?
Yeah.
Mate.
Matrix. Sounds kinky.
Oh, wow.
Anyway, I can't think of a single upside thing to fight the flat Earth that wouldn't be just completely ego driven. So everybody goes, "You kicked his ass." Like, so what? I wouldn't even feel good about that. It's not an achievement. Oh, I debated to fight the flat Earth, then I won. Yeah, and where's the rest of the story?
Yeah, it'd be like a high schooler going to the kindergarten playground. I beat them all up.
Yeah, dodgeball, dude. Just oh, Doyle rules. Freaking just smashing him with the dodgeball.
If FTFE wants to crawl out of the primordial soup and climb his way up the ladder and come and visit us, he's more than welcome to do so. But I can assure you now, I am not going to chase him down. And I doubt it. I wouldn't expect anyone else to either, in all seriousness.
Hey, listen up, bro. He may or may not have had his leg amputated. I need to find out for sure, because I could have sworn he was having it upcoming. He was on he was on a Creality show, which, oh man, who's that guy? Flatzoid. And he was saying, "Oh, I'm going to have this done soon," and he'd be willing to accept his prayers. And so I was like, "Wait a minute, is he getting his leg amputated?" But I never validated whether that was happening or not. So I'm still out in the dark.
He took money for that. He owes us the amputation. Hey, did you see that QN feed video about his amputation?
What? Did you stream it?
I've seen it, man. It's so fucking funny, man. It's one of the funniest things I've ever seen.
Is it about FTFE's amputation or about QNFE's amputation?
FTFE's amputation.
Oh, I gotta watch that.
He's like, "You owe us an amputation. You took my money."
Wow, I gotta watch that, dude. Well, dude, listen, dude. If you ask for an amputation money from Christians and then ask for prayer, and then you don't get amputated, it's because it was a miraculous healing. It's a good scam. Man, I had to go to Mexico to get the doctor because I can't afford a U.S. doctor. And then they stole the money, and I was like, "Oh my goodness, I don't know what to do." But then my leg was miraculously healed from all your prayers. And now this new yacht in my backyard, I don't know where that came from. It was just a gift from somebody.
And on this latest episode of Judge Judy, the money or the leg?
Flicks at you.
No.
Flicks ahead.
Yes. Tell me more.
You guys are a bunch of stupid buttheads, and the Earth is a globe.
Prove it.
Oh, Mansky's in a bad mood today. Gosh. I didn't expect that.
Bad mood today. Oh my gosh.
Speaking of copers,
you don't mock
number
me
two.
the most childish thing one can
I know.
Imitation is the greatest form of flattery.
Yeah, it makes me want to talk like a Valley girl more for Nables. Hey, Nables, gag me with a spoon.
That was like that can be done, but I was more so mimicking your southern accent.
Oh, yeah, I wish I had a southern accent. That'd be so cool.
Don't ruin this day by telling them what kind of accent you have.
I mean, I don't know. I don't think I've been accused of having a southern accent before. So, yeah, maybe once or twice.
You don't go too far south, you'll end up sounding like me.
Wisconsinner?
Yeah, I just want to point out. The other day, me and AV were speaking to Maz, and we wanted him to have a debate with Peter, right? And Maz was acting all like he didn't know who the fuck Peter was anymore, even though they were GF6 squad, right? Best buddies. And then they both fucking pop in there right at the same time. And they're on this drive to get Indio to give FTFE content.
Yeah, exactly.
Are they getting a royalty?
So, yeah. Peter, still highly sus.
Dude, I don't know if you know this. I told Peter on X, man, when he first started this little shtick he's doing. I said, Peter, you're never going to be considered a flat earther until you debate a Glober. Like, actually debate a Glober, like, on YouTube, the same way you debated flat earthers on YouTube. So, because he can't say that he's averse to that, because he's already done it.
I haven't even seen him, heard him put forth coherent arguments as to why he knows the earth is flat yet in here.
True. I mean, that's true. But I wasn't even holding him to that standard. Because that's not enough for me. Not from him, because he could parrot the flat earth arguments. If he wants to convince me, him, that started I can't say it, GF6, insert the whatever F word you think appropriate after the G. Yeah, so since he was like in a cult against flat earth, he needs more than just parrot flat earth arguments to convince me. He needs to actually put his face, like he already has done, on the internet, debating the other way, which he'll never do.
I'll put my face on the internet against flat earth.
No, you don't understand. Look, Peter has debated flat earth and put his face on the internet for the globe side, and now says he's a flat earther. So in order for me to believe that, he needs to do the same in the opposite direction. I don't care about your face.
So he needs to put his face on the internet, and then
he already did.
And then dissolve.
He just needs to do the same thing in reverse. Do you understand? I'm holding him to the same standard he held himself to.
Does this guy even understand the context of the conversation here? Who are you?
He needs to argue against flat earth in favor of the guard.
How much heroin did you do?
So I've got a question. Sorry. How
Less
can
than you to believe in flat earth.
I don't believe flat earth, though.
Oh, okay, cool.
It is flat. Like, I don't have
Glad
to
there's
believe it.
some of us.
I can just go, like, I go by the Atlantic Ocean. I can just walk over there and look at the earth being flat.
Yeah, I understand your mistakes.
Want to know what looks flat? Flat things.
Okay, right.
You know what also looks flat? Big round things.
How do you know that?
Because I'm on a big round thing.
That's circular logic.
Yeah, you talking about fallacies. You talking about fallacies doesn't make any difference because you don't understand the biggest
still circular logic
of fallacies, which is the one that you're promulgating right now.
Which one?
The oldest conspiracy theory.
Which conspiracy theory is that?
The one where people thought that they were going to fall off the edge of the earth.
No one ever
when they
thought
went
that.
sailing.
No one ever
Yeah, they
thought
did.
that.
Yeah, they
Okay,
did.
but
If
I
you
want a
read a
primary
history
source.
book, if you read a history
I want
book,
a primary.
then you would know that.
No, I don't. Look, that is apocryphal. Okay, I want a primary source.
You want a primary source of all
A primary
of the
source is someone writing that shit down that the contemporary people of their time thought they'd sail off the edge of the earth. Like something from the 1600s, 1400s.
Yeah, look it up.
That's how you do
brother.
history, right? I'm going to look it up.
Yeah, look it up. Look it up.
Where
I'm
do
not
I
gonna
look? Tell me where to
spoon
look
feed
it
you.
up. Tell
I'm
me where
not
to look
going
it
to
up.
spoon feed you.
It's your claim.
Anywhere.
You need the evidence.
Yeah, the evidence is everywhere.
The evidence is your claim?
No, the evidence is
The
everywhere.
evidence is everywhere. Well, like,
Everywhere.
in my cupboard.
Okay, you're just going on me. I'd rather talk to the other guy that had a legitimate question. Go ahead,
Hummus.
Hummus? Was that what it was? Hummus? Hummer.
Yes.
Oh, right. Someone called my name. Yes, I had a question. Right. So, I don't know how the flat Earth is still a thing after the 24-hour sun. Like, what on earth is going on over here?
Okay,
It's just preposterous now.
Okay,
This is planning.
Can you tell us how the 24-hour sun disproved the flat Earth?
You just...
I asked the question. I want you to answer it. How
Okay,
did
this
the
is the
24-hour sun disprove a flat Earth?
Right. Make a circular table. Go to the edges.
We're not talking about a table. We said the flat Earth.
To simulate a sun.
Sorry, why?
The inability to make a simulation is not a disproof. Okay.
Sorry, India. Why is this table circular?
It can be whatever you like. It can be whatever you like. The idea is that you've got some sort of table. You go to the edges.
Your ideas are not proof of anything. Now I asked you again, how does the observation of a 24-hour sun disprove a flat Earth? I don't care about your imagination.
You're on the edges.
I want a logically coherent statement.
If you simulate it, you go to the edges.
A simulator of what?
The sun is supposed to go around.
Okay, a simulator of what? What is it simulating? What is it simulating? What is it simulating? What is it simulating?
Okay, I want to say something, right?
I'm going to ask you for the 5th fucking time. What is your simulator simulating?
I want to say something. Just before I answer that, I want to say
No, you're getting muted. Dude, answer the fucking question. Or shut up forever. What is your simulation simulating? Hummus, what is your simulation simulating?
Oh, did you unmute me? Thank God. Goodness gracious, what the fuck is that?
Okay,
fucking embarrassing.
You got one more chance to answer the question. What's your simulation simulating?
Let me say something before I answer.
No, you're not the mod. This isn't conditional on what you fucking say.
You're also fucking stupid. My God.
That's really a great argument. You really cooked us. You said we're stupid. Oh, you're amazing. I want to know. You made a claim, and I'm just. Well, you made a claim.
I'm not a scientist. I'm a simpleton.
Well aware of that.
I'm a simpleton, and I'm just echoing simpleton thoughts. So let me just echo simpleton thoughts. Okay. So prior to the 24-hour sun, you had multiple flat earthers say that, well, a 24-hour sun would pose serious challenges.
Like who?
Name one.
I think Baronism did that. I think Whitsitt did that. I think
no, he didn't.
Multiple people.
No, Whitsitt did not say that. You just made that up.
Not Whitsitt. Jeranism did do that, though.
Jeranism said a lot of things, hasn't he?
Yeah, but
and what does that mean? If Jeranism says, whatever Jeranism, we don't follow Jeranism. We've never followed Jeranism. Nobody follows Jeranism. The only one who seems to be obsessed with him are Glovers.
Right.
Right.
Okay, right.
And even if see, this is what you Glovers don't understand. You try to apply the way you think about the world to us. You think about the world. No, you think about the world in an authoritarian hierarchy in which the edicts come from on high and people believe it based upon something that somebody says. That's not how we formulate our worldview. Our worldview is created by the natural world and evidence, empirical evidence of that world, not what Jaren said. We don't care what Jaren said. Who cares what Jaren said? What does that mean?
Look, I don't care what Jaren said. I'm collecting people's thoughts. It's not an absolute thing. I understand that.
Jeranism is an idiot. Or something. Dude, listen. Most flat earthers think Jeranism is an idiot and have thought that for a long time.
Okay, right. Well,
going way back, even before Beyond the Curve, that documentary, people thought he was a fucking idiot. Even way back then. You guys give him merit.
Okay, right.
You guys are obsessed with him. Real flat earthers ignore him.
Okay, right. Well, I'm still telling you.
Glovers watch his shit. That's the crazy thing.
If you create, your own little experiment. Not an experiment, your own simulation. Right.
What?
I told you. Like, you've got a little table. It's flat. It's
what are we simulating?
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter what we're simulating.
It doesn't make any sense. A sun going around.
You're not making any coherent argument. You can't tell us what we're simulating, and then you're saying it doesn't make sense. I agree. If you're making a simulation of a thing you don't know what you're simulating, that makes no sense. Then it's not a simulation, because similar means similar, and you don't even know what you're making similar to. So simulation of what, dude?
What do you mean simulation of what?
You said
my word.
Simulation of what we're experiencing.
So what is your simulation a simulation of it? This is your idea. Don't ask me to fill in your blanks.
Okay,
what is your little tabletop test? Simulate.
Okay, right. You're on the edges of it, supposedly.
Why?
And,
why? What
edges? Well, that was the idea of that experiment, unless you believe it's some sort of hoax.
The idea? So simulating a round table. What are you simulating, dude?
When were they
Bro, this is what you don't.
No, you're trying to gaslight me out of my experience.
No, you made up a flat Earth in your head and then tried to push it on.
I'm not going to fall for it.
No, brother. No, the flat Earth you don't believe in. We don't believe in that flat Earth either. So the table simulation that's simulating a flat Earth, that's a flat Earth we don't believe in.
Okay,
that's why I asked
you. Did the experiment take place on the edges of our...
The edge? What edge? Who believes in an edge?
This is why I stopped you at table, right? Because that would have a finite distance and have a shape to it. Like, you circular table. This is where you keep getting edges from. No flat earther in this room is making a claim to the shape of the table. We can't do so.
How are we doing today?
Shh. Clearly talking. So at the moment, you'll be annoyed you interrupted.
Clearly? I'd rather find...
Okay, right. Guys,
so you understand what Ingo's trying to point out, my friend?
How does that even work on any sort of...
Any?
I just
well, darling, if the Earth was flat, would there be a sunset? Would the sun set?
Okay. Yeah, well... I mean, I think according to the flat Earth idea is that it's going to...
I'm not asking about flat Earth idea. I'm asking you, sir.
This is where he's got a problem, right? He thinks that we think the Earth is a disc, like an AE map, like people have made claims to, and he thinks that this is a true representation of flat Earth. We don't make this claim to the dimensions of the Earth. To tell you it was circular and people were standing on the edge of it, looking inwards. We don't make that claim, dude. That's a map. That's a bit of, I don't know, a straw man, let's call it that, because it most definitely is. So that's not what we say the Earth is. So this observation of a 24-hour sun doesn't really debunk a measurement of the surface of the Earth anyhow. It might, from some people's point of view, debunk a map, but those people would be stupid if they reified a map, wouldn't they?
Okay, right. So the measurement of the Earth, you measure it as flat, but the
globe is a horizontal reference data.
No, I understand that. I've seen this line of reasoning before. But the globe Earthers are going to say that, well, refraction.
They can say refraction all they want. They still don't have a direct measurement of Earth curvature.
That's the problem. They can't justify the refraction claim.
Right. So the globe Earth,
how would they just no. This is very fundamental. Right? This is very fundamental. No. You're trying to whistle past.
I'm giving you points, dude.
What's the justification for refraction? What is it?
So what's the refraction makes it a ball.
What is the justification for refraction? Do you want to know what their justification is? That the Earth looks flat. That's their justification.
That's great.
Okay. Well,
is it not? Is it not the justification for it that the Earth looks flat? And the flatter it looks, the more refraction there is.
Okay.
Think about that for a second. They have no justification for that other than a flat Earth.
No. I've heard it like before. It's respectable.
You've never heard that before, okay? You've never thought about it that way before. You've never heard that before because only I've said that. Okay, the only justification.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about it's the idea that the globe Earth idea, it depends on refraction.
It's worse than that, brother. It depends on gravity. So check this out, Hummus. You probably never thought of this.
I'm not a
Check this out. No, just listen for a second. You might find this interesting. Okay, they say in the globe Earth idea is that gravity has a bunch of particles, and then it forms the Earth into a ball. That gravity then makes the air form a pressure gradient. And that pressure gradient causes light to bend around that ball in such a way that that ball looks flat. Now think about that. Gravity creates flat-looking balls.
Right.
Yeah, dude. That's how retarded their fucking worldview is.
Okay, look, I'm not saying that I'm not even a globe earther.
I know that I said their worldview, not your worldview.
I understand. I understand. Okay.
I know it's not your theory. We realize this. And nobody that comes in and defend it, it's not their theory, but they defend it like they're the ones that invented it.
Sorry to interrupt. You must understand that any claim of refraction just be the backwards engineering of any observation to the preconceived idea that the Earth is a sphere. You understand that, right? No matter the conditions of the day, refraction takes place, so any observation has got to be backwards engineered to the Earth being a sphere and those diagrams. So we must bend the light in our mathematical formulas and little diagrams to conclude our worldview that we preconceive. Refraction's not a good answer, dude.
Okay, but I want to circle back to the 24-hour sun with all due respect. So
Okay.
I just bear with me.
Okay, all due respect, you change subject.
Okay. So the guys that went, to that planet and they conducted their experiments and whatnot. The flat earthers, when they witnessed the 24-hour sun, all of them, I believe, they said that it poses, it throws a curveball, right?
Which is still a flat earther. What are you talking about?
No, I understand. They're still going to hold to their beliefs, but it did throw a curveball.
What does that mean?
Sometimes I don't have the time to research the topic.
That's what he said. What does that
What
mean?
do you mean hold to his belief?
And so I sort of appeal to the opinions of experts in certain scenarios until I've done my own in-depth research.
All it was a debunking of a preconceived. My friend. All it was a debunking of a preconceived idea. That idea was a reification of a map.
Right.
And again, this is no fault of anyone. Right, this map was really here when we all got here, right? So don't really know where it came from. It's not my map, not India's map. It wasn't Whitsit's map. It's not Jeranism's map, right? It's just an idea that maybe it looks like this, but it's just a reification of a map, and that map is a projection of a globe. So that's a globe map, really. But ultimately, from no fault of anybody's, this straw man was burnt down in Antarctica. People are coming to understand that we shouldn't really reify maps.
So, Hummus, okay, before this test was ever done, they were told no observation of the sun can prove what the Earth is, just as a matter of logic. They were told this. They knew this. They should have known this. Because it's very simple. Can you prove what your house is made out of by looking at your neighbor's house?
No.
Okay. You can't prove what the Earth is by looking at something that is not the Earth. You know that, right? So, very simply, simple logic. It's not even complicated. Another thing they should have maybe checked out is how the 24-hour sun's even predicted in the first place. You know what? They don't use a globe to predict whether a 24-hour sun would happen or not. They use a different model, a model in which you are the origin of coordinates no matter where you are. No matter where you are. And it's relative to the celestial equator and where the sun should be at that time of year. That's it. There's no globe. There's no flat earth. There's nothing. This is what time and date uses, sun calc, and all those things. And thirdly, on my X account, after the 24-hour sun, I posted a thing, and all the main freaking Globers, it's a simple question. Yes, the 24-hour sun was observed. Please put it in a logical syllogism. How this proves a globe or disproves a flat Earth, and no one could do it. Because it doesn't do it and can't do it as a matter of logic. It's not possible. But the main thing is, you can't even claim that it matches a globe prediction because you don't have a globe prediction that it happens. You have an explanation, you have a just so story that it would happen, but you don't have any mathematical model that predicts it would happen. Because you can't even do that. How would you even do that? Think about it. You want to predict where the sun is on the sky. Hold on, dude. This is important. If you want to predict where the sun is in the sky in the globe model, how are you going to model that three-dimensionally? A fucking sun 93 million miles away, you sitting on the surface of the Earth, where the Earth is relative in the height of the orbital plane, where it is in the fucking what do you call it? In obliquity of the fucking orbit, and you're going to position it, and then you're going to have to project that onto a fucking plane to see where the sun looks like it is. That would be an actual globe model of a 24-hour sun. No one's does that. No one's ever done that. No one can do that. Okay, so you don't even have a globe model that would even predict whether that would happen. You have a half-ass observer-centric model assuming a celestial fucking sphere. And that's what exists. Not an Earth sphere, a celestial sphere. And maybe they should have told everybody this before they went on their little adventure to Antarctica to prove nothing. All they proved is there's a 24-hour sun at some spot on the ice in Antarctica.
And that's quite pertinent.
But it doesn't mean anything other than there's a 24-hour sun on some spot in the ice in Antarctica.
No, this is all malarkey. I mean, if you didn't witness the 24-hour
that's nuh-uh is not a refutation, dude. Nuh-uh is not a refutation, brother.
It's just nonsense.
That's not a refutation either.
What's the 24-hour sun? What does it mean when you see a 24-hour sun?
No, we're just dancing around.
What does it mean?
Yeah, you said I gave you substantive arguments, and you said nuh-uh.
No, I mean, look, you can't model it on a flat plane.
Yeah, I gave you substantive. Yeah, that's cool. What flat Earth is that you're modeling it on?
No matter what you do. So
what model are you using? What model are you using? Yeah, what model are you using?
It's literally impossible.
I just gave you a model that works on a flat Earth. The model that's used now, time and date, which is an observer-centric model. That
so works. We're no longer using AE, we're using something else, are we?
The AE works to tell you your local longitude and the time. That's it. That's all it's ever meant for. That's what it's designed for.
Okay.
It says that's what it's patented as a longitude and time calculator. You know that's what it's printed on the map, right? That's what the patent is for. Longitude and time calculator.
So you're saying that?
It's not what I'm saying. It's what the U.S. Patent Office is saying.
Okay. All right.
What the patent says. What's the map says? They print it right on it. You know, maps come with instructions on how to use them. The Gleason's map's got front and back instructions on what it is, how to use it. It's an extortion of a globe, though there's other extortion means a twisting. So they added some features to it, which are a little different than a straight AE projection. I'm not going to get into the details of that. But if it's wrong, the globe's wrong.
Okay, I'm not a globe, just to clarify. But okay, whatever.
Well, you have to understand that the coordinate system itself, latitude and longitude, are a projection of the celestial sphere. They're not a projection of a globe, because you can't find latitude and longitude without the sky. You can't use purely terrestrial means to find your latitude and longitude. You have to reference the sky. This proves that the coordinate system is based on the sky. Okay? It's very simple. And since the coordinate system is based on the sky, you don't need to assume anything is under you. all you have to do is look at the sky and disregard the ground. So the way a 24-hour sun is predicted now uses a certain model of being underneath points on a celestial sphere. A flat Earth, it's just as justified for a flat Earth to use it as a globe. In fact, it's more justified because we're measuring 90-degree angles from a plane. We're not measuring the 90-degree angles of the solar elevation and the azimuth from the surface of a curve. We're more justified to use time and date than you guys are to say this is the globe model.
Okay, all right.
Do you understand that the globe model for predicting it? I just want to make sure you understand this. The globe model, the so-called globe model for predicting a 24-hour sun, doesn't actually use a globe within the mathematics.
We're getting quite complicated with all due.
It isn't complicated.
No, it is. You're delving into mathematics now.
No, listen. In the mathematics,
I can't verify any of this information. I need to
you can. You go on the U.S. Naval Observatory website.
No, dude. You're talking about mathematics now. Look, you're making things needlessly complicated. And
No, you're claiming. No, you're doing. No, you Globers are doing stolen valor. No, you Globers are doing stolen valor. You're claiming you have a globe model of the sun, and you don't. You're just claiming.
No, I don't. Look.
Okay, post right now the globe model for the 24-hour sun. Post it in the chat right now.
I'm not a glober. I'm simply posing problems.
Post their model.
Yeah.
Post their model, 24-hour sun in the chat.
He wouldn't be able to tell if a model would work or not because he doesn't know the globe, how it would work on a globe. So how can he say if it would work on flat Earth or not?
He doesn't know how it would work on a flat Earth either. He doesn't know how the sun works at all. That's the whole point of this.
If you're not a glober and you're not a flat earther, what are you?
I'm a questioning agent. That's what
Maybe just agent.
That's hilarious. I'm an agent.
It's really simple. What you've been sucked in by stolen valor. You've heard a whole bunch of You've heard a whole bunch of times that there's a globe model that predicts a 24-hour sun. There is not.
Look,
what don't you understand?
Famous.
Hummus, I'm going to ask you one more time. Let me ask you this: do you think there exists a globe model that predicts a 24-hour sun in Antarctica? That they're out there somewhere. I can go on the internet, look at a textbook somewhere, and find the equations to predict. Why are you talking over me? Why are you talking over me? Do you think that I can go find a globe model that predicts the 24-hour sun somewhere out there in the academic literature based upon a globe?
I haven't looked at it.
Okay, so why do you think that the globe predicts 24 hours?
It's probably easier to explain it. It doesn't mean that it's true, but it's probably easier to explain it more so than an FE. And like I said, many, FE thinkers, they do admit that it is a curveball. That's all I'm saying.
No. You just tried to move it. You just tried to get in the same bullshit.
Look,
Hummus. No, it's not going to be allowed. Okay? No. You just said many FE people. You can only name one fucking person.
No, I swear,
and you just tried to go right back to the same bullshit guy you told in the beginning.
No, it is a curveball. Oh my god.
It's not. It's a curveball to Jeranism.
Right.
That's all you established.
Jeranism is a thinker, isn't he? Like he's done more research than I.
Oh,
he's a proponent. He's a proponent for the globe. Jeranism is a glober.
Is it?
Yeah.
I thought. Did he change?
Changed a while ago.
He's a grifter.
He stopped calling himself a flat earther almost 5 years ago.
Okay, all right.
He made an account on Twitter. Now he's trying to make money off Globe Earth.
Jeranism started calling himself a true earther 5 years ago.
Still don't think it's a curveball. Right? What do you even mean by that? This curveball.
It's unmodelable. It's unmodelable.
But the globe doesn't. You are correct. It is unmodelable in 3D space for the globe too. No. That's what I was just explaining to you for over 5 minutes. That it is okay. True. That is true. Fine. Okay, Hummus, post in the chat the globe model that predicts a 24-hour sun right now.
I never looked into that.
Okay, then why are you telling me it's not true? Because I have looked into it.
Okay, fine. Based on my intuition, though.
Your intuition. We're going to go with Hummus's intuition.
If you're on a spinning globe, it's more explainable. Come on, just using your.
What does that even mean?
Brain.
More explainable? What does that mean?
It doesn't mean that it's true. It just models that phenomenon.
It sounds better. Makes you feel better. No, you don't have a model. You just keep saying model when you don't have a model. You got told there's a globe model.
No one has a model.
No, shut up, bro.
No one has a model.
Shut up, dude. You got told there was a 24-hour sun predicted by a globe model, and that was false. Right. And you believe it, and you still believe it, and you're fighting for something that doesn't exist. You're literally fighting for something that doesn't exist, Thomas.
No, I'm not a glober, nor am I a flat earther, so I'm immune.
But you're fighting for a belief that there is a globe model of it that predicts a 24-hour sun when there is not. Okay. How many times am I going to tell you this? You adopted a belief that is untrue.
You are a person on Discord. I need to do my own research.
That's fantastic.
But I never looked into the other side.
Okay, I told you what would be required to even do it, right? Do you think a model?
I'm scientific. I eliminate all possibilities, and whatever remains.
I am scientific. No, you're not.
No, you're very far from it. I truly think I'm scientific.
Go do some science.
Yeah, you might want to rethink that thought.
Yeah, you might want to reevaluate your aptitude.
All right.
You're making claims with no scientific basis, and you're calling yourself scientific.
No, Well, what claim did I make? That the 24-hour sun is unmodelable.
No. What you said was it's easily explainable, but that's not how science works. Science is based upon empirical observation, not explanations. So you have an empirical observation of a 24-hour sun. Well, you would need to fit that into some geometry to infer that the Earth is a globe from that. And such a geometric calculation does not exist and is not done because it's nigh impossible. Because you got to convert an orthographic coordinate system with fucking large numbers and large uncertainties because the small angles, right? You have very small deviations of angle, which will cause a large deviation in the way something appears, right? So if you're off by, I don't know, 1/100th of fucking degree in the direction the sun is, right? The sun is going to be displaced at the other end by freaking hundreds of thousands of miles. Wrong. Okay? Not only do you got to take this orthographic coordinates and then turn them into a projective coordinate perspective, right? A perspective projection to see what the sun, quote unquote, looks like. Because we're talking about what the sun looks like, right? Is that not what we're talking about? What the sun looks like?
Okay, right.
And we see in a projective geometry. So you have to convert the Euclidean orthographic coordinate system into a perspective projection. And then do that math. And then to see what it looks like. No one does this. It's fucking nearly impossible.
Okay, right.
Okay, so there is no globe model for where the sun should be. We use a simplified model based upon a celestial sphere. This is easily verifiable, and it's just as justified for us to use it as it is for the globers because it is agnostic about the ground. It doesn't say anything about the ground. It only says something about the observer. The observer is at the origin of coordinates. If the Earth is a globe in that model, the Earth is a point in space. A point, a geometric point with no dimensions.
Right.
Okay? This is what the math says. So when you say there's a globe model of this, no, there's a fucking story. There's no globe model about it. Stolen valor, bro. That's all it is.
Stolen valor.
Stolen valor, claiming that a model that is not a globe is a globe model. Like when someone goes on Time and Date or SunCalc or the U.S. Naval Observatory and looks up when the sunrise is, they think that that is using a globe model when it is not. They just make it up in their head. They have no basis for thinking it. No one ever told them that. They just fill in the blanks. Earth's a globe. That must be what they're using. The same with eclipses. Oh, eclipses? They predict eclipses. Oh, it must be a globe they're using. They're not using a globe for that either. People just fill in the blanks with their imagination.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think eclipses use a globe to predict them when they happen and all that shit? They use some heliocentric model with orbiting balls and all that?
Okay, I've got a question. Let's say
I had a question.
Let's say you went to Antarctica or whatever, wherever, right? And and let's say for example you didn't observe
fucking eating a penguin
a 24-hour sun, right? Let's say you didn't observe a 24-hour sun. Do you think you would use that as evidence?
No.
For a flat plan?
Wouldn't prove flat Earth.
Do you think you would?
That's the point. You can't
use it to disprove the globe Earth or something.
No. Because listen, they could go to Antarctica and see the sun.
Isn't it valuable data though? That
India already answered this question earlier.
You can see the sun.
Dude,
it's valuable data about the sun, though. It's not valuable data about the Earth.
India answered this question earlier. Why are you asking again? He gave you the analogy of looking at somebody else's house.
Needlessly complicated.
Don't look at somebody else's house to figure out the dimensions of yours.
Okay, I'm going to be blunt. I'm going to be blunt. I can't process all the information that's coming at me.
Okay, so just gently reminding you. Answer this question. Don't make observations of the sun to determine the Earth shape, much like looking at your neighbour's house to figure out the dimensions of yours.
Come on, dude. What?
You can't prove the thing by looking at not the thing. You understand that? What's so hard to understand about that?
You can't prove the thing by not looking at the thing.
No, by looking at not the thing. By looking at something that is not the thing in question. You can't look at something else. If I want to know what you are, I can't look at what somebody else is. Do you understand?
Right, and so what you're looking at, quite clearly, so you're looking at the Earth, and quite clearly it is that.
You're looking at
now
the sun.
I'm looking at something else to try to prove that that original thing is not the thing. Is that the idea?
That's basic logic.
Okay, right.
Not even an idea.
Okay, I've got
like the law of identity, bro.
I've seen this sort of reasoning before. What if your
law of identity?
I should fucking hope so.
What if your senses? Why are you laughing?
Because you've seen that reasoning before, when you were in preschool and you put the square block into the square hole and you put the round block into the round hole. Yeah, you saw it then. Yeah, it's patronizing. I'm glad you identified it. Good job. You're getting better. You identified patronizing. Well done.
How rude. How rude. This is just a troll.
He's now identifying reality. He's identified rudeness and patronizing. Well done.
No one is you fucking assholes. Goodness gracious.
It's funny.
You're a troll with a gracious. You're so clever. Look at you. You're so clever.
Yeah,
I'm a dumbass.
Changing.
We're clever hillbillies.
It's very weird.
No, that's because you muted me and I got angry. Don't do that, please. I was respectful all the way through. Please don't.
Everything that's been spoken about in the last 20 or so minutes has been basic logic and reasoning.
Discord. Like, this is Discord. What do I expect?
Dude, if you were paying attention, it is real basic stuff.
No, okay, right. Maybe I'm a dumbass. Then treat me like a dumbass. Okay?
No, I'm not treating you like a dumbass. Just pointing it out. You probably haven't thought. Hold on. trying to give you a bit of an olive branch. You probably haven't thought about it from that point of view before because it's a preconceived notion and a foregone conclusion that the Earth is a sphere from many people's points of view, and they probably haven't really thought about it. But when you think about it, it's kind of really simple and it's basic. Really, it's logical. That's all we're pointing out.
Have you ever considered that the globe idea is built completely on fallacious reasoning? Right from the ground floor.
Right, I'm not a globe earther. Quite possibly, that's true.
Well, it is. Okay. It's based upon affirming the consequent. You have to assume a globe, and then you go out into nature, and then you cherry pick and look for things that confirm it. And things that don't confirm it, you ignore or come up with some phenomenological thing that can't be measured or verified to say, hey, it looks flat, therefore refraction, or something like that. They do this all over the place. That's just one example, but this is done all over the place. It's like duct taping the globe together. Things like tides, seasons, and there's all these anomalies, right? That they have some justification that, it fits within the globe. With this, we're gonna just talk about there's some special phenomenon that happens. And how do we know the special phenomenon that happens? Because it doesn't match the globe here in this particular phenomenon we watched, such as tides, right? So people think tides are caused by the fucking moon pulling the oceans of the world. What they don't know is that most of the oceans of the world experience no tides at all. The vast majority, I would guess probably like 60% of the ocean has no tides at all. What do we do with that anomaly? How do they explain that away? Why isn't the moon pulling on that water? Why? We know the Earth's a globe. It's got to be something happen. No, they've come with some crazy model with 20 variables called an anthropomorphic point or something. Right? So they have some convoluted model to how to maintain how this body of water negates gravity using 50 variables like current, temperature, wind, all these sorts of things, because you got to negate the tides there. So they create a complex model on how the Earth is not subject to gravity at that place. In the same way that it affects the other water. Okay, this is done all over the place, where they have these band-aids that they stick on shit. Selenelian eclipse. That's an eclipse where the sun and moon are above the horizon. And the Earth, the so-called shadow of the Earth is moving down the moon. It's called the impossible eclipse. They say, hey, dude, that's refraction causing that. But even so, that refraction explanation can't account for the shadow coming from the top because it's coming down from above the sun and the moon. But you're standing on the Earth, which is under the sun and the moon. The sun and the moon are between from where the shadow is coming from and where you are. It's physically impossible. Can't be caused by fucking a globe Earth. But, they just say refraction. And everybody's like, oh, refraction, fine. Oh, that makes sense. This happens all over the place. And the reason we're here is that people just don't understand. I don't know what people think why we're here, but it's a very simple thing why we're here. There's a bunch of claims on the table that people have made. And that has been pushed around Western civilization. We went out and we tested that shit, and the real world doesn't agree with what they're saying. It's literally that fucking simple.
There's a lot of preaching tonight.
Well, I'm just giving you the basis. It's not a preaching. I'm telling you,
it's quite religious, darling. It's quite religious. It's symptomatic of a religion.
Shut it!
You don't need to do all of this talk. Honestly, it's fatiguing.
It's not for you.
He could have just said it's flat. We go deal with it.
It's just I don't have time.
Was the religious part the part where I said we go check in the natural world? Was that the religious part?
It's just typical. I mean, goodness gracious.
Was that the religious part?
There are levels of double think, aren't there? it's going to manifest.
So now
it's going to manifest
in substance anything that was just said to you. So now you're going to talk about us and make social commentary because you can't address anything of substance.
I don't have time.
Why don't you actually address what I said?
It's just a lot of info, dude. Look, I've got a short attention.
All our conversations very quickly. You brought up
I need written shit to be submitted to me. I don't.
Dude, I don't
pay
write in fucking Google Gaga. This is like baby talk level, bro.
Yeah.
No, you can't. Look, you're confused about basic shit.
Maybe I am.
By the law of identity, and saying the law of identity is like you recognize that logic.
No. Don't strangle me on that. It was just a misunderstanding. I know what you're talking about. It just took me a while to latch on because it's been a long day or whatever.
You think you have a bias?
People are going through different things in life, right? But anyhow,
sorry to hear that.
It's just a lot of information, and
it's really not.
What can I do? No. Okay, you know what? It isn't. At the moment, it is for me.
Okay. Well, do you want me to summarize this so you can internalize it? I can summarize it in probably like 7 sentences. Okay. It's really simple.
Oh, and I'll pay very close attention.
They made a false. They had a false premise that somehow looking at the sun could prove the shape of the Earth. They also had another false premise where they thought there was a globe model that predicted the sun in the first place. Okay, they can't actually say how the 24-hour sun or any other sun could prove a globe or disprove a flat Earth, no matter what they observe. They can't say in any way how observing the sun do any fucking thing, no matter what it did, can prove what the shape of the Earth is. Sun could have done fucking loop-de-loops and fucking whirls. That wouldn't have disproved the globe or a flat Earth. At best, it could have disproved the heliocentric model if it did loop-de-loops and whirls, but the Earth could still be a globe just flipping around in space like mad, right?
Right. Okay, so from what I gather, right, you've got the law of identity, and they're using a different, observation to disprove what's apparently apparent, and they can't even use the flat Earth, and they can't even use the 24-hour sun. They can't model it effectively in a globe Earth. So why am I here complaining about it being modelled in the flat Earth? And both sides should shut the fuck up. Because no one really knows anything now. Is that the idea?
No, it's more, I'd say almost. You're a 75% there. You slightly
what's the 25% that I'm missing?
Okay, the 25% is the model that's used to predict the 24-hour sun works. It's agnostic. It doesn't say anything about the surface of the Earth. And the main problem with looking at the sun is that any conclusion you're reaching about the Earth is an inference using inductive logic, which by its nature can't prove things at all. All you can do is say, I'm confident in this. It fits this model. It correlates with this other thing. That's all you can say. You can't make any claims to proof is or anything like that. You can just have some personal certainty about the inference. That's all you can have. So you can, like you said, you kind of revealed the truth when you said, well, I think this explains it better. Well, that's fine, but that's like a personal evaluation based upon how you feel. That's not objective in any way. Right? And these inferences aren't objective in any way. The only thing objective we have here is there's some people that went and stood on some ice somewhere and saw a 24-hour sun. That's the only objective statement we can say. The conclusions reached from that observation, other than the observation itself, descriptively. Why does it happen? How does it happen? They don't have enough information from that observation to reach any of those conclusions. And I pointed out they don't even have a model that is what would you call an actual geometrically physical model that geometrically physically represents the environment that they were in that makes that prediction. We have some abstract model which assumes the celestial sphere of infinite radius and observing from a point in the origin of coordinates. That's what the model is. Now think about it like this. It might sound confusing to you. You know what a grid is, right? A Cartesian grid, X, Y, X,
no doubt. No doubt.
You don't know what X and Y Cartesian grid is?
I do.
You ever seen a map before? You do?
No, I know what a grid is.
Okay, so the origin where the X and the Y meet, that's the origin of coordinates. in the model for predicting the sun, that's where you are. You're at that point at the origin of coordinates. You're not on anything. You're not on a globe. There's not a globe underneath you. It's not the globe at the origin of coordinates. It's just you. And that model can work anywhere. It doesn't matter what you're on. You could be on the back of a freaking rabbit. You could be freaking on a, surfing the freaking big kahuna waves. It doesn't matter what you're on because it's based upon what you observe. It's based upon from your viewpoint. That's why you don't have to do the conversion that you would have to do for the globe model because it's literally modeled from your eyeball out. It's an inside out, not an outside in. Understand?
Right.
So, that being said, there is no globe model for a 24-hour sun. There's no flat Earth model for a 24-hour sun. There's only a point-based observer-centric model. But, like I said, they do have an explanation, right? Which is a cool story. I mean, we could make up a story too, but we just don't. Why don't we
With
make
all due respect, I think it's because you
feel
can't.
better if we made up a story
That's my point.
like was palatable?
Okay, so now that we've delineated what we're talking
should
about,
we make up a story?
Yes.
No, let me ask you. We should make up a story that we can't prove.
No, this is needlessly pedantic in my view.
No. It goes to the crux of the
we need to
problem.
name it. I think
it goes to the heart of the problem.
It's pedanticism.
No, it is pedantic. No, you're using the word pedantic wrong, number one.
Am I?
Getting to the heart of the problem. Okay. We have an observation. We can make an inference that supports a flat Earth and make up a whole fucking story about it. But that inference also would not prove a flat Earth either. And we'd be in the same position of the Globers, right? Making inferences about observing the sun and applying it to the Earth and not actually knowing anything. Just saying, yeah, well, it's a good explanation. It makes me feel better. We can make that flat Earth explanation that just makes everybody feel better. Okay, let's do this. I'll do it right now. The sky is like a hamster, like a hamster in one of those hamster balls when they walk around when you move around the world, the sky spins around you. Like you're a hamster in one of those little balls. Now imagine inside that ball, there are little stars poking holes in there, right? He's running around the ball in the dark and he's got holes poked in his little hamster ball. That's how we move around the Earth. There's a little hamster ball spinning over us. So there's your explanation right there.
That doesn't work.
It would work perfectly. Just stop.
No, it wouldn't. Because then half the Earth will be in darkness at any one time.
Yeah. No, dude. The hamster ball. Half the hamster ball is black, bro.
Yeah. So half the hamster ball will be underneath the Earth.
Depending on where you
be
are.
Able to see the sun.
Dude, you can't see the sun in South America.
Try again. What's your other inference?
Can you see the sun in South America from North America?
No, but you can see the sun in South America from South America.
So your little argument meant nothing. So you're just going on mute, Mez, because you're just trying to run interference like you guys always do. So, and this was just a model anyway, by the way.
So if you went on mute, that's not.
Do you know him? Do you know him? Do you know his history here?
I don't.
Okay, then don't white knight for him. He doesn't.
Okay, fair enough. I'm going to trust your judgment.
Out of anybody, he don't deserve it. Believe me.
I'm going to trust your judgment blindly.
Well, I mean, you can trust there were many, many, many recordings we have of him over the last 2 years of him just being an absolute fucktard. So we'll give you an example of something he did. Him and another Globe Earther and several others, they started a group called Globe Force 6. So there were 6 of them that would come in here and argue with us. Peter is one of them. Mez was one of them. Today, Mez claimed he didn't know Peter at all. That he never met Peter in his whole entire life. Mez is a compulsive liar.
What the fuck?
Mez never met Peter now.
The fuck, dude? These people, man.
Well, because they don't know them by their name. They only know them by, like, their,
He was Peter then, too. He's always been Peter, though.
To be fair, if you're going to talk about him like this, you should unmute him just so he can defend himself.
Hell no.
I'm not going to talk about him so he doesn't have to defend himself.
You're going to be worrying about your own mute in about 5 seconds, dude. Don't white knight for Mez, bro.
No, it's just like kind of like a backbiting, when you can't.
No, I'm banning him, so I solved the problem. No, we don't have to talk about him no more. I don't even know how he keeps getting back in here, quite honestly.
That's the best.
Because you only banned him for 2 days?
Yeah. Oh, I can ban him for longer? How do I do that?
No, I think bans now default to 7 days.
Really?
It's just 2 days in my chat. Anyway, the point was we could come up with some
maybe that's for guest rooms.
explanation.
For the creator rooms, it's 7 days.
Okay, great. Thank you. So we could come up with some cockamamie explanation. We could just make some shit up. If you don't think we can make up a fucking cool story for a 24-hour sun on a flat earth, dude, you seriously lack imagination. We could do it if you're properly motivated. But it wouldn't prove anything just because we have a story. And you might like our story better than the Globe story.
Okay, I understand your line of reasoning. I never thought about it. I respect it. Okay. Oh,
yeah, so there's this thing that like we often go through in this topic of explanation versus the empirical evidence. Now, what we do is modern, let's call it science, for lack of a better term, they have a lot of explanations. And people think the explanations are the science. But the science is actually the data, right? The observational data, the results of the experiment, all those things. But that stuff's boring. Looking at fucking charts and graphs and freaking spreadsheets, that shit's boring. So people don't want to talk about that. What the data actually says, they want to talk about the explanations. So a lot of times people come in here and they'll give us some explanation. And then we go, okay, where's the evidence for that? Meaning, where's the data? And they don't know what it is. They try to chat GPT or Google it or find it, and it's not out there. So what's passing as modern science is just a bunch of explanations, but science is empirical. It's based upon empirical evidence. It's not based upon storytelling. And that's what explanations are. They're just storytelling. In fact, it's so bad that people such as this, I'll give you an example. This is a prime example of the eclipse. The eclipse is, I saw a solar eclipse. I saw the moon go in front of the sun. That no one's ever seen that, ever. Do you know why no one's ever seen that ever? Because you can't see a new moon. So no one's actually ever seen a new moon on the day of any solar eclipse ever. So descriptively, that's actually not true. So they confuse their explanation of why it happens with the description of what it looks like. See what I'm saying? One is true, right? I saw an eclipse. I didn't see the moon. That's factually true. The explanation, it was the moon that caused that, even though I couldn't see the moon. But they don't say that because that don't sound as cool. Don't sound as cool as, well, it got blocked by the moon that I couldn't see. Then that makes it sound a little shakier. People might question, like, well, why? How did you reach the conclusion if you couldn't see it? And then they might go, oh, because we have a globe model that predicts when that happens. Okay, show that to me. And then they can't do that. Right? You go, okay. You can't actually predict that when that happens with a heliocentric model. How do you predict it? Oh, well, just regularly happens at regular time intervals. That's how we predict it. Has nothing to do with a fucking globe or a flat earth or any other thing. This is just typically what we deal with on a daily basis here. People with their fucking stories and explanations versus what does the actual data, the empirical data, what was it has been observed in the natural world. Here's another one. Outer space is a vacuum, and there's an atmosphere that's pressurized. And the gravity is holding the air away from the vacuum. Well, yeah, that's a cool story. What does the data say? The data says that's fucking impossible. Fuck the data. I got a story. It makes me feel better. I'm going to Mars, bitches. They ain't going nowhere. Because the place they think exists can't exist. I feel like I'm preaching to the choir here.
Oh, well, maybe Hummus is listening. I don't know.
Maybe. And I'm not going to... Everything I'm saying is factually true. I'm not making anything up. I'm not putting in speculation. I'm not making claims. This is just basic fucking reasoning.
Right, yeah, right, okay.
Before I said no one's ever seen the moon block the sun during a solar eclipse, did you think you saw the moon?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Well, it's well known. Solar eclipses only happen during a new moon, and lunar eclipses only happen during a full moon. And eclipses happen at regular time intervals. It's a coincidence of 3 periods. It's called an eclipse year, the animistic year, and what's called just the metonic year. I'm not trying to look. I'm just saying that when these time periods are up, right, this cycle of each one of these 3 cycles, when they end at the same time, on the same day, at the same moment, there's an eclipse. You don't need to know anything about any space balls or heliocentric model or anything like that. They've been using this method of predicting eclipses for 4,000 years, well before the heliocentric model even existed. And this is another instance of stolen valor. Because if you look up, how does NASA predict eclipses? You're going to get the Soros cycle. Everything I just said.
Mm.
The bigger question is, you weren't taught this any of this in school, and the question is, why not? I'm not blaming the teacher. I'm not blaming the school system. I'm not blaming anything. But how come is like, are these lies by omission? Should they have taught you the full truth? They sell you a used car, man. They're like, man, the engine runs great. Should they tell you the brakes don't work?
Yes, they should.
Yeah. Might be a good idea. Safer for everyone involved and people not involved.
We have Fry, feminist, atheist, vegan, authoritarian, left, and anti-authoritarian. I think we've talked to you before. Yeah.
Jesus, you're a little bit of everything.
Did you have any questions about the globe or the flat Earth, Fry?
Nah, not really. I'm just listening. I just wanted to chat permissions though. I don't know why that was revoked.
Seems to be a common.
Yeah, mine were revoked too. Like 3 weeks ago by old dude, maybe a month ago.
Yeah, me too.
Did you deserve it?
No, he just hates me. He thinks I'm a fake.
Wait, what about me though?
Who was it that revoked yours?
Fake Fry.
What's that?
Somebody probably hates you too.
Oh my god.
I don't know how to take. Yeah, I don't know.
I'll do it. I like you.
You're gonna fix it, good. I don't know how to take him away or put him back. I guess India knows.
Old dude is here, so I'm not gonna like pull rank on him. So you're gonna have to ask him yourself.
Yeah. No.
Maybe that's why he hates you. You don't bow to his
No, he hates me
authority.
because I think it's because I'm, I'm proponent of wraparound, and I think he thinks I'm trolling or just like faking or something like that. So he accuses me of being a fake flat earther. He
I
just
thought you were
like
trolling
slanders
until
me.
you told me why.
Yeah.
I don't believe it, but at least you have some basis. Because of Islam, right?
Rolling my boulder. Did you see
That and all the real world data, like every projection basically is debunked by real world observations. So, like, the only thing that brings them all together would be wraparound. Like, you're either a globe, in my books, you're either a globe earther because of all these real world data points, or you're like a wraparound earther, flat earther, or you're just like, you just haven't figured it out yet. All of the flat earthers that don't believe in wraparound, I feel like they're still late to the game.
Fuck
They need
is
to catch
wrap
up.
around Earth, dude?
Like Pac-Manning type thing, but not so obvious.
That's crazy.
Yeah, you say that, but you can't have a working flat Earth with like it's been debunked. Any kind of
You have no
projection that
idea
you
how the
imagine, any
sun
map that you imagine,
how the
wouldn't work.
sky works or how anything works. You have no idea. Saying it's impossible and you can't do this and you can do that. So since you can't prove any of it, it's silly for you to even talk like that.
According to what you know, it's impossible, percent. Okay.
What, sorry?
According to what you know, it's impossible.
No, I'm saying by the observations that we have via deduction, like that's the only option that remains, because every like whether it's a dipole model or AE map, whatever it is, they've all been debunked individually.
This is the same problem is that these are models of the sky; they're not models of the Earth.
But the sky has GPs on the Earth, like the sun has GPs on the Earth. So it doesn't like anyone who says that we can't tell
GP shit, dude.
What do you mean, man? Like on the equinox, the sun actually has a GP along the path that they call the equator. It's like
but bro, those GPs they're fucking approximations. It just gives you in the general area. They're not fucking actual points in space.
So you're saying on the equinox, when the sun rises from the east,
Statue of Liberty, right? Say you get the GP for New York, dude. That's 50 miles off. You're still gonna get to New York City.
Yeah, no, of course. But I'm talking about on specific times, like the equinox, the sun rising from the east, setting the west. Its GP is going along the equator. So
that's
say, like, for instance,
that's disputable. Antonio Silveratz had a bunch of video from on the equinox, and the shadows were casting. They weren't casting east-west. There was a problem, and when the sun were at the solar point, there wasn't a shadow directly under. They have like an obelisk there. You know how you have Kahana noon where nothing casts a shadow. So at noon on the equator, on the equinox, nothing should be casting a shadow.
Subsolar point, yeah.
Yeah, so when it was at the subsolar point, it was casting a shadow. So it's debatable whether this happens. There's also other problems with the equator. I'm not going to get into. I'm sure you've heard it before from me. So there's issues with all this. I mean, there's this idea that somehow you can align the Earth to the sky, and we can in a very general way, in an approximate way, but it's not as close as people think. I mean, they've known this for a very long time. This is why we have that fucking curved plumb lines and shit, dude.
All right, forget the sky.
I don't think you guys understand the import of what them curving plumb lines is doing. They are curving plumb lines to quote unquote fix the coordinates to the Earth.
What do you mean by curving plumb lines? You talking about like reciprocal zenith angles, or?
No. So what they say is, so say you go to a spot and you're supposed to be like at the GP under a star. But then when you set up your theodolite and you look straight up, the star is not right directly above your head. It's not at zenith. It's somewhere else. What they say is the gravity vector is tilted. Right? The direction of gravity, because that's how you set up the theodolite, right? You level it, and level it indicates the direction of gravity. That you're actually not vertical relative to the surface of the Earth. You're slightly tilted. And that's why you're not matching the celestial sphere, because the Earth has lumpy gravity. So
that sounds
this
kind
is
of
all over the surface of the Earth. This isn't at one place. This is at every place you could possibly measure. There's an infinite freaking vertical deflections everywhere.
Why wouldn't they just
doesn't align
chalk it up to refraction? You know, like minimal refraction.
There should be no refraction if it's directly.
I mean, that's if the air above is perfectly isotropic, but you can assume that there's some variation, so it wouldn't be perfectly,
Well, I mean, don't give them any ideas. They probably will chalk it up to refraction if you tell them enough.
But anyways, leaving this guy out of it.
The way this was, just let me tell you how this was figured out. So what they did is this happened like there's a book called Determination of the Figure of the Earth. And they go to kind of through like all different tests that were done. So like sometime in the 1400s, they started at like the end of the boot of Italy and like worked their way north. Now they used two different methods to determine distance. They used celestial navigation, and they used chains where they actually physically measured the distance by pulling chains. And then when they got to the end, they noticed that there was like a fucking 10% difference or 1%. Yeah. So you're like, hey, how could this possibly happen? And it took over time, it became, lumpy gravity, that we have vertical deflections. So when we try to actually that the instrument isn't exactly perpendicular to the surface of the Earth. Then we get the oblate ellipsoid, and because you got to think, if you have an oblate ellipsoid and you're on 45 latitude, that line, like say you took the tangent at 45 latitude and took the perpendicular line to that and drew it straight, it wouldn't intersect the core, the center of the Earth. It would be off a little bit. So you have these problems. This is what the globe is. It's just this fucking band-aid, duct tape out here, sew here, staple there, all over the place. But the point is that we know that we can't get the sky to exactly align to the Earth one way or the other. We know that. So I don't have a lot of confidence in, things like GPs, and because it's so hard to sail anyway.
Mm-hmm. Okay, but like even if you leave the sky out of it, like say, the dipole model, you have a straight line equator, and you have like the Pacific Ocean on both sides of the map, for instance, if that's where they want to, put the ends of the Earth or what have you. But we know that there's like Freightliners and stuff like that going trans-Pacific every day, so they're either all, wrapping around, or like the map is just wrong, right? So the dipole model's out because you have to have some sort of wraparound on the equator, or the AE map. As you go down towards the pole from different continents, or up towards the pole from different continents, you're going to see that on solstice that the sun's going to level out on the tropic. Like in the nights in the sky, it won't rise and lower. It'll just be a straight line on the tropic. And as you kind of come together from different continents, you're gonna meet up with these people as if it is a pole. So in the south that'd be an issue because it's supposed to be a ring all the way around. So the AE maps out. All these maps are.
It's ever done what you're proposing anyway, brother.
No, I mean, even with this, I think when they went for the TFE thing, they went from different, like a couple of them went from different places, and they saw that the sun was leveling out as they were traveling south. So the idea would be that when they get to the pole, it would be completely, even in the sky. It wouldn't lower and rise.
Well, I will say this: they did measure the solar elevation angle, and it wasn't what the globe predicted. I do remember that. It was off by like 7 degrees or something.
I'm very, like, certain that if they were to do this, they would see that, as they came from different continents, they would meet up. Like that the ring works as a pole for the AE map, at least. That there's wraparound in that aspect.
Maybe like there's an extra dimension.
Maybe, but I think that would kind of like, work towards wraparound too, because the Mobius strip is kind of like, it's weird like that.
Look, I'm just not one of these people that think that I'm not a uniformitarian person. I don't think that like the sky has to match the ground, and I don't think it ever will and ever does. I think we just have misconceptions about how reality actually works.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about sky. I'm talking about people in a boat traveling across the Pacific, or people, traveling down, towards the south.
It's always, but like it always comes down to, okay, what that person is experiencing, and trying to turn their freaking observer-centric experience into some external one, and then make some universal claim about all observers. That's what we're trying to do.
Well, I'm saying it's not a subjective thing. I'm confident
stars. They did some things. They moved a certain way. I get to the other spot, and you're like, well, if I over here, I take this other observer, and this observer saw the stars move a certain way. How would this other observer see the stars move? Right? Like, we're always trying to transplant our observation to some other place and try to make some uniform rule that applies across all of them. I just don't believe in that. I just don't think that's justified. Not only do I not like it, I just think no one ever thought this way. This uniform thing of like the celestial the celestial geometry and the terrestrial geometry, I've talked about this being the same. This is new. This is new human thought. This isn't old human thought, if you believe the timeline.
Yeah, no, to be clear, that's not where I'm going with it at all. I'm saying that if you have these different people traveling from south from different continents, on an AE map, they're all going outwards towards the southern ring, if you will, right?
Outwards relative to what? From where?
Relative to the north, the central north. They're all going to be going south outwards, right?
Which is designated by what? Polaris?
Whether you want to use the geographical north or the celestial north, the point is
I'm not even sure.
Traveling south.
I'm not, but I don't think that Polaris. I don't think it's been shown that Polaris is above the geographical center of the Earth. I just don't. I've said this before. It could be completely fucking asymmetric.
Sure, but either way, if they're all traveling south, or like they're traveling away from each other on this AE map, they shouldn't ever meet up. And I'm confident that if they were to do it, they would eventually meet up. Okay. People actually traveling would meet up, not relying on sky or anything. Just they're traveling all in different directions.
Possible. Have you seen the map Yoder's posted with a magnetic field corrected map?
I can't say.
It was. He hasn't. Not today. He did post it today, but way earlier today. It's a magnetic field corrected map. So the magnetic field lines are straightened out, and then the latitude and longitudes are twisted to make the compass line straighten out. And it looks totally fucking weird, bro.
Okay.
And this is just if you go, okay, yeah, my compass, when it says north, it's actually pointed north. And the fucking stars, if they don't align with it, fuck them, we don't care. Right? So you could use this coordinate system. This is an absolute coordinate system that you can use anywhere. Just based completely on the compass, you never need to look at stars.
Okay.
But you wouldn't be able to use latitude and longitude. That would be completely freaking useless. Not the celestial latitude and longitude. You might be able to concoct one with a north and south magnetic pole. No, you'd end up in the ocean or some shit twice. I mean, does that make more sense?
It makes sense, but
the magnetic poles are in the ocean. That they're both in the freaking ocean.
Oh, I don't know how they would explain that, but yeah.
Well, I mean, that would make more sense. Well, as far as like a uniformity thing, because the geographical North Pole, it's like that's water, and then the other one's land covered with ice. right? So you got the Arctic, and then you got the Antarctic, and those are like quite different. Whereas if you go by the magnetic pole, they're at least in the same environment. They're both in water, underwater somewhere.
And it's like maybe the salt of the oceans is like playing a factor or something.
Who fucking knows, man?
Yeah.
I don't think that the Southern Ocean definitely has not been explored, probably at all. They'll explore. I think they explore like close to the continent, close to the ice or coastline. But like, actually, the seas are too rough. You can't like anchor a ship there and hang out. You'd be freaking deader than a doornail. We're gonna do some submersibles in the Southern Ocean. Oh yeah, we'll just sit up here up top with 60-foot waves. Like, no one's doing that. Maybe if you submerge the entire ship.
Yeah. I mean,
but the
I'm not sure how relevant it is to what
I don't know how I feel about that. Unless it's some extra dimensional thing. Which seems weird that I'd accept extra dimensions before Pac-Man, but it's kind of the same thing.
It is, yeah. But my point is that it's
the
just...
thing is, Glover's... Here's the ironic thing, that Glover's wouldn't accept it. They'll believe in fucking wormholes where you can traverse the fucking universe. They'll believe in that extra dimensional space. But they won't fucking believe in extra dimensional Earth.
Yeah, they'll never believe in it because it presents as a globe, basically. So they'll stay positive. It's just kind of like why Jaren went with the globe, because he couldn't wrap his head around the fact that there would be this dimensional type stuff going on.
Dude, Jaren couldn't wrap his head around the fucking basic arithmetic, probably.
No, see, he's viewed the AE map being broken, and for him that was like
he doesn't even understand what the AE map is.
I don't know.
You know what I mean? He doesn't understand what it is. What was Gleason trying to do? What did he make? What's the patent say? How do you use it? Like, what is it? He doesn't even understand what it is at all. That's why it's like his opinion about whether the AE map works or not. He's not capable or is too lazy to even evaluate what it even is. I mean, he's like the Culvers, dude.
I think he was.
Well, he's like the Culvers. He doesn't understand that, like, on the AE map, all the distances actually are correct if you measure the way the map says to measure. They actually are, well, I shouldn't say correct, but they match the globe. But he'll run around just like a glober and say, none of the distances work. Right? He should know better by now. Like, by now, after being a so-called flat earther for 10 years nearly, he still doesn't know what the AE map, the map that he fucking pimped out, he doesn't know what that is. He's not, look, I don't want to call him a grifter, but I will call him fucking lazy.
I don't know, man, because, like, I'm not going to speak for him, but for me, the AE map is broken as well. I share that with him, but I have...
It works for its purpose. It's not broken for its purpose. It works for its purpose.
For its purpose, yes, but as a representative of the true world, I think
he wasn't trying to do that. Gleason wasn't trying to make a photograph of the world, dude.
I understand.
Or a drawing of it.
And I'm not speaking to what its original purpose was. It's just that flat earthers, a lot of flat earthers, at least before, proposed that the world was like that. The flat world is such that you have a central north and a southern ring all around. And I think that has been broken by real world.
Why they said that? Why they did that? Why they invested on the Gleason's map? It wasn't because of the evidence or anything like that. It's because they felt compelled to have an explanation for everything. Because, you know the shtick. Explain this, explain that, explain this everything. And they thought they had to replace every element of the globe with some flat earth version of it.
Mm-hmm. But my point is, any kind of map that you can, conceive is broken without wraparound. There is no quadrupole, dipole, Gleason, whatever it is. None of them stand like the observations that have been,
It would be a strip, bro.
Yeah.
You know what a Mobius strip is?
Yeah, I do, of course.
Yeah. So you just flip around.
But
right?
I haven't seen a map that's a Mobius strip yet.
Well, I mean, I'm sure there's some topological frickin' space that frickin' Klein, what do they call it? Klein bottle or something. There's all sorts of weird topologies and shit that could work. I'm sure. Probably infinite number. I mean, that's why I said it's like, as far as you don't know, it can't work, but like, I'm not an expert in fucking topology and differential geometry. I know a little bit of differential geometry, but I'm not an expert in topology. There's some weird shit in topology that they do. They're like, that's a whole branch of fucking mathematics. Now think about that. There's a whole branch of mathematics just dedicated to the surfaces of shit.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy, dude. How can surfaces even be that complex where it should have a whole branch of mathematics? That's why when people say, hey, the surface of the earth has to be this or that, I know how complex topology is, and I'm like, maybe. What can I?
Yeah.
You know, there's probably some freaking goddamn Japanese nerd writing a 900-page fucking paper on how fucking weird topologies can actually exist.
Yeah.
Some
Like the age-old question: is the surface of the sphere 3D or 2D?
I mean, I just don't presuppose reality works that way. Like I think we got everything backwards. I'm just starting to reach the conclusion that we just got it all backwards, dude. The whole idea that reality is like a blueprint drawing. That's how reality really is that it's like an engineering drawing, draw blueprints to build things, build houses. And that's a better representation of reality than how we actually experience the world in the observer-centric sense. They're projective and we see out, and everything seems to be in our own experience relative to us. That is actually the way it actually is. And that we're like, well, fucking reality can't compute the fucking observer the observer effect for 9 billion people. Oh no, we can't compute that. Doesn't mean reality can't compute that.
Mm-hmm. So for the record, if you were to imagine, like, theoretically, people from like somewhere in the north all going in different directions, traveling in straight lines in different directions, do you think that they would eventually meet up?
I don't know.
Like, do you think
probably not.
I think they would.
Well, if they said, hey, we're all going to walk toward Polaris, they probably will meet up.
No, I'm saying they're traveling like opposite directions from Polaris, for instance.
Well, they're going to lose sight of Polaris eventually.
They're going to what? Yeah, they're going to lose sight of Polaris. And I'm saying I'm confident that
their direction or orientation after that.
Well, let's just say theoretically they're dead reckoning or going in straight lines or what have you. Theoretically, right?
Theoretical realm. I don't think that they would meet up, dude. I don't think there's a South Pole.
See, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm confident that they're traveling on a flat Earth, and still they will meet up at the South Pole. You know, like.
I mean, do you need fucking money, man? You want to go ask fucking Alex Jones? He wanted to do an Antarctica thing. I think these directions are fucking arbitrary, and I think they're just based upon some coordinate system we choose. And I think if a bunch of people agree there's a point and we're going to call it, and everybody walks towards that point in the sky, they will meet up. But when they're separated, that point, their orientation relative to that point, what that actually is, geometrically outside of everything, know if that's even knowable.
Okay, so given that there is some sort of uncertainty depending, like, on the GP of the sun, for instance, on the equinox, you don't you wouldn't say that the
I don't believe in the equinox percent, dude. What are you talking about?
What?
I don't believe in the equinox, dude.
You don't believe
there's no equinox.
What do you mean? The sun rises in the east, sets in the west. You know, like exactly.
Equinox means equal day and night. There's no place on Earth that has equal day and night. Ever.
Oh, well, I didn't know that. I just know that equinox.
Well, that's like equinox, right? Equal night. Nox means night. So.
I guess, yeah.
Yeah, so.
Never thought about that. But
at the
like it's still east to west,
equator,
right?
And equator means place where fucking there's 50% day and night on the equinox, right? So they both reinforce each other, right? So you got the phenomenon, which is the equinox, and then you got the location where that phenomenon happens, would be the equator. The phenomenon doesn't happen, so that location can't exist. You understand?
What about the
location where that phenomenon happens?
Okay, I wasn't aware of the phenomenon, like it being equal day and night, but it makes sense etymologically. My point is,
yeah.
As far as I know,
I'm not trying to make an etymological argument. I'm just saying, even geometrically, that should happen geometrically, but it actually doesn't happen in reality.
So in reality, it doesn't actually rise due east and set due west?
No, it's not 50-50 is what I'm saying.
Yeah, forget that. But I'm saying in terms of the azimuth, does it rise due east and set due west?
Yeah,
basically what I'm asking is,
I don't know if it's exact. I don't know if it's exact.
Okay, but I think we can agree that it's not going to be zigzagging.
Problem, percent. The equator, the east is defined as the direction the sun rises on the equinox. So you're in a definitional problem. Like, yeah, does the sun rise east on the equinox? Yeah, of course, because that's how we define what east is.
Okay, well, forget that it's
we run into this problem where these are all like definitional problems where we set up this whole fucking thing with these words, and it's like saying the sun rises east on the equinox. That's almost like saying the same thing twice.
Okay, fine. Forget that it's east. Can we agree that on like at least on that day or whatever, that the sun's rising and setting are are exact opposites in terms of the azimuth?
As far as I know, that's what happens.
Okay.
So I don't have any direct evidence.
And I think we can both agree that the path isn't like a shadow of the sun or what have you.
I'll say yes, it happens.
All right, and I think we both agree that the shadow of the sun isn't like zigzagging. It's not like some weird irregular path.
Yeah,
it's consistent.
Yeah. Okay. I'll just say it goes in a straight line. It doesn't take an arc, a visible arc.
All right, you think it's a straight line?
Yeah, east-west, right? Rises 90 and sets 180. So that should be a straight line to you, from your visual perspective, right?
Okay, but like let's say we had a bird's eye view, it could still be curving and rising due east, or like not necessarily east, but polar opposites. It could go 180 degrees, but still be a curved
but what
path,
I mean that it's
right?
a line, right? So if you were looking east, you'd watch the sunrise. It would rise in a straight line. Then once it got overhead, you have to turn around, and it would set in a straight line, right?
Yeah.
It would drop.
My point is like it would help us to know whether or not it's actually straight line or a curved line in terms of making the map. Because if it's a straight line, then like the Gleason's is out. Anything with a curved equator would be out. You understand? If it's a curved line, then the type of Mercator, anything with straight latitudes, at least for the equator, would be out. You understand? Like the dipole model, for instance.
I understand. How do we determine which one it is?
I think it moves straight. I think if I was thinking like one way you could do it is by stitching together like equatorial mounts that just travel on one axis, and they have like the sun perfectly in the center of the field of view, and they're tracking the sun's movement, and as one mount loses sight of the sun, the other one catches it, and they're just like stitched together for a large portion, or like a long distance, and that would confirm that it's straight-ish.
Yes, that might work.
The other way would be
want to
dead
see
reckoning.
someone fly under the sun at 1,040 miles per hour on like a F-14, right? And just keep the sun at zenith. Like, look at your speed, 1,040 miles per hour. Sun's right over your head. Just fly that for a while.
No, but you could still be flying in a very slight curve. if that's the case.
Yeah. No, I just like to. No, I would just like to see to verify the speed of the sun. That's what I'm talking about.
Gotcha.
Because I've seen some stuff on like how fast the subsolar point moves over the surface of the Earth that didn't even match itself, much less the globe model. Meaning, these people, they did a tropic measurement, Kahana noon, right?
Mm-hmm.
When there's no shadow. So when the sun is going right along the tropics, they found 2 locations on the tropics, and timed when it was Kahana noon in one spot, and then how long it took it to be Kahana noon in another spot on the tropic. They did this at 2 locations. And the speed at which it traveled the subsolar point over the surface, according to the globe surface distance, didn't match. They didn't match each other.
Yeah.
And it was like way off. It wasn't even fucking close.
So it can't be something like attributed to topography, for instance. It was way off.
It was off by like why would topography have to do? You're only measuring noon. The time difference between noon in one place and noon in the other place.
I was thinking like it was the transition that they're measuring the speed of the shadow moving or what have you. Because if that's the case, like,
why do we not see the shadow? Right now, Kahana's noon. We don't mark the time. We have a place that's along the tropic, frickin', say, 10 kilometers away. Now, when you mark the time, it should not. You should be able to see a shadow on that stick. And then when that stick eventually shows no shadow, it's solar noon there. Mark the time. Now you can calculate based on that 10-kilometer distance how fast the sun moved from being above one stick to the other stick, right? And then you can calculate how fast the sun moved across the surface of the Earth. Now they did that in Hawaii and another place, and it turned out that one was different by a lot. I want to say like one showed like a surface speed of like 700 miles per hour, and the other was like 1,300 miles per hour. It was something like that. Don't quote me on any of this because I don't remember the figures off the top of my head, but it was significantly different. Significantly, like this don't even make sense. But it should be like weird. Identical. The miles per hour should be identical.
It should be, yeah. What's the Glober excuse for it? Do you know?
Well, no, I've actually never showed it to any Globers. The guy that did it, he's like a fucking Russian guy.
I feel like that would be a proof against the globe right there. I thought initially what you were talking about was that like they actually tracked the shadow of the sun, and they noticed that overland, some places it was speeding up, and overland it was slowing down. That's why I was saying maybe topography, because if it's going up a hill, for instance, you'd expect it to be moving slower, and then as it goes downhill, it would be going quicker. That's what I thought you meant initially.
Sergei Mastubov. I don't know where he found the kid in Hawaii. He doesn't even say what his name is. They just were like live streaming it. They were like constantly live streaming it, and this is done a while back. This is I could probably find the video somewhere.
But how would that work on a flat Earth too?
I don't know. It's just
unless
weird observation.
There's some atmospheric magnification going on.
Well, the problem is that maybe your preconceived notion about what the sun's doing, or
nigger.
Where? Maybe we have preconceived notions about what the sun's doing, which aren't correct.
Yeah, we know next to nothing.
Yeah, like they've made a model. They don't check this shit. You think they checked if the sun's moving over the surface of the Earth at 1,040 miles per hour at the equator? Of course not. They never checked. This is what happens when you can construct a world which most of the elements of it are based upon a calculation. Like you have like a few data points of different things here and there, and then you construct this whole fucking thing out of calculations, and then you make claims like, well, if the sun's moving at 15 degrees per hour up the sky, and the Earth is a globe of 25,000 miles circumference, then the sun has to be moving over the surface of the Earth at 1,040 miles an hour. All those are calculations, right? Whoever went and confirmed that the 1,040 mile per hour sun motion is actually a thing. Yeah, like I brought this up to Professor Phil, dude. He fucking flipped the fuck out. He didn't like that. Everybody at the Tropic of Capricorn gets cancer. They're under the sun on the solstice, right? Like, I don't know. How would I know that? Where is it? Where's the Tropic of Capricorn? How do you know when you get there? Well, because you're under the sun on the solstice. Like, it's fucking circular logic, right? Like, how do you know when you got there? That's like a lot of these things. They're like, well, if you go to this spot, you're going to see this. Well, how do I know when I'm at this spot? Because you saw that?
That's a good point.
Like the dude yesterday with China. He's like, prove to me China doesn't exist. Well, I'll prove it to you. Like, how would I prove it to you? How are you going to know when we got there? How are you going to know when you're in China? How can I prove it exists to you? You're either going to make up the name China and say, I made it up. Yes, China exists. Or you're going to ask somebody else, hey, am I in China? That's the only way to know if you're in China, right? You can't know you're standing on some dirt somewhere. How are you going to know that dirt is China dirt?
What did he say?
Oh, he was just
spiraled.
I don't even know. Yeah, it was kind of incoherent. He thought he had a gotcha too because AB cooked them, Radwin cooked them, or Professor Triangle, and like then he came up with that. Well, you can't prove China exists. Yeah, just because China's an abstract concept agreed upon by people that there's some dirt somewhere that everybody calls China, and if everybody died, there'd be no place called China anymore. He says, prove to me. He asked me to prove that to him. He asked me to prove that China would not exist if everyone died? I'm like, bro, I said everyone died. Me and you aren't here. How am I going to prove anything to you? Dude, it was fucking crazy. It was pretty funny though, in a way. It's funny watching their brain just turn into mush.
Yeah. It's like sometimes the video's buffering, but it never plays, you know?
Yeah, exactly. I just couldn't believe it, man. He was just like, I'm like, if nobody exists, China's not here. Prove that to me. I said, if nobody exists, that means I don't exist, you don't exist. I can't prove something to you if I don't exist, and I definitely can't prove it to you if you don't exist.
But yeah, for the record, I don't think it's a Mobius strip. Because then we'd have curvature. And
it's a Mobius strip that's so big you can't detect the curve.
It's a flat earth.
That's the funny one why they like circumnavigation. You'd have to turn left or right. Nah, man, it's a circle that's so big you just seems like you're going straight. Same shit they say.
Yeah, I don't think anyone would go for the Mobius strip because you'd still have like people on the opposite side. So flat earthers would be like, what's keeping them from falling? And globe earthers would be like, you know, it's too sharp of an edge. But yeah, if you wanna like ping old dude to give me back my perms, I'm not gonna ask him myself. I'm not gonna ask a favor from a hater.
Welcome to Flat Earth. Flat Earthers don't have much to say, do they?
Many of us are working on other things while we listen. If you have a question, feel free to ask it.
Eleven p.m. How does anything work on a flat Earth? Can somebody explain to me how anything works on a flat Earth?
What would be anything?
How does what causes night and day? What causes this? Give me explanations for how things work on a flat Earth.
Well, we're not really here for explanations. I mean, I could give you an explanation for anything. Doesn't mean that it's true, yeah? And we see things working every day in reality on a flat Earth, because the fact is the Earth is measured as flat.
Yeah, why? How tell me how it works. Why does the sun rise and set on a flat Earth?
The sun rises and then sets. We don't make claims about why the sun is rising or setting.
Yes, that's
that
my
is
point.
your
Why?
side that has a claim on that
I'm
you cannot
asking you on the flat
substantiate.
Earth mind. In the flat Earth mind, what's the explanation? Oh, right.
What's
There's
the
nothing
equation?
there. It's vacuous, like the vacuum of space. There's nothing to it.
Well, we just go what we based off what we see in reality, and what we see is that the sun moves overhead and then moves away from us, appears to be low.
I know. We have the we know what the observations are. We give an explanation.
Yeah, so we have observations. You have claims that you have not substantiated yet. So the difference between us is that you have a burden of proof that you cannot fulfill.
Your mic is hurting my ears.
Yeah, you're retarded, so.
Fix your mic issue, dude. You got like a tinnitus going on.
I don't give a shit.
Issues, maybe it's your headset.
Yeah, we don't have a claim to what the sky is or how it works. We have a measurement of the ground that debunks your claim.
I'm the smartest person in this entire room. I'm the smartest person in this whole room.
Very much do that.
Did you hear what the fuck I said?
Yeah. Did you hear what I said?
Yeah. So? Fucking so? I'm the smartest person in this whole room. And you're nothing. You're no one. Let's make something fucking clear, Flatties. I'm the room to own it. Okay? I do what I want. Now the room is locked. Not a damn thing no one can fucking do about it.
Dude, it's really simple. Turn your camera off or you're just going to get banned.
That AJ? What's up, AJ?
Not much.
How you been, man?
Oh, flat out, man. I've started a new job, so it's been pretty crazy.
Well, it's good to see you.
Yeah, thanks, Sam.
If you came here for less crazy, man, you're in the wrong place.
I don't know about that. I'm working in a business with over 400 employees trying to manage it, so I've had some pretty crazy crap going on.
My God, 400 employees. Jeez. I don't know if I can handle that.
Yeah, man, that's why I haven't been on here. I've been working like 14 hours a day, 7 days a week. I'm just sitting here listening and trying to do rosters at the moment and schedules.
Use AI to do your schedules, AJ.
Yeah, it's all in a program, so it's a little bit difficult because I've still got to enter it all in manually.
Fuck. That'll take you fucking a week.
Yeah, I don't have to do all the employees. I just do my section, but I've still got a few. There's a few pretty crazy, man, actually. So I run the schedules first. I look at all the pending jobs, run the schedules, and then roster based off my schedules. Because there's different times that jobs can be done, yeah. So some jobs are early in the morning, late in the afternoon. So.
Are you in the service game, I'm guessing?
Yeah, so I'm working for a company. It's actually one of my mates, yeah. So one of my mates, he owns multiple different restaurants, multiple burger shops, coffee shops, a heap of commercial real estate as well. They own all their own buildings that their businesses are in. So there's 32 businesses. There's shopping centres as well. And then obviously all of there's lots of crap. But anyway, so my wife is the general manager over the entire group now. And then I'm managing all of the facility stuff. So all maintenance, repairs, construction stuff. We've just bought a new building. So that's getting completely stripped out, 4 floors. So all the cooling towers, the air handlers, they're all from the late 60s, early 70s. That's all the chilled water systems getting removed, lifts are getting removed. I'm removing the roof next week and doing all new gutters and downpipes, which is a pain in the ass because they've all got to be core drilled through the floors. It's just crazy.
So if you're FMPM, what background did you have?
Prior to that, so when I first finished up in school, I was a concreter for quite a long time. And then I moved out of that and I did a lot of builders labouring stuff. But then I ended up running my own business for quite some time, a security company. Yeah, but I got a pretty good general knowledge of construction and I'm more here for I suppose to tidy up the business, yeah, because I've run a couple of successful businesses and I just need to put all the structure in place, put all the people in place, and just tidy up. It's in a bit of a mess at the moment.
Do the company have any facilities in Victoria?
No. I look after buildings here where I am for people who own them from Victoria, so like shopping centres.
Okay. Yeah.
No, so we're
Cool.
Mackay, Cairns, and Townsville. So right now we're just opening a new burger store in Cairns. So I did the shop fit out there about 2 weeks ago.
Good stuff.
Yeah. I was supposed to be moving here and not working. I was supposed to be chilling out, trading my Bitcoin, hanging out on Discord, but I got roped in. And then my wife got roped in as well.
Oh, well, keeps your mind ticking over. Otherwise, what are you going to do?
It's actually been good. Yeah.
Go brain dead on Discord. Listen to all the numpties on Discord.
Yeah, I'm treating it as a bit of a challenge at the moment because it is challenging. So I've sort of set myself some goals, and I think in about 6 or 12 months' time, once we finish this new building we've bought, I think it's going to be pretty cool to see the end result. So, yeah, it's good. But the problem is because it's my mate who owns everything, I get lobbed with a lot of other stuff, just not the facility stuff. I think I'm half a PA as well.
Okay, does he have a facilities manager that looks after the ongoing maintenance and upkeep?
Well, that's me, really. So, yeah, I'm doing that. Plus, we do work externally for other companies. And then on top of that, I'm trying to help him sort out all the structure of everything because it's a bit of a mess at the moment. So I'm in all the directors' meetings. I'm in all of the shareholders' meetings. I'm there for all the budget meetings, all of that type stuff. And I'm on their board of directors for another company they have with these other buildings. Yeah, so I'm sort of doing a bit. I am looking after the facilities as a facilities manager, but then there's a lot of other things that I get roped into.
Very good. Good on you.
Ladder, it's pretty hard removing roofs upside down as well. Got to hang on to those sheets.
Yeah, true. Climbing a ladder is pretty difficult in the southern hemisphere.
Yeah.
That admin was just messing around, was he?
Who was that?
Is it the trans teach kids to be trans or whatever? Was that him? He was. I heard him on YouTube. He said, "I can do whatever I want." Their channel's locked now. Like,
I don't know who. I didn't see his name, man. Sorry, I wasn't looking at his name. I server muted him because
Nobles.
it was. Yeah, I didn't know who it was.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, I just thought I'd come and check to see that we still did have a room like open. Because that's
he just put his camera on.
Mod abuse. Ah, right. Yeah, yeah. Cool.
I went to ban him, but it's been that long since I've been on here and banned anyone. I couldn't remember the command.
All good, all good. Just double checking, seeing that we're still operational. No worries. Carry on. How's it going anyway, AJ? I gotta go though.
Hey, good. Yeah, no worries. Blasting back off to space.
At least it's not a server mute, right? You guys missed me? AI, come on, bro. I know you missed me. Crit? Flatter Batman?
Yo,
Talk about
what's
your
up?
disc. Hey, you want to talk about the disc, bro?
I'm banning you. Yeah.
That didn't last long, did it?
You were no, you were warned, dude.
Is that the quickest ban ever?
He got warned earlier. He was doing it. He got warned like 3 times. He just keeps coming in to do it.
Fair enough.
That's the longest conversation I've ever had.
How's your table tennis going, Batman?
Oh, it's all right for an old fella.
I got a couple of guys that are members that I know. I'll PM you their names.
Okay. Imagine saying that you can't trust your senses to a person that plays the second fastest sport in the world.
True.
I can tell you one thing, I trust my senses before I trust anything else. It's what's got me through life alive.
I just finished fixing up my code for my radio bot. Now I just need to go test it.
Are you talking from the International Space Station?
No.
the fuck?
right? And I'm trying to hit my.
Isn't that funny? And so, if you last year were to say NASA's a military intelligence outfit, always has been. Look at their founding documents. Oh, you are a conspiracy theorist, and now everyone's like, yeah, of course they were. Of course they had to be, due to the rivalry with the Russian space program, due to all of that.
Man, you haven't. It's like, fuck. That is for me. That is the worst part of being a person that's in the know about things. Is the way the average person just fucking slithers into the new narrative, you know, and just they get a mind wipe about all their previous statements and ideas, you know.
Right. Happens with political agendas a lot.
Yeah.
Guys, are all of you flat earthers?
I think most of us in here are. Yep, plenty more where we came from too.
Okay. If you don't mind, I'm just gonna add you to my block list. I never want to talk to you again. Thank you. Yeah. Take care.
Okay. Take care.
Right. Not that I would seek out talking to you.
Fucking weirdo, man.
You've got millions and millions of more people to block, dude.
Yeah, he's gonna be busy. That's what we were saying. Yeah, you know, like the we knew it all along. Yeah, you know, I always knew that was what was going on. Blah blah blah.
Yeah, that's
the response you get.
Very slimy.
I think that attitude, that behavior, is like the de facto crux of the fucking human condition. I think it's everything that holds us back. That little fucking psychological behavior right there, because it's essentially just the refusal to admit you were wrong or completely clowned or totally out of the loop, you know?
Yeah, there's a lot wrapped up in this. There's lack of discernment. There's lack of integrity.
Yeah, and how do you begin your journey of discernment in your life? You first have to admit that you failed in discernment at some point.
Yeah. So now they're coming into the knowledge of things that we had prior for all the wrong reasons, which means they'll just as easily abandon this when something else comes along to grab their attention. When a new narrative resonates with the rest of the world, they look to the world and other people for their moral compass, their guidance and direction in life. You know? What is the government saying is true, so I know what to believe? What are all the people at work thinking are true, so I know what I believe?
Yeah, just consensus-based reality.
Yeah. And
sometimes I wonder if it has
there's a
to
certain
be that
kind
way,
of self-defense mechanism for that. Well, going with the consensus is kind of like a way to protect yourself. You know, it's a herd-like instinct.
It's the least amount of effort, first of all.
Yeah.
So it's energy conservation. Yeah, if they were free thinkers, maybe they won't be as fat. I mean, could the American obesity condition be somewhat caused by this mentality of going with the herd? Well, I mean, you don't just wake up 300 pounds, you know what I mean? So, yeah, it requires some level of zombification. And usually that begins with just following what's going on around you, you know?
Yeah.
It's other aspects, of course, you know, the kind of the work environment of the world. People not, you know, same way people don't have time to research into topics, they don't have time to care for themselves in the right ways. It's all fucking half-assed, you know. Switching on CNN's a half-assed way of getting information, and eating a lettuce once every eating a salad once every 2 weeks is a half-assed way of being healthy.
Right on.
It's something to do with the human spirit as well, right? I mean, when you're pumped, when you're all about life, right, and you see the beauty in it, you know, you see the creation, you see all the wonder of the world, right, and all the potential in it, in yourself, you know, you naturally desire to be healthy, you naturally do healthy things, you know, it just, being healthy just comes as a natural byproduct. But of course, we know we're fighting this epidemic of apathy and nihilism, right? So their bodies reflect that.
Right.
Yeah. Their bodies are just an immediate reflection of their inner mentality / soul. They're ground down. They think they're worthless. They have no position of authority in this world, no say, you know. So their bodies reflect that.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Is it bad that I kind of want something to come out of this 3 Atlas interstellar visitor to our solar system? Is it bad that I'm desiring some kind of upheaval?
What is that?
Some catalyst.
Fill me in. Is that one of these weird fucking objects that they're going on about? Or
yeah, one of many.
Is it a new mission from NASA or something?
No, it's one of those objects. It's one of many now that people are wondering if are aliens.
Well, we know something will come out of it then.
I mean, but all too often, narratives like this that have such long runway in the media have such a slow gaslighting are usually just nothing burgers. They turn out to be nothing. They serve a purpose to keep people distracted on.
Yeah.
And then they fizzle out.
Yeah. Part of it's just the natural news cycle, you know, they cycle back to some wild fucking space claim and then they forget about it and go on to North Korea. Yada yada.
I would love for the government to announce it is freaking aliens and they're here. I think that'd be exciting. It'd be exciting for Flat Earth.
I think they like to dance with the idea that they know, but they know very well the population is far too fragile to have, you know, to initiate that. I can only imagine they would do that when they want to push the big red button. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Can you see it going any other way?
Not really. Not really. There's no coming back from a deception that big. a moon landing hoax, they can admit to, they've got an out, they've got an exit strategy for the moon landing and for a lot of their space missions. Absolutely. They've got an escape hatch, but if they announce that aliens are here, they're coming to visit us, that's pretty.
There's no flat Earth.
We might give them far more credit than they're worth on this one, we might be falling into their scare tactics. Because, I don't know, what the fuck are they gonna, what's the narrative gonna be? Aliens are here, right? But, they've established their Federation fucking outpost around Jupiter and they'll communicate with us from there. And that's all you're ever gonna know about them. You know what I mean?
I think it's Project Bluebeam.
Was that Melvin?
I think it's Project Bluebeam. Have you ever heard about it?
Oh yeah, that's the idea. Yeah.
I think that's a pretty. It could be anything. I don't know. It's either or. But...
I was just saying that I almost hope that they do it, that they decide to go forward with this deception. It'd be exciting.
You're a watch the world burn type of guy, aren't you, Amish?
Yeah, well, it's going to happen anyway.
Yeah. I don't know if you know about a TV show called Three Body Problem.
No, a TV show called that? Funny.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's based on a book series. It's sci-fi. The premise of it is as a distant civilization of a distant solar system, they have a three-body problem. Like they have like two suns or something, and they get very frequent cataclysmic events that wipe out their civilization. So they need to rush between one of these cycles to basically develop themselves, and then they discovered Earth and then come and take over Earth basically. But they did this oh man, how am I going to go into this? So they did some really trippy super advanced shit, right, to basically weaponize like protons or something. They were able to send the protons in advance to Earth to basically destroy our science and keep us set back because like the time it would take them to arrive with their fleet would be like 300 years, but by that time we'd be advanced enough to ward them off essentially. So they need to get ahead of it. They need to get to us with this fucking shit that can get here quick, fuck up our science and kind of keep us held back. And it's basically what I'm getting at is, so the premise is like the aliens interact with us on a way that we can't tell they're here basically. And that might be some kind of narrative they might go with, Kind of like the way, you've heard them incidents where they're talking about, fucking ships were flying around and shutting down our nukes, But even more stealthy than that, right? I don't know. Probably just fucking waffling there on a pointless tangent, but...
So a couple days ago, I don't know if you heard me talk about this, but I was doing some research on the early rocket program in the United States, and also reaching back into Germany and Russia's. And so when they first started putting scientific instrumentation to collect data on these rockets, called sounding rockets, firing them up as high as they could go to study the environment up there. What was taking place up there is freaking weird and mysterious.
Cutting in and out a wee bit, man.
So I'm reading like these reports like, oh, okay. Funny thing. Testing.
Yeah, I'm kind of losing every other word.
All right, is this any better?
Yeah, well, you're louder. So I followed you up to the point
Right,
where
so they're sending these rockets up to study the environment. And weird things were happening, specifically to the electronics. So telemetry data was getting wrecked. Like what the sensors were reporting via telemetry down to the ground stations was different than what was retrieved after the rocket had come back down or sent its payload out for retrieval. Things like this were going on. Electrical systems would experience problems and they would go like shield it and it'd send the rocket up again, and then those same systems would experience problems that got through the shielding, so they would shield it again and send it up. And it was almost like they were being screwed with.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah.
It's like something grabs hold of it, fiddles around the data and the circuitry, and sends it back.
Yeah. Yeah.
But,
I'm telling you,
completely
this is
stealthy. Yeah.
It's freaking weird, dude.
Certainly is. When you read into this type of stuff, it really feels like it's hard to deny that we're fucking dealing with, something way beyond us, just at these extended heights, I don't know how to say it. We're getting into the realm of metaphysics and fucking shit we probably will never comprehend in the physical form, in the three-dimensional mind and all that. I saw a clip of some supposed explorers of the North Pole, and they were talking about decline in mental state, basically, on these expeditions. And you know how you get you've got many kind of shows that show like people in groups starving to death, and that slow decline into like cannibalism and start talking to themselves and shit, and that type of decline. They're describing something similar, and I'm thinking like, okay, you're in a really harsh environment. I don't think the North Pole is claimed to be even as remotely close to as harsh as Antarctica, but still, admittedly, a harsh environment, right? But people have done this before you. You're well prepared. Surely you're not running out of food. There's different. Your I forget what's your sleep cycle called? Circadian. Your circadian cycle gets all out of whack up there, because of course different lengths of day and night. So, like, admittedly, this is all happening, but they're describing like a mental decline that it doesn't really follow, and it made me think like, what if it's like a broadcast range, like humans are venturing too far, and our minds start to actually fail us, you know, because we're venturing beyond where we're supposed to.
Yeah, kind of like the movie The Thing in Antarctica, serving as an allegory for this.
Lost you again, or was that it? Just the movie, The Thing? I haven't seen it, so I don't know of it.
It's good. It's good, and researchers in Antarctica huddling up for a long winter. It's dark. They lose their minds. Kind of like The Abyss. Explorers take a submarine really deep and they lose their minds.
But I can understand. You've got like Admiral Byrd's testimonies of being in Antarctica for extended times, you know, and he's in a wood cabin, you know, like fucking snowed in for 6 months. Is like in that type of solitude and you know, like on the edge of death every moment of every day. I can understand it, you know. But expedition into the North Pole, it's like that's you're constantly on the go. You get there and then you turn back, right? No. But they were describing in their testimony, like fucking one of them was plotting to kill his partner and shit, you know.
Wow.
And I'm like, does it really get that bad so quickly? But then again, it could just be my own personal incredulity, like massive incredulity. I just have no idea what it is to experience these conditions.
Right.
You are from Australia?
I am not. In fact, I'm gonna. Yeah. He sounds like he's from Poland. Czechoslovakia. Just kidding. I'm gonna go check out 24/7 Flat Earth back home base and see what's happening there. There's some folks hanging out.
Yeah, I was gonna jump over there. Melvin, okay. I didn't actually hear what you asked.
Well, I was just going to ask if you were Australian or something. Because if you never said you never really experienced Scottish. Now you've experienced the cold. Come on, man, the winters in Northern Europe are pretty bad.
Yeah, it gets cold here, but I think people have an exaggerated idea of how cold, you know. And I'm in the more, well, I'm central east, you know, so definitely not the coldest part. Don't get like Siberian cold here at all.
Oh, no, I can get that up here. Actually, we do get Siberian winds.
Well, then you'll have better experience of it than me. Yeah, the stuff we're talking about.
I'm a Nord man, of course, Viking. So gotta get used to it, I guess. But it was nice having summer here now, but it's so brief, and now it's October, and
prediction. There was no prediction.
No. Like, so the prediction is the calculus, like the actual formula to do the thing. You need to go out in the field, actually measure the conditions, and then you plug it into the calculator. Then you take the picture and see if it matches
nobody's done
what the calculator predicted. Well, you're saying nobody's done it. You can do it yourself and disprove this. Have you done that?
I don't need to disprove it. Y'all need to come up with it. Listen, y'all, you or whoever, I read the literature. you all need to come with the actual experimental justification for including this in anything, because I, despite looking at lots and lots of literature and talking to thousands of freaking globies, haven't seen any prediction yet. Any. Zero. Zip. Nada. Nothing. I've seen lots of post-dictions.
Okay.
I've seen a lot of cherry picking. I've seen a lot of confirmation bias. I haven't seen anybody, with the exception of FE Core, ironically. So that took meteorological stations out to the environment, made measurements, made a prediction, shot the laser, right? Used the WGS-84 reference ellipsoid. Yeah, laser beam. Laser.
You wouldn't use a laser for this. That doesn't make sense.
Why?
It's not emitting like it's shooting electrons as well as photons.
Lasers don't shoot electrons, bro.
What's it called?
Lasers don't shoot electrons, man.
Have you ever seen
electrons? You're saying lasers shoot electrons?
Yeah, like have you seen the what's it called? It's not diffractive effect, where it actually will spread across the surface instead of just like normal light where it will hit the spot where it's aimed.
What are you talking about?
Like if you aim a light, like have you seen the?
Are you talking about the photoelectric effect?
Sounds like he's talking about Fresnel diffraction.
I don't know what he's talking about.
Yeah, diffraction over like a knife edge.
Yeah, it'll cross across an edge instead of just staying in the one spot that it's aimed at. It'll follow along the edge. Like, why wouldn't you just use a single source of light at your target?
It only does that for a period. It only does that for a distance. It's some fraction of the wavelength. Like, well, yeah, a sixth of the wavelength, and we're talking like fucking 450 nanometer. So it goes 100 nanometers. So what?
But I guess so. Would you have an issue with how I described it if you went out, got all the data first, made your prediction, and took your picture? Would that be a valid experiment to you at that point?
Yeah, I'd freaking probably die of shock if someone actually did it.
Okay, so what if I provided you one right now?
Yeah, go for it. Yeah,
I'm driving.
Prediction, yeah, okay. Prediction, you know what a prediction is. We already went over it. Prediction, meaning all the meteorological conditions are measured before the event, and then you do the experiment, meaning you actually write them down. And you don't post it, right? You don't have a refraction slider that you can move around to match any image.
Sure. I just don't see why you're like holding to this idea that it's always a post-diction. I would think that at some point somebody would have done a prediction and then seen, oh no, it's not actually matching the conditions that I'm measuring.
Yeah, you'd think that.
Like essentially you're accusing them of dishonesty, that they're manipulating the data that they're feeding into the model.
This is a common thing in modern science, is to do post-dictions.
No, it's always predictions. They understand that it's invalid if it's a post-diction.
Oh, do they? So, where's all the predictions then?
I'm telling you, like, surveyors do it all the time. Like, you can do this yourself. You don't have to rely on anybody. You can get a theodolite.
You don't know anything about surveying, dude.
What?
You don't know anything about surveying. Okay, what's reduction of the horizontal direction? Why they do that?
Reduction?
Reduction of the horizontal direction.
I have no idea what that even means.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, do you know how a theodolite works?
Yeah, I know exactly. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Yeah, I know. Holy shit. You're in the pros. This is an amateur hour at the Apollo. Okay?
So how does it get
I know how a theodolite works.
Yep. How does it get the horizontal?
Well, you find plumb.
Yeah, it's 90 degrees from plumb, right?
Yeah. Do you know that plumb lines curve in the globe? Did you know
Plumb
that?
lines don't curve on a globe. No, that's false.
It's getting better.
Yeah, read your own surveying manuals.
Yeah, so in the globe genetic surveying, plumb lines are curved, dude.
That's entirely false. Why would they curve? They're pointing
That's
towards
entirely false. Okay, just remember what you're saying. No, okay, hold on. It's entirely true.
Sometimes there's deflections in a plumb line, but that doesn't mean the plumb line is actually curved.
No,
It's
they
still
say
straight.
it's curved. They say it's curved.
Why would a line pointing to the center of something deflect or be curved?
You tell me. Lumpy.
You're the one making the claim. Why would I tell you?
It's not my model, dude.
They don't, like, a plumb line can deflect. That's different from it being curved.
Yeah, it's lumpy spherical harmonics of the gravity field that's contributing to the curve.
There's actually a published paper from. Hold on, let me find it.
Is that what you're talking about, though? The deflection of the vertical vector from, like, masses proportionate to it?
Well, that would be the measurement. But the plumb line itself, it's not just deflected. That's an indication of the plumb line curving.
Because, I mean, I know that that's a thing that, like mountains, when you're doing surveying, can cause the vertical vector to diverge slightly.
Okay.
Is that what you're trying to say?
This paper was called Evaluation of the Plumb Line Curvature Effect on Deflection of the Vertical, published 1999, 1986, Geodesy and Geomatics. Geodesy and Geomatics Engineering, University of New Brunswick.
Yeah, you're saying it's a deflection of the vertical, yeah.
Yeah, but it's interpreted as curvature of the plumb line.
But clearly you don't believe this paper because you don't think the downward vector shifts at all.
Said who? How do you know what I think?
How would it change on a flat Earth?
Well, what do you mean how would it change? Lumpy gravity.
You believe in gravity?
It depends on what you mean by gravity. But if you things fall, oh, what even is that, dude?
What's mass?
No, I don't believe. What's a mass?
Kilograms.
That's not a definition. That's a unit.
Yeah, that's how you measure mass. It's a number.
It's just a number. So numbers attract numbers?
What? No, mass attracts mass.
Yeah, what's
like
mass?
Saying,
what's attracting
what's
what?
length? And I tell you feet. Mass.
You said feet run up a hill.
Measurable quantity.
You said feet run up a hill. I say what's feet, and you say size 7.
No, I'm saying 10 miles.
Yeah, dude, that's exactly what you did, dude. It's what you gave me the units.
Yeah, I'm naming the unit of measurement. Yeah, I gave you the unit of measurement.
What are you measuring? What are you measuring?
You're asking for the measurement. I'm saying it's
the measurement of what?
Is a unit of
What are you measuring? What are you measuring? Oh, mass is a unit of measure? Mass itself is a unit of measure.
Mass is a unit of measure.
Okay, units of measure attract units of measure.
This particular unit of measure, yes.
Did you just really say that? Think about what you just said.
So, do you believe in gravity or not? Like,
which is
this is all just deflection.
It's not deflection. Things fall.
Do you believe mass attracts mass?
Things fall.
Or are
no.
you just pretending like
no
you don't understand what mass is?
Mass is poorly defined.
Okay, so you don't believe in gravity. That's fine. No. Obviously you don't believe in gravity.
No, this is a rhetorical. No, depends on what you mean by gravity. If I ask 10 people what they mean by gravity, they mean a whole bunch of different shit.
It means space-time. Yeah, it means space-time.
Well, I mean, it could be.
No.
It's poorly defined.
What do you mean,
known in science itself that gravity is just poorly defined, that the cause is the effect at the same time, and that's what you're trying to do. And I'm trying to differentiate them.
No.
Hey, you don't believe in gravity, which is like implies, oh, you don't believe things fall? No, things fall. That's the effect. You want to call that gravity? That's fine.
Yeah, you have no idea why it falls.
Why is that? Why does that happen? Why do things fall?
Mass is attracting mass.
How do you know that?
We've measured it.
You measured mass attracting mass between the Earth and some object.
Yeah, you can do that with a scale, like stand on a scale, or you can do it with mass attracting mass directly. You can measure them with a...
None of that determines the cause. None of that determines the cause of why something falls. None of it. Not Cavendish, not a scale, none of that. We want the causal mechanism.
Like, you can do a bunch of experiments on why water boils at a given temperature and pressure. Doesn't mean that you're determining the cause. You're just saying that this is what happens when this happens.
No, we have a phase diagram, okay? We know that a certain excitation energy in the molecules will make the substance change phase, okay? That's what called boiling water is. I mean, you can put it in simplistic
what causes
terms.
that? Why does it change phase?
Because the thermal the kinetic energy imparted, okay, on the molecules, it can no longer maintain a bound structure, okay.
Yeah, but
so
why?
You have a number of degrees. What do you mean why? Because it has energy.
Why? It's not explaining a causal mechanism why these bonds are breaking.
Yeah, it is.
Just stating that it is breaking.
Because it takes so much. Look, it takes so much energy to break them. Okay, and once that threshold is reached, they're broken.
Yeah, but why? Why?
I mean, why? Don't act like a 2-year-old.
That's all you're doing with gravity.
Well, no, I'm not.
You can measure this thing, mass attracting mass, and you're saying, well, it doesn't explain why.
You can't measure it in relation to a falling object, though.
What?
You cannot measure it in relation to a falling object.
Why does that matter? If you can measure mass attracting mass, why would you think mass would?
Why would you apply it to a falling object?
Well, you're going to say if you don't apply it.
Why? How do you know it isn't some other cause, dude? How do you know it isn't something else?
Because you can try it in a variety of conditions and see how if your predictions are coming correct.
Your predictive you can try something else and see whether your predictive predictions are coming correct.
No, to see if your predictions are coming correct.
Okay, that's fantastic, but we don't use the universal law of gravitation to predict how something falls.
Yeah, we do all the time. What are you talking about?
We use little g. We use little g. We use little g. We don't use big G.
You're talking about what? You can use both. You can use either.
Really?
Yeah.
Go ahead, calculate how far a cannonball flies by using big G.
I'm driving.
Sure, that's how Napoleon did it. You would need a fiery knowledge of the mass of the Earth. Okay, where would you get that?
Okay, like clearly you don't like the idea of gravity. So what do you think?
No, I have no.
To go down?
Like I have no idea. I don't know. Nobody's done it. No one's done the experiment required to do that to determine that.
Well, you're saying
no one has done the experiment. You don't know.
You're saying because I haven't done a particular experiment myself, I can't say that it's been done?
No, not because nobody has.
Well, I mean, that's another assertion. You're saying that nobody's ever done a Cavendish experiment?
Nothing falls in the Cavendish experiment. That doesn't tell us why something falls.
No, it's showing you that mass attracts mass.
Yeah, how did you get to that's the reason something falls?
Because you do it again and again and again. Multiple environments controlling for variables. And if you get correct predictions back, that's a very strong indication that you're...
that it's okay to leap logic and apply one thing to another thing, which isn't the same?
You need to go from describing what is happening to why and how. No, listen, you can keep doing this again and again,
if you have a predictive
and you can
model,
see what is happening, but you don't know why or how it's happening.
Listen, you guys have him
Sure,
down.
but
He doesn't know how anything works now. Listen to him. He's asking a question now. How does science work? How does the letter S work? How do letters get formed? He's getting down to the nitty gritty because he doesn't know shit now.
Okay.
No, I know how science works. It's predictions, novel testable predictions. And if your predictions come true, that's evidence that you are correct about your hypothesis.
All
You're
right,
saying
dude.
that these
Apple cycles forever, brother.
are there novel testable predictions are not actually evidence for the claim in the hypothesis.
Yeah, homie, you're missing a very key point. Yeah, dude, you're missing a very key point about your predictions. You have to manipulate an independent variable to get the prediction you predicted. If you just make a prediction, and, oh, look it, today is Taco Tuesday, and you go to the cafeteria, today is Taco Tuesday. Bang, nailed it. That doesn't count. That's just truth seeing.
Did you miss the part about novel testable prediction?
Yeah, you'd have to manipulate variables to get your predicted outcome at your predicted results. It's not just like,
Yeah,
I'm
so you
making
like change the
predictions.
mass and the distance. Are you saying that that's not manipulating independent variables?
No, that's not changing any variable.
That's not manipulating a variable, the mass and the distance between the masses?
You can't manipulate the mass directly, right?
You're saying you can't add or subtract mass from something?
Mass itself is what needs to be manipulated. If you were just moderating the amount of mass or moderating the distance between objects, at best you have what's called a moderator variable, which links whatever the independent variable is to the dependent variable.
I'm not understanding what you're saying. If you're changing the mass, you're changing a variable. This sounds like semantics.
It's not the independent variable. It's not semantics. This is part of what goes into scientific experimental design.
How do you identify what the independent variable is?
Sometimes that's the hardest part about setting up an experiment. You don't know, and you go on a hunt for it.
So if I tell you the mass and the distance are the independent variables, what's your issue?
That would be your dependent variables.
No, there's the independent.
Isn't your independent variable, isn't that gravity itself? Or is gravity the dependent variable?
No, the dependent variable would be the force of the attraction.
Which is you're putting a sticker on that, calling it gravity.
I mean, you can call it whatever you want. Sure, yes. The force of attraction between these two objects. That's
okay. So where did you see that happen?
Well, you measure it.
Where did you see it? Where did you see that happen? That happened where? You observed
in the
that
experiment.
No, before your experiment, you observed this happening where?
You're saying like your initial observation. You can see things falling down.
Okay, so you saw it's like an apple or something like that fall in your head?
No, that would hit me in the eyeball. I wasn't looking up when it.
Can you see things fall down in Cavendish?
No, mass attracts mass in Cavendish.
Yeah, well, can you see things fall down? That's your claim, dude.
No, my claim is mass attracts mass.
Is that the prediction or the evaluation?
The prediction is mass attracts mass.
Prediction was Cavendish was trying to determine the density of the Earth, so that was not the prediction.
It doesn't matter. I mean, it predicts mass attracts mass, and then you measure mass attracts mass, and it measures it.
No, it doesn't, dude.
Predicts mass attracts mass. Okay.
Okay, let me ask you this.
What's wrong with the experiment?
I don't want to you don't even know what's observed in the experiment. And I'm going to demonstrate that right now. What is observed in the Cavendish experiment exactly? They set up the whole contraption, then what happens?
Mass.
No, physically, what do you see?
Mass.
Mass. Can't see mass, dude.
Mass.
Hold on, you're breaking up. How lucky for you.
Okay.
Hold on. Wait till you got a signal. When you get out from under that bridge or wherever you are. Or is it me? Mic check.
No, it's him. He's all legged out.
Can you hear me any better now?
Yeah, that's good. That's good. So, what do the balls do? Yeah, what do the balls
ask
do?
Your question again?
Yeah, what do the balls do in the Cavendish experiment? Can you relate to me like exactly what's observed? Where you deduce that math attracts math?
Yeah, they're attracting each other.
No.
Yeah, because they move closer towards each other.
And then what?
No.
And then what? That's
You can
part of
measure
it.
that force. You measure the force.
No, that's okay. What do they measure it with, dude? You have no idea what's observed. You don't have no idea what happens in the Cavendish experiment. None of you do. I'll give 100. They're not measuring it with a torsion bar. So what happens
What do
is
you measure it with then?
they time a clock. They measure with a telescope.
A clock? You don't measure force with a clock. What are you talking about?
No. So
why would a clock measure force?
Yeah, good question.
How does that work?
Yeah, good question. They don't measure a force.
Can you answer
They infer a force. They infer a force from the force mass equation, right? So what happens is the ball rotates on a thing, right? They measure the rate of rotation and then it oscillates back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. They measure the rate of change of the oscillation and the angular change. And they do the force mass equation, Newton's second law, on how much force it takes to cause that acceleration. That's where they get big G from.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
That's not how that works.
I'll post a video of a fucking child in high school doing it, okay? Yeah, that's exactly how it works.
Why would I listen to a child in high school when there's actual scientists who have done this? What's happening is
actual scientists. This is how the actual scientists actually do it.
You said it was a kid in high school. The way the experiment is done is you have two sets of masses, each suspended opposite from each other. Then you move the two set fixed masses closer to the opposite two that can oscillate on the torsion bar. You let them oscillate back and forth until they actually stop moving entirely, and you can use that to measure how much that torsion bar has twisted from introducing the masses, which you can then calculate the force, the attraction.
Okay.
It has nothing to do with time.
It's nonsense, dude. Everything you said is nonsense. How are they measuring the force on the torsion bar? How did they get that?
Yeah, they measure how much force it takes prior to the experiment to bend the torsion bar any given distance.
Good.
Then they place the mass a given distance away, and they see how much that torsion bar has been moved.
Tell us what a torsion bar is.
It's a bar that's incredibly sensitive. It doesn't take very much force to actually twist it.
Oh,
and it's got a very specific given value.
Amazing. This is absolutely amazing.
Thank you.
I know it is. So it's just a bar that hangs. It's suspended from
I'm not the person who thinks that you measure force with a watch.
That's how it's done. They don't measure it. They don't measure force. They calculate it.
Well, I mean, you do calculate it, but you don't measure it with a watch.
The only measurements done is they measure the weight of the balls. Okay? Yep. And they measure the time it takes for the shit to move. And they do the force math equation to infer a force.
No.
It's really simple.
Because it's on the pendulum, it'll oscillate the same amount of time back and forth every time. Like, you know how pendulums work,
eventually it comes to an equilibrium.
What?
Eventually it'll come to an equilibrium point.
Yeah, it'll stop moving, and that's when you measure it. You measure how much it's displaced from initial position A to the secondary position B.
They're making shit up, dude. That's not how it's actually done, though. That's how you imagined it was done, but that's not how it's done.
If I give you paper, an actual like scientific citation. So I'm going to be done driving in like 5, that states that they measure the force through the torsion bar. Will you concede the point? No, he muted himself. I don't even see how this.
Sorry, I was talking. No, because how do we get from that to that's why things fall? If you don't understand what we're talking about, how do you get from that the logical connection between I set up Cavendish and now I'm going to say this is why things fall? How do you get to that? The logic.
Sure. So
the logical steps.
You need to go with my understanding of the Cavendish experiment. Do you agree that?
I want the logic.
Yeah, I'm getting there. I need more than the sentence. So if you agree with my understanding of the Cavendish experiment, would you also agree that if that torsion bar does twist, you can measure the force that's causing that torsion bar to twist?
Yeah, I'll agree with you all that. Go ahead.
And calculate the force.
Yeah, great.
Sorry,
there's a force between the balls. Yeah, there's a force between the balls. Great.
Yeah. So if you can demonstrate that consistently using multiple different materials and changing conditions appropriately, then you can demonstrate that there is a force being exerted when you get two masses, you introduce two masses close to each other, that masses do attract each other.
How?
Do you agree with that conclusion?
Yeah, in that setup, let's say, yes, in that setup that happens. Everything you dream of, it all happens. How do you get logically from that to an object falling?
Yeah. So you see mass attracting mass, you can measure it, you can predict it and measure it.
Yeah, in that situation, yes, you do.
Yep.
How do you get to a falling object?
Yeah. So obviously there's a lot more mass in the world than just those two balls. There's a whole lot of mass underneath your feet, and presumably that's causing a similar force.
Presumably, and there we have it.
Yeah. Do you have an experiment that shows otherwise?
I don't need to. You just presume the whole thing.
Well, I mean, all of science is done through induction. You see, gray goose, gray goose, gray goose. You're going to assume the next one's gray goose, not purple goose.
That's all fantastic, but you're saying that this is a universal property, right? That applies to all things.
As far as we can tell, it is. Yeah.
As far as we can tell, it is. I don't think so.
Yeah. Do you have an instance where this doesn't happen?
How come I have to disprove your baseless claims?
Because there's evidence for my claims. They're not baseless.
Yeah, but no, they're baseless. Okay, they're literally baseless.
You just said that if you do everything in the experiment, it does measure force.
That was a hypothetical.
Force between. Yeah, in the hypothetical. Yeah, of course.
Hypothetically, let's say that would happen.
Yeah.
First of all, I'm not even getting into all the problems with Cavendish. How it works when it shouldn't. There's no generated p-value. How you don't know that whether the effect is greater than chance. How if you change the orientation of the masses, you'll get different measurements. How things that aren't supposed to attract each other because they don't have enough mass to attract each other. How things that sometimes it just doesn't work at all. Like all the problems with the Cavendish. Tons and tons and tons of them. Okay, in the actual experiment itself. Then there's the problem of you're inferring from a rotation that somehow mass attracts mass, and then you make the gigantic leap of logic that's why things fall. That is a gigantic leap of logic. Okay? The observed natural phenomenon, you're not observing a natural phenomenon. We want to know the natural phenomenon that we observe. I drop something, it falls to the ground.
Yep.
Okay? That was observation. That's your claim, right? And you don't have an experiment, which actually... I don't need one. You haven't demonstrated yours. You haven't demonstrated yours.
Sure. So I think it really
you haven't even shown the association, the logical association, even between Cavendish, in which nothing falls at all.
What?
We want to know why things fall. Why do they fall? That observation, that natural phenomenon. So to demonstrate why a natural phenomenon happens, you make a man-made contraption and then say, oh, this is why. Just like our man-made contraption, this is what nature's doing over here.
Okay, so are you saying that you have that for like the flat Earth? Because this is like a pretty high standard. I don't see like how you would do
It's
this
not
for
a
any
thing.
belief
Dude,
that
it's
you hold.
well known. It's well known in science itself that there's a problem. It's well known.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
can play a video
there is
right
a thing
now of
in
them
science
talking
called
about
the
a bunch
problem
of
of
scientists talking
underdetermination,
about.
but
No,
like,
they've
this is
known
all.
this. This is why Newton repudiated his own theory.
No, you didn't.
No, he didn't.
Morning. Oh, we
Yeah,
got a block class down
do you have
ready
a
for
source
us.
that
Nice.
states you did?
No, I'll just read it to
I'm
you.
just ahead of the
Well,
crew a little bit.
I mean, it doesn't even matter because you can go out yourself, do the calculations, and see if the predictions are correct, and they are.
Oh,
Which prediction?
His field equations.
Newton's field equations?
I'm sorry, not field equations, but his gravitational attraction equations. Yes.
you guys can just back there.
Okay.
Like you can literally
Maybe we will
measure
come through the back door. Might just be easier.
Hold on a
I
second.
mean,
What's
you
with the
can
verbal
literally measure
diarrhea
this.
right now?
What's that?
Hold on a second. Yeah. The people chiming in, do you have something to contribute or you just chatter? Go chatter somewhere else.
Yeah, someone was home miking.
Oh, okay. Okay. I can make a prediction.
Yeah. Yeah,
What
you can go out and make a prediction with the gravitational attraction if you calculate the centrifugal force at the equator compared to somewhere else, like the North or South Pole, something like that. And you can actually measure what the delta would be. Go out and measure it, and it's been done hundreds of thousands of times. It's
hundreds of thousands of times. It's getting better, dude.
Yeah. It makes predictions about what the downward acceleration will be.
Yeah, you're full of shit, dude. Okay, I'm gonna tell you, you're full of shit. So there was a.
I mean, that's a real.
There's a scale company called Kern Scientific.
How that addresses what I said.
Yeah, I'm gonna address what you said. You're full of shit, dude. Like your claims are not evidence. You realize that, right? The claims are not evidence.
Is this you refuting my claim? Well, I mean, you can go out and look at the measurements yourself, or just make them yourself.
What can be asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence.
Well, I do have evidence. You just refuse to say that it is evidence. Are you saying that people haven't gone out and measured the difference of the downward acceleration at the North Pole compared to the equator? Because it has been done.
Okay, and I'm going to ask you to post it, and you're going to say you can't.
I am driving for another minute. I can post that for you, though. I mean, they did it on the final experiment when they were at what's the place?
They were at the North Pole,
the southern hemisphere. No, they were at the.
They weren't even at a pole.
Yeah, but there's a difference between the equator and the North and South Pole, and then there's a whole spectrum of difference between those 2 points or 3 points.
Yeah, I know. I know there's a difference.
If those predictions come true, then that's evidence that your claim is correct.
Okay, first of all, they don't match the prediction. Okay, so we know this from the Kern. Kern did a test where they had a scale in a garden gnome, and they sent it to scientists all over the world. 21 data points, CERN, South Pole Station even, they sent them all over the world. And the measurements don't match prediction. They're not even close. In fact, it's just a random frickin' variation. Okay, it's called Kern Scale Precision, a scientific equipment company. They took up one of their precision scales. They sent it to CERN. They sent it to South Pole Station. They sent it to Lawrence Livermore Labs. They sent it to Sandia National Labs. They sent it to different universities all over the world. And scientists there measured this gnome, wrote down the results. They pinned it on a Google frickin' map and generated all this data. Well, this data was taken off, it was put into a spreadsheet, and it was graphed. And that graph does not match the prediction even slightly. So you say people did it all over the world, hundreds of thousands of times. Ridiculous, dude.
also too, this guy's like all messed up. I mean, people have done things where they replaced a bar with like a piece of wood, or they replace weights with chicken nuggets in soda. Like what the hell, man?
There's one. I was gonna, if he wasn't driving, I would post it. There's one where they use like a stack of washers that are metal washers that are all glued together, and they have them so that the holes are vertical, and then they flip it so that the holes are horizontal, and do the test 2 different ways and get different results, but depending on the orientation of the washers. So I didn't know that flipping the orientation of a washer changed its mass. So I don't know. Call me crazy. This is the second time in 2 days someone's. Well, when you get on wherever you're going, it's fine.
I did hear a lot of what you had to say, though. So, like, if I gave these,
you heard about the gnome experiment. The gnome experiment.
No, I didn't hear that.
Okay, so there's a scale company that makes scientific grade scales. So they had part of an ad campaign. They took one of their scales and a garden gnome, because garden gnomes were like in fashion back then or something. It was like a meme. And they shipped them to scientists all over the world and had the same one, the exact same one, same garden gnome, shipped them to scientists all over the world. And they measured this garden gnome, and they all got different results, but it doesn't match the prediction, even a little bit. South Pole Station, Lawrence Livermore Labs, Indiana National Labs, CERN, i.e. the Large Hadron Collider. So I think they know how to do measurements there in all those places. They took the measurements, and it doesn't match the latitude change, the latitude weight adjustment that should be predicted. And these also wouldn't be predictions.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to just say these wouldn't even be predictions; they'd be postdictions. By the way, they'd have to do a calculation for it. Well, I mean, I'm just saying they're not predictions, but it doesn't even match anyway, so it's irrelevant, kind of.
Well, what if I gave you
in the chat?
Sure.
You're going to give me some anti-flat earther and doing some test? Great. Yeah, let's go with that. Sorry, I'll defer to CERN scientists using an actual precision scale company. Okay, a precision scale. So I had somebody, who was it yesterday, saying, yeah, they did this. Wolfie did this, but he didn't calibrate it. That if you calibrate it, you're doing it wrong.
Yeah, that's correct. If you calibrate at the particular place that you're at by putting like 100-gram test mass on it, if you recalibrate it when you're in your new location, it'll know that you have 100 grams and actually change what its output, like it'll change the calculation so that it shows 100 grams. Because it knows that there are variations on the surface of the Earth for the downward acceleration.
Is that why you calibrate a scale?
I mean, there's a good few reasons, because it does get out of true after a while, so you want to calibrate it for more than just that reason. Although, if you do move latitudes significantly, you do want to recalibrate, unless that's explicitly what you're trying to measure.
Digital scale calibration, they get out of calibration in minutes. Minutes, dude. I know, because I weighed a whole bunch of shit. You can weigh the same thing over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. And you'll get a fucked up result. And any digital scale, triple beam scale. They need to be calibrated. They're not accurate. You're getting a garbage measurement. But that ain't the point. Yeah. The point is that they've done this test and it doesn't match prediction. Point blank.
What's that?
They've done this test. Professional experimenters. That's what they do for a living. Is they do experiments.
Mm-hmm. Did you post it in chat?
Oh, I will. Yeah, hold on.
I appreciate it.
I didn't know if you were going to be.
Yeah, I parked. I'm waiting for my crew to show up.
Just had to post this last night. This is crazy.
Which, I'm not in here very often. Which one did you post it on?
It's going to be in live stream voice text. There we go. So, this is a Google, this is a spreadsheet with all the data put into it. It's a video going over all the different environmental variables, pressure, temperature, elevation, all that crap. Corrected for all that. Oh,
it's the Google Docs spreadsheet?
Yes. Yeah. You don't have to watch the video. I'm just posting that just for ha-has.
Yeah, where do you get the data from?
From their website.
Whose website?
Kern.
Kern or CERN?
Kern Precision Scale Company. Kern.
Alright.
Here's a graph of the data output. So on the right is the data, on the left is the prediction. Variation by latitude. As you can see, they're not even remotely close. There's no correlation there in any way, shape, or form. Other people have done this too. This is Thrive and Survive Business at 3 locations. He's a trained meteorologist. A master's degree in meteorology. He's done this. There's a lot of fairy tales out there.
Sure. I'm just trying to find the data that he actually pulled from.
The data originally was on, you remember how Google Maps had pins? Like you could pin stuff on a Google map?
Sure.
Years ago?
Yeah.
That web page is defunct. Okay, that's why I posted the video, because you can watch him go through Google Maps, go through all the data points and put it into the spreadsheet. Because that website no longer exists. Served its purpose.
Oh, the data itself? Is it on the Wayback Machine?
The link works on the Wayback Machine, but the Google Maps feature doesn't work.
Wait, so like people just... Sorry, go ahead.
Because they just scrape the page. Google doesn't offer that function anymore.
No, I understand that. My question was, like, so where he got this data from is from pin drops that people left on Google Maps about these scales. Am I understanding that?
That's how Kern put it on their website. It was Kern's website. So after they did the measurement, they submitted the data to Kern, and Kern added them to the pin onto the Google Maps on their website.
The Google Maps.
So they ship the scale. They ship the scale to CERN. CERN does the test. They call Kern and say, "Hey, this is our result." Kern says, "Okay, we're going to put a pin on Google Maps with your results."
Sure. Yeah. And you're saying this is actually Kern and Son? Is that the company that you're talking about?
No, Kern and Son. I don't even know it was in Sun.
SOHN. That's got to be it. If that's not it.
Oh, Kern and Son. Oh, yes, it's Son. It's German. Or Swiss or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so they make scientific equipment. Just as part of an ad campaign, they actually won an award for the ad part. Innovation in advertising or something.
I'm trying to. I just want to validate the data.
Yeah. So, mind you, I don't know if you know who Matthew Ernst is, but I showed him this, and he said, despite the data, what are you going to believe, the model or the data? He said, I'll believe the model. So that kind of tells me everything I need to know. Though that don't really apply to you, I just think it's hilarious.
Sure. Yeah. You should always go with the data. I'm with you on that.
But back to this model thing, because I take severe umbrance, like you have a model that makes a prediction, and if the prediction comes true, your hypothesis is correct. What about epicycles?
Are you talking about from the geocentric model?
Yeah. What about those?
Well, we don't use the geocentric model anymore, so there's no more epicycles.
Well, so you can't use it anymore to predict where you're going to see a planet?
Yeah, that's why we don't. Cause that I agree with you. That's a really bad. Epicycles are a terrible idea. No, because you got to adjust it every year. So it's not. So it's only predicting a very limited amount of time. The further out you can predict, the more accurate your model is likely to be.
How far does Newton's work for?
It depends on what you're measuring. Sorry, what was that?
How often does JPL update their ephemeris?
I don't know. I would think they would update it somewhat often. I have no idea.
Yeah. So what is the bitch exactly?
What's that?
So what is the bitch exactly? What are you bitching about? They have to update epicycles. They have to update Newtonian, Keplerian orbits. They have to update everything.
Well, I mean, you get more accurate information, and you want to update your model with more accurate information, right? You don't want it to just stay static, because a measurement between us and Mars or us and Jupiter, these things they're not exact. There's a for any measurement, there's a margin of error range, and if you can bring that margin of error down, then obviously you're going to have a more accurate description.
These aren't measurements, margins of error. It's model error. There's a residual error. So the point is that why don't we just go with epicycles? Because if it's a model and it works, let's use it, right? The reason we don't use it is philosophical. It has nothing to do with.
No, it's because it can't predict eclipses. It can't. There's a ton of stuff
we don't predict eclipses with a Newtonian model.
I mean, I'm not sure if that's actually correct, but I mean, if it is correct, we can definitely predict it now.
Right? No, it doesn't work.
Isn't there supposed to be an eclipse in 2026 in
and they don't predict it. They don't predict it with a Newtonian model.
But they do predict it.
Not with Newtonian gravity or Keplerian freaking orbits.
Yeah, so you use a different model, but if you do predict it and your prediction comes true, that's evidence that your hypothesis is. Do you disagree with that statement that I just made? If you make a prediction and your prediction becomes true,
I don't understand what you mean by hypothesis. Like, what is your definition of hypothesis?
So it's just an idea about the conception of the real world. So I could have a hypothesis that God exists, and if God Bob exists and I pray to Bob, I will get a gold brick in my hands. If a gold brick shows up in my hands, that's evidence for Bob. And if I change the variables a bunch, I tried to pray to Bob in a submarine or secluded on top of a mountain, and every time the gold brick appears, that's evidence that Bob exists. Would you disagree with that?
No, I guess that would be evidence that Bob exists, but I don't know how it applies to this. This is a mathematical model.
Well,
this is an existence or
mathematics
non-existence.
is just a language.
Yeah, that's why. How are you getting from? I don't understand how you compared something concrete to something that's abstract.
I mean, you use an abstract model to predict the concrete future. So if you're predicting eclipses 10, 30, 40 years in advance and they're all coming true, that's really good evidence that your model is accurately reflecting or describing reality. Do you disagree with that?
Yes,
idea?
there we go. Actually describing some future event, right? That you'll see something in reality. Yeah, great. But the underlying model itself isn't true or false or anything. It's just a model. Just data fitting, right? Because we have kinematic versus dynamic models. And the way we predict eclipses is a kinematic model. It's called the solar cycle. So eclipses happen with a regularity.
No, like the difference between kinematics is you're not predicting. Dynamic, you are predicting. You're describing.
No, you predicted kinematics. You just there's no forces.
Well, clearly we're predicting eclipses. You agree with that?
We've been predicting them since at least frickin'
like 100
BC.
Let's just say
longer than that.
Oh,
way longer. First eclipse prediction with Thales of Miletus, like in 300 BC.
No, I
mean
a
flat earther, by the way.
The date, location, the size, the totality of the eclipse. More specific predictions than just an eclipse will happen on this day. We've only been doing that for, let's say, 200 years. Would you be okay with granting that?
I don't know when it started. I know that they used Baselian projection or something to get the location.
I cannot find where this guy got this data from.
It's in the video. You can watch him do it. Unless you think he faked an entire web page back in 2017.
You can trust, but you always want to validate, of course, right?
No, exactly.
I mean, the ultimate validation would. Okay.
Never trust anything. Validate it. That's how science is built. The power of science is that you immediately distrust it. As soon as you add the variable of trust, you've destroyed science. It's no longer science.
So if you can't validate it, then don't trust it. So if I can't validate these numbers that he's inputting, then I can't trust it.
No, you'd have to do it. You validate it by doing it.
Yeah, that's my point. You have to, there are other experiments where people do it. Well, you don't have to do it personally. I don't subscribe to that, do you?
Yeah, you'd have to do it.
You're saying you have to do it personally to subscribe to the belief of it.
No, you can believe whatever you want.
Yeah. If you just want to slap a belief sticker on it, you can just believe in Bob. You just said, "Oh, old boy did it. He came down the mountain with a brick in 10 Commandments." Sounds good to me. I don't need to do it myself. Why would I have to do it? Bob did it. You can just throw belief on anything and just go. You'll be fine. The Western culture was built on Bob going up to the mountain and bringing back 2 stone tablets. You'll be just fine. Now, if you want to test it yourself and go up there and is there a burning bush with a bunch of golden bricks, that would be for you to do, not for someone else.
Sure, but if thousands of people have been to Australia, I can have strong confidence that there is evidence. I know that there is evidence for Australia. I don't need to go myself to prove that Australia or New Zealand exists, right?
Yeah, if that's what you want your worldview to be, that people can say they're from Australia, you've got evidence Australia exists, you no longer believe Australia exists, you know it does. Then follow that logic.
Justification.
Yeah, then follow that logic.
Yeah, so I don't have to personally witness or do a thing. If there's enough independent verification, especially if it's quantified and peer-reviewed, I think that's justification for holding a belief. Do you think it's not justification?
Now you're back to belief again. You can believe whatever you want to believe, whatever framework you want to believe it on. not about belief. It's like, do you know?
Unfortunately, I got to go. It was nice talking to you guys. I appreciate it.
All right. Have a good one, man.
That's really the heart of the issue right there. He doesn't really know things. He only believes things.
Whole shitload of things.
Because, like, even at the beginning, it's like, so do you know Australia exists based on all the evidence you have? No, I just believe it.
Well, like you said, like I said, he can believe whatever the hell he wants. But that's not what he's doing. He's running around saying, the shit I believe is true. I know it's true. Everybody believes it as with me. So you should believe it too.
Yeah, no thank
you. I was surprised he proved Gary exists. Yeah, so every time you pray to Bob, Gary makes gold bars appear because he wants you to believe Bob exists. And my claim fits the evidence, so I'm correct.
Yeah, there it is.
Now, what about Steve, though? Steve has hypnotically made Gary want to make dude think Bob exists. So he gave Gary the gold bar. So it also fits my hypothesis.
Yep.
Were you listening on YouTube, AI?
Yeah.
Did you hear some of the shit he said? It was pretty outlandish. Who was that, though? I recognize that voice. I don't remember who it was. Just alt account.
I didn't recognize his voice.
I've talked to him before. I think it might have been in politics. Yeah, a lot of that was painful.
Oh, what was I thinking? Oh, mass attracts mass isn't a description of the cause. That's a description of the effect. Just said it a different way.
Yeah. It's actually true. Well, I mean, he defined mass. Dude, did you hear what he said about? What was it? He said units of measure. I said, so you're saying units of measure attracts units of measure? And he said, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, he was, I'm glad he didn't spiral out, though. No, because I thought, like, after he said that, this dude's going. He's about to hit the wall and spiral out of here. But you know, Alpha actually, you know, taught me something the other day. Sometimes you can actually reel them back before they completely go off the deep end. And I think I succeeded in doing that. Sometimes their ego can't recover from saying something that stupid.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to hit them before their self-preservation thing kicks in. Otherwise, they're just, it's a battle then. I don't know, dude. I feel like I feel like a fresh breeze of intelligence flowed over my mind when I was hearing that guy say, "You don't know the cause," and you say, "Okay, what's the cause?" And he's like, "Mass attracts mass." That's the same thing. So he's saying mass attracts mass because mass attracts mass. He's not saying the cause. He's describing mass moving towards a mass as mass attracting mass, and then saying the cause is mass attracts mass. Even after you told him that people don't know the cause, they just end up with the effect and the cause being confused, and then he just exemplified it. And I'm like, yeah, mass attracts mass that's not a cause. That's what you're claiming is going on. That's the effect.
Didn't he say the attract part is the cause?
I mean, he was trying to say that, but it's like, that's like saying a magnet attracting another magnet is the cause of magnets attracting magnets. Do you see how stupid it sounds now?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Like that literally, now that I just said what I just said, it sounds even stupider.
I know. I gotta put that one in my Batman utility belt.
Yeah, what's the cause of a magnet attracting another magnet? Oh, a magnet attract magnet. That's what the cause is.
No, it's magnetism.
It's Bob.
It's a Bob. Yeah.
Speaking of that, I gotta buy a bunch of magnetic levitation devices. Those are awesome.
He's obviously debated this topic before, but he was stuck in his little rhetorical script that probably works on TikTok.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm gonna buy a magnetic levitation clock. So it's basically a wall clock where the hand of the clock is a ball floating in front of the clock, locked in they got a magnet within a magnet, and the poles are reversed or whatever, and so it's attracting and repelling simultaneously. So you put the little ball, and it just like floats about a half inch or an inch away from the surface, and you can turn it sideways and put it on the wall, and then you got a clock.
Does it actually tell time?
Yeah, they have them. You can buy them like legit, where they rotate, tell the time. Yeah. I want it because I want something that I can have a fully mechanical motion that I can pass my hand in between. So hopefully the hand being in between won't disrupt the field in enough so where the ball would fall. So another thing with the gravity thing, someone mentioned in the comments, if you put two balls on a table, and the table's flat and level, and the balls are separated from each other, they won't roll towards each other. Now our intuition is friction. Yeah, but our intuition is of course not, because the table's level, so it's not sloped. If it was sloped, the balls would run down the slope. Why would the balls run down the slope? Well, because we know things roll down slopes. So when they do their little space-time demonstration where they take a bed sheet and they put balls in a bed sheet, which depresses the bed sheet and creates a slope, the balls then roll down a slope. And a lot of people don't catch that they're trying to explain to you a mechanism for gravity being the space-time bed sheet when they're appealing to down, separate, as the moving force. So they're already assuming there's going to be a downward vector, and then they're putting the balls on an inclined plane, the downward vector. So this isn't addressing how space-time functions at all. It's definitely not addressing any cause, because the cause of the motion there is something else, which is down, which we all experience. Which is a severe problem with these guys that can't think, is that they don't realize that when you tell them that Newton and Einsteinian versions of gravity are incompatible, it's not because they're not kinematically equivalent in the way that the motion is, right? It's that their causes are different. Nothing in Einstein moves without already being in motion. If it's not already in motion, it can't be affected to travel through a geodesic in space-time, because it's not traveling. The geodesic in space-time doesn't move the object that's not already moving. So there's no cause of motion in Einsteinian. So they have to set you up with the mass attracts mass canard to make you think that that's how things work, and then make you think that down isn't down, but it's actually inwards to a giant ball, and then do a bait and switch after you're convinced of all that, that space-time bed sheets is actually how gravity works. We actually have three competing ideas that can't actually be synergized. They can only be addressed separately. And each example relies on the assumptions that you carried over from the previous example. It's one of the reasons why they can't have a static universe. Everything has to be moving. Otherwise, Einstein's stuff doesn't work.
Well, I mean, his psychological escape was it works, therefore it must be true. But he made a lot of crazy freaking claims. Thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of people. There's lots of people that have done it. Like, I can't show you because I'm driving. Oh, now I'm at work. Bye. Yeah, you're never going to show us.
Oh man, thanks for reminding me. I gotta switch out my expensive eyeglasses to my cheap as heck contacts before I ruin them on the job site.
Yeah, I bought an Apple Watch, I don't know, a couple months ago. The face is fucking destroyed, like the glass thing, the bezel thing. Just scratches all over it and shit. And getting fucking trenches with a pickaxe. I've been doing in real life Minecraft.
Nice.
Still no diamond.
Great. I gotta find my contact solution. Good grief. Man, I should just rip my organic eyes out and just go with my red ocular implants. Dang it.
Go with the LASIX. Laser your eyes.
Dude, when I was in the Army, I could have got LASIK. Whichever one. So they offer you
the PRK,
all of that, but I didn't really know about it. It's the one where they, instead of the standard one was where they kind of like slice your eye like a garbage can lid, and then they flap it over. Then they do their thing, and then they flap the flap back, and then it heals. But you always have a weakness on that plane that they sliced it. And then And the other one, oh, sorry, real quick. That one you can go back to work in like a day or two. Right? So the other one is they essentially take a cheese grater and they cheese grate your eye down, right? And then they zap you. But that takes like, I can't remember if it's 3 weeks or 6 weeks. And you're blind for weeks until it heals. But it's super strong and durable and doesn't have the problems that the other one has, like with your eyes hurting, or a trauma can make your scar line sever, so your flap can come loose. So it's way better, but you have to be blind for a while.
Yeah, except it does have more complications too. Like it can have things go wrong with like the way the lens heals, and can kind of create multiple vision and.
Yeah. So there's a third one, which is they scratch your eye around, and then they put a constricting silicone ring in it, right? And so they never actually touch any of the optical parts of your eye. So all that stays good, and they can actually, if they screw it up, they can redo it the same day. So those are like the 3 eye surgeries, and I kind of never really bought into any of them. I was kind of too scared for any of them. And then I didn't know that the Army would have paid for it for free while I was in. Because I probably would have had it done then. But who remembers corrective lenses? Does anybody remember that?
Eyeglasses?
No, not eyeglasses. Corrective lenses.
The glass? Are you talking about the glass contacts that they had before they were plastic?
The gas.
No, what I'm talking about is what I'm talking about is a design philosophy. So there was back in the day. I remember when I was a kid. You go to the eye doctor. They say, "Hey, your eyes suck. Here's corrective lenses. Here's also a list of eye exercises. Do these exercises. Come back. Then we'll alter your corrective lenses, and eventually you'll see normal again." Versus nowadays, where you show up to the eye doctor and they're like, "Oh, I'm about to make a money on you, buddy, for life." And so every time you go, they're not trying to correct your eyes at all. They're just trying to fix the current symptom that you're dealing with. So every time you go, your prescription gets worse and worse and worse and worse. Whereas in the old philosophy was it gets better and better and better till you don't need them.
You know, my ex, I think she did that. I think she had something wrong with her eyes. She had to wear correcting lenses. For like astigmatism or something?
Yeah.
And then, yeah. And she stopped wearing them and they got worse and worse. I was going to say, now, you said the military was offering eye correction surgery. Now, the first thing I think of, why aren't they offering like eye augmentation surgery? Shouldn't the military be like, "Oh, dude, we want super soldiers that can see like 40 fucking miles"? Why haven't they tried that?
They did try it, and then they all went crazy and essentially turned into zombies. And then they're like, "Oh man, let's just turn this into a plot of a movie instead."
They did try it, then they realized all their girlfriends are ugly. Now that their eyes are fixed, like they went from being like a 5 to now they're a 2. Because now you can see every freaking blemish in their face, every freaking stretch mark in 3D freaking high resolution detail.
Yeah. So you know what? what came across my feed the other day is these girls lauding over Taylor Swift about how immaculate her stage presence is with her gorgeous legs, and her legs are just so smooth, and they don't have any blemishes. They're like, oh, wait, she's wearing tights. And I'm like, you're a girl and you don't know about tights, and it's like, you're so dumb that you think Taylor Swift's legs are perfect and she's not wearing tights? It's like, holy crap, dude. Girls don't even know that girls are nowhere near the appearance that they should be. I'm like, what is going on here? When girls don't know that other girls fake their appearance, that's a really turn in culture, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Good. We're complaining now, dude. Wait, in 5 years with AI, it's going to be ridiculous.
Yeah, go into a store in the men's grooming section, then go into the women's grooming section. The men's grooming section is a portion of an aisle. The women's grooming section is the rest of the real estate of that corner of the store.
Big money maker.
Yeah, especially since a lot of that stuff you got to use daily. So it's like, you know, you put it on, take it off, put it on, take it off, put it on, take it off. And it's like $15 a jar, you know. Well, some of it's cheap. I guess you can get the cheap junk, but you know how it is.
Jay was talking about that his wife and I think he said his daughter used like an anti-aging cream, and then they wash it off and it clogs his sink.
Oh, that's a good one, dude.
Yeah, and they're putting it on their face, man. Like, come on, man.
I know. I heard they're using AI algorithms to crack the stem cell code where they inject your cells and reboot them and turn them back into stem cells or something to reverse aging. So I can't wait to see all the test subjects that sign up for that to be done in their face, and then their face ends up like hanging down like Snoopy. Or not Snoopy. Who's that one? You know what I'm talking about, where a bulldog where all the Droopy the dog.
Well, what if their face turns back to a baby face and they're like grown adults?
That'd be popular among the Democrats. Be like Darkman, where after 2 hours your face melts off and you have to put the cream on all the time.
Dude, baby-faced human, like adult humans, is like nightmare fuel.
Dude, do you remember the Catwoman movie where the one with the villain? Yeah, the one where the villain was like a makeup conglomerate, and her makeup turned your face into stone, and so she was like had super armor.
As long as it doesn't turn other people into stone.
Hey, Dio, did you see my shoe rock observation?
No. Where'd you post it?
Check 1 second, but I think, you know what, dude? I think I never put my contact in my case. This is gonna suck. Oh, here it is. You ever put in your contacts, and you know they have a left and right, and then you put one in, and then you accidentally turn it around, and then you're like, "Where's my other contact? It's not in here." So the whole reason they have a left and right is because some people have left and right prescriptions, but it's also supposed to be you're not supposed to switch. You're not supposed to switch your contacts, even if they're not different from eye to eye, because you could cross infect. But I'm like,
I just assume people are just dumb, dude, and that they'll put the contact and the two contacts in the same eye.
Dude, when I was in Iraq for 2015, I wore my contacts for like, without even taking them out of my eyes for like a couple of months. Just kept dousing them with a solution all the time. Then they banned him because some kid had a melt to his eyes because he was stuck in a Humvee that was on fire, and he was close enough to the heat to where they like melted to his eye. And they said, no, you can't wear contacts in the field anymore. You got to wear your glasses, which sucks, dude, because your glasses fog and sweat and all that heat.
Yeah, back in the days of yore, it'd be like some of the combat arms. You'd have to have a medical waiver to get in with if you'd have at least like something like 20/40 or something like that. Like you're expected to be able to function even without glasses on. Oh no, like they.
Yeah, I thought there was an eyesight cut off. I thought you couldn't have.
Yeah, for certain MOSs, like combat, like a clerk or supply, it didn't matter. You qualify for those jobs, or radio operator. Yeah, but if you were some sort of combat arms, that required like you have to be able to see to some sort of standard without corrective lenses on.
Posted it. All right, look at those.
It don't prove nothing, flat earther. Yeah, that's good. Shit. Is that Windsor Lake, dude? What clear mirage going on?
Oh man, was I on mute the whole time? Holy crap. Yeah, so who can pass my quiz that I put in the chat there? So there's an image, there's a blue streak in the middle surrounded by green. You got to tell me what object that blue streak is.
Canoe.
What color is it?
Blue.
Wrong. It's yellow. Let me show you. Good guess though. Blue was a good guess since it clearly looks blue. All right, here it is, bro. Man, did it go through? What the heck? Oh, there we go. Check it out.
Not bad.
Now, somebody guessed that what's occurring there is you may notice that there's a blue barrel in the bottom picture up high there. They said maybe it's the reflection of that barrel on the water. That might be where the blue color is coming from.
Nine. It's too close to the center reflection of the dock, where the dock meets the water. It's on the same line.
So this is about 1,000 feet. Google Maps. Well, actually, not Google Maps. The lake profile, but also Google Maps says it's like 330 to 333 meters to that little pier from the observer location.
How's it going, guys?
Horrible.
Sorry to hear that. What makes your day horrible?
I'm trying to listen to some flat smack and listen, but instead of setting up work.
So you can't really
set up tools.
Sorry, go on.
I'm just setting up tools.
What do you do?
Build things. Houses. Repairs. Stuff. Objects.
Nouns, even?
What's that?
Even nouns?
Do I
Do you
build
do verbs
nouns?
to these nouns? Yeah.
Yeah. I verb some nouns. I verb them real good.
Fuck yeah, man. That's what I'm all about. That sounds like a good day. Why is it bad then?
Because all my helpers are on drugs or in jail, bro.
Oh. That does suck.
What's the culture coming to? Yeah, exactly.
You want to discuss the flat Earth at all?
Sure.
Or are you busy?
Loosely. Kind of busy. Yeah.
Why? What's your proof of flat Earth?
Oh, I don't have any proof of flat Earth. I think it's a globe.
Prove it.
Sure. Do you agree that you can determine your place on whatever surface this is by local solar noon? You can determine north, south, east, west, and latitude, longitude?
Sure.
Cool. Yeah, if you measure the distances between those measurements past the equator, they get smaller either direction, north or south. And at the equator, they're the longest. The only shape that I know that can do this in the proportions that it does happen is a globe or a sphere.
And so what? Still not curved.
Did you understand my argument, or?
Yeah. But so what? There's still no curve measured.
Well, I mean, if you can measure that the lines of longitude are converging north and south,
I don't care.
that is a compelling argument. I don't know what to say to that.
Well, measure the curve of the Earth, and that is the one that you'll win with.
Well, I mean, I could present that to you. I just don't think you would accept it as evidence. But what's wrong with the idea of converging? Well, I'd rather talk about the thing that I brought up because you wanted to talk about my proof.
Because that doesn't matter. It still doesn't make the Earth drop down away from you anywhere.
Well, I mean, geometrically, if there's two central points where all longitude lines converge, it would have to be some three-dimensional object. It can't be a two-dimensional flat sphere or flat disc or square or any other shape.
Well, it's not curved, so you can throw that out.
So you think it's like a rectangular Earth?
Oh, I don't really
match
care.
The measurements.
Yeah, it doesn't matter to me. It's flat.
It really
though,
doesn't
and
matter to you that
stationary.
there's two.
No. I live in Ohio. I don't go anywhere. If I go anywhere, I'm heading to Vegas or going on cruises.
That sounds terrible. Well, I guess you enjoy it. Sorry, that's my own opinion. But how could it be any other shape if all lines of longitude converge at some kind of northern and central southern points? It can't be a two-dimensional object. Would you agree with that statement?
Nobody says two-dimensional.
Flat earthers do.
No, it's flat and stationary. And contained.
Like there's...
And we have air pressure, so that's another problem for you.
Not really, but what's wrong with my...
How do converging lines make air pressure?
No. Do convergent lines make the Earth flat?
Sure.
No, they're impossible. It's impossible to have two central points on a flat Earth.
Why?
How are the lines of...
So if the ground is flat, when you walk from north to south, when you measure from north to south and it's flat, and you have a point of rotation in the north and one in the south, and that's all done in the sky, what does that have to do with the non-curving ground?
No, I'm talking about measuring the distance between lines of longitude on the ground. You can measure them getting shorter.
Yeah, you use the sky for that.
Equator. No, you don't. You don't use the sky at all.
What do you use?
You measure lines of latitude.
Where are they? Are they drawn on the ground? Are they drawn on the ground somewhere?
Well, you can measure them. Yeah, you measure them on the ground.
Oh, where's mine at?
You said you're in Ohio.
Yeah. Yeah, so where's my... I want to see the one that's the closest one to me so I can see where it's drawn on the ground.
No, you can determine these things yourself. You don't have to trust other people. I mean, earlier you agreed with the premise that they're...
No, I want to trust that somebody knows where these markings are at. You said they're done from... You do this on the ground. That's how you figure out by looking... by measuring... your globe, by using your globe, you look at the ground, so you prove it.
Yeah. You use local solar noon to figure out what your longitude and latitude are on, and you can measure the distance between them, south and north of the equator, the line to converge.
Whoa, brother! Whoa! I thought you said it was on the ground, though. So I'm just critiquing from an outside observer in your conversation. No, I'm just saying, like, if you said solar noon, all right, let's just pretend you can't see the sun at all. Okay, what's your latitude?
I mean, I guess you could use the moon. I'm not sure how you do it without the sun. Like, at least in a rudimentary way. Are you saying that the sun isn't a reliable way to figure out what longitude you're on?
No, what I'm saying is the sun is the source of the latitudes and longitudes. The sky, it's not the ground, right? So it's your observer's location where the sun is in the angles where you're at. That's all it is. So the other guy was saying they're not on the ground.
You're saying the ground is dependent on the sky?
No, the opposite. The ground is not dependent on the sky.
Yeah, I agree.
So if you create a matrix of grid lines that you think are coordinated with a celestial object, that's not going to change the shape of the ground. So if you measure the ground and the ground measures flat, then it's flat. It's that simple.
Yeah, but if the ground that you're measuring, that you're saying you measure flat, is converging at two different points, north and south, it can't be a flat thing.
Yeah, but you didn't say that the ground was doing that. You said that lines that you interpret from the celestial positions is doing that.
Yeah, so what's the issue with using the sun to determine the distance between lines of longitude?
Because there's no triangulation of the sun. You can't do any like geometry with it in that sense.
Why would you need to triangulate the sun? All you're doing is at this given time is local solar noon here.
Right. So in order to take interpretation of your data and the other person's data, you have to put them into some kind of matrix or model, right, relative to each other. And then you have to assume geometric locations based on the observer's location relative to where the sun is. So you have to synergize these into one idea. Yeah,
you could say I have no idea. You could say the sun is an infinite distance away, and it would make no difference to what I'm proposing.
Yeah, you're proposing that when people are looking at the sun in their different locations, they're in a specific geometric relationship relative to the angle that they're looking at the sun. That's your claim.
No, my claim is the sun can provide definitive evidence what longitude line you're on. And I thought you agreed with that. Do you disagree with that now?
Dude, that's circular. Your observer's location, the degrees to the sun, that is defined as that. So, like, what does that have to do with the ground, though? All right, sorry, I'm not supposed to be interrupted.
That doesn't
Go
make sense.
ahead.
The sun.
Makes sense.
Well, it was a question. I did want you to answer it. Do you disagree with the idea that you can use local solar noon to figure out what longitude line you're at?
Link up with the satellite computer. We will only have 20 seconds to reprogram the satellite. Beyond that, and they will be too far apart. Okay. You're reaching 3, 2.
Do you agree with that? I want to know.
So you're using the sky then?
Does that answer my question?
Well, I'm just confirming that you want to use the sky, not the ground, to determine where you're at, right?
I want to confirm that we both agree on the same thing. So do you disagree or agree with my statement? Because if we both agree with it, then it's irrelevant.
I can figure out where I'm at using the stars.
What about the sun, which was my question?
Maybe. What does that have to do with the ground not curving, though?
That I would have mentioned.
I mean, it demonstrates my point that there are two central points.
I didn't say there wasn't.
Where lines. Okay, so how is that? That's impossible on a flat Earth. There's no geometry that makes that work.
Right. It's on flat. The Earth is flat. Right. It's in the sky. It's correct. It's impossible on the ground. It's in the sky.
What? I'm talking about the ground. Can you determine your are you not tracking the conversation? You can determine your longitude based on the timing of local solar noon. Do you agree or disagree with that statement?
So what?
So that's a yes?
Sure.
Awesome. Then you can figure out, if you go to point A and point B, and you figure out the difference in timing for local solar noon, and you measure that distance, you can actually measure the distance between for a given length of latitude. Would you agree with that as well?
How are you going to measure it?
There's a ton of different ways. You can use a measuring wheel, car with an odometer, plane.
Is that linear?
You can do linear, sure.
That's a
you can
straight
use
line.
a surveyor.
That's a straight line.
Okay, that doesn't matter at all to my question.
It does. You're trying to, you're not telling me how the Earth is curving, though, using all these methods.
I mean, that's exactly what I am proposing. Because if they're all converging at north and south...
Then why can't we measure the Earth curve?
You can, you just reject the evidence for it. But
okay, what's the evidence for it? If I just reject the evidence, what's the evidence for it?
surveying.
Those are straight lines and triangles, and you can't have those on the surface of a ball.
No, that's not true. So, do you know what reciprocal zenith angles are?
Do you know what a triangle is?
Yes. Can you answer my question?
Yeah, I do. But we're going to take my test first.
Oh, so you don't like answering questions? I mean that.
Oh yeah.
Go ahead.
Now I answered questions. Now it's time for you. So now we'll look in the live stream.
Go ahead.
We'll look in the live stream and answer this NASA IQ test question. Which of the figures below are not triangles?
I'm driving. I can't see it.
Oh well.
What, you trust NASA or something? Why would you want me to take a NASA IQ test? What does that demonstrate?
See how smart you are.
Dude, the title NASA IQ test is clearly sarcastic, right?
Sure, yes.
They never take the test.
So
yeah, keep in mind, Don Pettit. Hold on, friend. Don Pettit failed the test because when presented with the document, he just started to eat it.
Okay, I don't care. So if lines of longitude are converging at some kind of central point north and south, that demonstrates that they converge, that there's one central point for both set ends, but you can't have that on a flat object.
So you can only have angles. You can only have angles on flat objects. You can't have any angles on curved objects. So you lost again.
Could I throw two balls on the ground and measure the angle between them?
No.
What? No?
What are you going to measure from? What's your point of reference?
You measure from wherever you have your theodolite or whatever instrument that you're using to measure angles to the central point of each sphere or the edge of each sphere that are closest to each other.
So using straight lines then?
You can use straight line. Yeah, of course you use straight lines for that.
You have to use straight lines.
But the objects themselves aren't made straight by using straight lines to measure.
If I had two basketballs touching each other, what's the angle they're touching each other at?
That's an incoherent question.
Oh, so you can't have... All right, if I had a basketball sitting on a table, what angle is it sitting on the table at?
That's an incoherent question.
There you go. You can't have angles on a curved surface. So all of your curving measurements that you think are curving are just straight angled measurements. You can't take any of those measurements without it being a flat surface. You can't do it on a ball. So there you go.
Sure. So if I take a ball, basketball, and throw it in front of me.
No, that the basketball
you don't
surface.
Want me to talk.
No, you were talking about the basketball surface and you sitting it on a table. What's the angle that you measure between the ball and the table?
That's an incoherent question. I already answered this.
That's right.
All right, so let me demonstrate the idiocy of this point. You take a ball and you throw it in front of you. Then you have a theodolite, which measures 90 degrees from the downward vector, right? Do we agree on this so far?
You don't have downward on a ball. You only have in or out.
No, I'm talking about on the physical whatever thing that we live on. A theodolite
down can only be on a flat. Down is only on a flat surface. 90 degrees can only happen to the flat surface, not on a ball.
That's an excellent assertion. So let's say you do this. You throw the ball. You have the theodolite. You measure 90 degrees. That's your.
Why am I throwing the ball? Why am I throwing the ball and then measuring it with a theodolite? Why am I throwing it?
For the sake of the hypothetical. Holy shit, dude!
The basketball's sitting on my table.
Emotional control.
Yeah, the basketball sitting on my table.
The basketball's sitting at the table. Yes, you have a theodolite out. You measure it.
For what? Where's the theodolite
Wow,
setting?
holy shit. If I need to finish my sentence before you ask questions about the
Where are you setting up the theodolite?
200 feet away. Does it fucking matter? No, it doesn't.
Why?
What's the goat doing in New Jersey?
You need
There's no relevance to the
needs to be put on the surface of the ball so you can make angles to things from the surface of a ball like you would Earth. So you said you can't do that. It's incoherent.
So I'm going to take a ball. I'm going to put it directly below the theodolite. I'm using the center of the ball and the downward vector to position my theodolite. Now I have a second ball.
You don't have a sensor of a ball.
I have a second ball in the hypothetical. Do you really struggle this hard with hypotheticals?
Yeah, I'm not going to let you have this hypothetical because you can't have the center of your Earth ball. You don't have a measured curve.
I can't imagine things. They hurt my balls.
Why would I have to? I used to be a glober like you and imagine those things, but you don't have to anymore because the Earth is flat. You don't know what triangles are. You don't know what triangles are. You freaked out when I asked you what triangles are. You said it's incoherent to make an angle from a curved surface. That's incoherent. And
you know what
so now you're telling us to measure angles to the sun from a ball. That's incoherent.
All right, so are you going to let me finish the hypothetical now, or are you just going to keep interrupting?
Go ahead and finish all you want, but you know it's incoherent.
Sure. Your question was incoherent. Mine is not. So there's clearly an answer. You put a ball on the ground, then you set a theodolite directly above it. So you're using a ball to situate your theodolite. You then take a second ball, throw it 10 yards, 20 yards away. It doesn't matter. You use the theodolite to measure the angle to the upwardmost portion of that ball. Can you measure an angle from either the horizon or from directly situated above that ball to get a second angle to the other surface of that ball? It was a question.
So they're both sitting on a basketball court?
It's in a field.
Why does it have to be a field?
It doesn't have to be. That's just my hypothetical.
Is it a flat field?
Sure.
Oh, so they're the same height.
I didn't say that. One's a yoga ball, one's a basketball. It doesn't matter.
I said two basketballs before. Now you changed the size of them.
It doesn't matter. It makes the variable doesn't
so from the basketball. So now we need to set your theodolite up onto the basketball and somehow level it to the center of the basketball, right? But you can't do that because you don't have a center to work from on an Earth.
You don't have a center on a basketball?
No, you don't have a center to work from.
On a basketball?
You just can't set it on there and then turn it about 30 degrees and say, now that's centered on a basketball.
You really think you can't use the downward vector to point directly through the center of a basketball?
You can't do what you want to do, no. There's no downward on a ball.
I just said.
It's only inward on a ball.
You can't use the downward vector.
Down is only on a horizontal plane.
That's fascinating. You can't use the downward vector to pass directly through the center of the basketball. Is that your statement?
Where are you getting the horizontal plane from?
The downward vector. It doesn't matter. You can use the downward vector. You don't have to reference the horizontal vector at all. There's clearly the downward vector. You can clearly set it up.
Down is in relation to horizontal.
Through the center of the basketball.
So those are straight lines. You can't have that on a ball. No straight lines on the surface of a ball, remember?
You can do a tangent on a ball.
What's the angle between the tangent line plane and the ball touching it?
What's the taste of blue?
So you can't answer that question, can you?
No, I'm demonstrating that it's a coherent question.
Yeah, so you just said I can measure a tangent, though. So measure a tangent point for me.
No, I didn't say you can measure a tangent. I'm saying you can place a tangent on a ball.
And what does that do for you? What's the angle between the line that's sitting out 1 foot from the tangent point and the ball? What's that angle?
It depends on how far away you're measuring.
Dude, you just said it's incoherent to have any angles when the ball's touching a table.
No, I said your question is incoherent.
Mine is incoherent, but yours is coherent. Yours makes sense, but mine doesn't, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're getting there. So you're saying you can't measure from the downward vector through a ball to the topmost part of another ball. You're saying that that's impossible.
You're not going to be able to do that on Earth.
It's a law of identity. It's a law of identity violation. Like, you're already saying that you can do that on a ball. How do you know what you're standing on is a ball?
Where am I saying P and not P at the same time?
Yeah, you're saying you can do this on a ball. Isn't that correct? You stated that over and over again. But how do you know you're standing on one?
Yeah. The converging lines of longitude.
Yeah, what is longitude based on?
Local solar noon.
He said angles, and I told him you can't have angles on the surface of a ball. He said, yes, you can. I said, put a basketball on a table. What's the angle between the ball and the table? That's incoherent. So now he's using something incoherent as his proof.
It's just interesting.
So you don't think you know what longitude you're on from local solar noon? Now you're changing your position?
Yeah, wait a minute. Yeah, but where are you deriving longitude from? What is longitude derived from? See, this is the part you're not understanding. Local solar noon. So when you say that, are you thinking that that's happening on a surface that's curved?
It can be, or it could be on a flat.
No. It's not. It can be.
Data, and then
it either is. No, sir. It either is or is not. It either is or is not a curved surface.
Yeah. So we've done the measurements, and yes, because this particular experiment that I'm talking about has happened.
Wait! Stop! You're jumping. You're jumping through. Hold on, sir. You're jumping through too many hoops. Right now you're saying because of solar noon. Yes, you are. Because of solar noon. Okay, latitude or longitude is being derived.
Yeah, you can know. Do you disagree that you can know what line of longitude you're on based on local solar noon?
So what we're trying to figure out is what is longitude and latitude derived from? And you keep it's local like circular. You said local solar noon, right? Is that happening on the surface that's curved or a horizontal plane?
You can make the hypothesis either way. I know that
it's inconclusive. So that's inconclusive then. It's inconclusive.
No, it's not inconclusive once you get the data. The data is how you demonstrate which one is correct.
McFinlan, you give two options. It either could be one or the other. It's inconclusive in your worldview.
No.
So you don't know.
So the way that I compare ideas is I take one, see what predictions arise naturally from it, and compare it to predictions made from the second hypothesis. So if the North Pole is the center of flat Earth, all lines of latitude will spread out.
He's making up stories.
Yeah, hold on a second.
Oh, so you don't think the North?
Wait, hold on, McFinlan, you just made up what you think flat Earth is. Do you think flat Earth is
what's your position?
No, hold on a second. You just described what you think. Yeah, well, you didn't give anyone a chance to do that because you've already made up in your mind what you think flat Earth is. I think this is where you're going wrong already. So you strawman.
What's your map?
You strawman the position of flat Earth, and then you started kind of wailing on that strawman. So you don't.
So you don't hold to the Gleason's map. What is your map?
There you go. See, this is the issue. So now you don't have a position to argue against if you don't know what we're saying. Isn't that
well? Everybody has a vastly different position in flat Earth. So just stop crying and tell me what your position is.
No. It's not about crying, sir. It's about you being concise in your proposition. So if you're not doing so, it's an injustice to like the argument. So what you're doing right now is you're creating a whole narrative. You're creating a narrative about the argument. So the argument to you is about maybe flat Earth that's like akin to the Gleason's map. or AE.
Yeah, so the
whatever
Gleason's
projection.
map is disproved. I'm glad you agree. What's the correct?
Hold on a second. Wait a minute. Wait. But you don't know
If it's
what
more
those
complaining,
maps.
I really don't want to hear it. Just tell me what your idea is.
This is correcting you on your assumption that you think that we're.
I already admitted. If you don't hold to the Gleason's map, that's fine. I'm not trying to force you to take a position that you don't hold.
So we don't.
Just tell me what your position is.
Let's say this. We don't hold to the Gleason's map. What would be your argument then?
That you have no idea what the shape of the Earth is.
So what does that have to do with you trying to rebut our position?
Sure. If you don't have a model, and I have a model that makes very good predictions,
There it is.
then my model is far more likely to be correct.
There it is.
In fact,
That's
yours
what I was
doesn't
talking about.
even make predictions.
Yeah, because you
have a model
need
that
us-
makes predictions?
Yeah, hold on, sir. You need us to have a model in order for you to have a position to argue against. Because we didn't
Yeah,
present
so do you
one,
not have
and
a
at least now you're finding out we don't have that position, which would be the Gleasons. Now you can't find a way to combat what we're saying. You need something. You need for us to have a model in order for you to take a stance because you think you have one. And that's the reason why you come in here probably arguing about tangent planes. Because for you, it makes more sense, according to what you're saying. I'm drawing.
Okay, so what's your position on the shape of the Earth? Do you think it's flat?
Yeah, the shape is not what's in contention. This is the whole wrong way to look at what we're talking about here. We're not talking about shape. Flat is not a shape, sir. Do you know that? Or do you not know that?
Sure, it's a two-dimensional description. It's not three-dimensional.
Okay, you're
but I think
right.
we all
So it's a
understand what's
description of
being
the surface.
communicated when somebody says flat Earth.
Right,
You're saying you don't have a map? I don't want to misrepresent you. Just tell me what your
It's not
position
about.
is. Stop
Listen, it's
complaining about
okay.
my
First
position.
of all, sir. First of all, it's not about a map and it's not about a model. You got to remove that from the position you think you're going to argue against.
If you
It's
don't
not
have a
about
model,
those.
then you have no evidence for your position.
No, this is the problem for you coming in here thinking that this would be a better way to argue for this, and you don't have a position right now. If I was to tell you, how could you verify any model or map? Go ahead and tell me how you
Predictions
verify
that it
that.
makes.
Okay, predictions. What predictions? Name one.
Reciprocal zenith angles
From what?
from 90 degrees.
Horizontal.
Yeah.
Not
Okay,
to a
90
ball.
what is-
You
and-
can't-
and-
yeah, not to a
we're
ball,
back to-
remember? Because
we're back
that's
to-
incoherent.
But we're back to Professor Triangle's point, right? He said 90 degrees. That's what he was saying, right? So we're back to now that you know we don't have the map and model argument, and we're back to what you're talking about, reciprocal zenith angles, and you need a 90 degree. What do you need to have 90 degrees? There's two things.
Downward vector.
Well, what's the other thing you're going to need?
Some kind of instrument to measure the downward vector.
No, I mean, like, what's the intersect? How do you have a 90 degree? What is 90 degrees?
From the downward vector.
Now, I know that, but what is it intersecting with?
It's not intersecting with anything. You're establishing the
we're
downward
down?
vector, and then you measure 90
Yeah,
degrees up from
he
that.
won't say it because it's detrimental to his position. This is the reason why he won't say it.
What do you think my position is?
Yeah.
See how you were just describing and saying you can't tell the other person what their position is, and now you're telling me what my position is?
Yeah,
Go
no,
ahead.
what you're not. This is important. What you're not saying is what the reason why you. If you're not telling us the full scope of the argument, you're not going to be able to represent your position correctly. So if you're saying 90 degrees, and I'm telling you to go ahead and tell the audience what does that mean, and you're withholding the information.
90 degrees is from the downward vector. That is my
You see how
honest
you're not-
position.
you-
I don't
okay, so-
appreciate you telling me that I'm being dishonest. I haven't said that about you.
Yeah. So you need a horizontal plane.
No,
right?
you don't.
Yes, you do.
No. You establish
cannot
horizontal
have a
from the
90-degree
downward.
angle. Bro, listen. If you don't have two intersecting lines that meet at a vertex, then what are you gonna? How do you have an angle if that's not what it is?
Imagine this: you place a plumb bob in a in an area where the air is very still, so it doesn't move at all. Can you measure 90 degrees off of that plumb line?
You need a horizontal plane. If it's 90 degrees.
Horizontal plane would be the 90 degrees off of that plumb line.
Yeah.
Are you saying
so
that
how
you
does-
can't
how
measure
do-
90 degrees
yeah,
off the line?
So this was Professor Triangle's point. This is the reason why you're not realizing that you don't have a curved surface. Because if you did, then you'd realize that doesn't work on a globe. What you're describing.
So do you disagree that you can? Do you agree that you can do 90 degrees off of a plumb line? Because that's essentially what a theodolite is doing.
Sure.
Yeah, nobody's disagreeing that point.
So you can measure whether it's curved or flat. You can measure that angle.
No, wait. But what I'm trying to tell you is, like, if you're using this information, how does this help the globe in any way? That's what I'm trying to ask you.
I didn't agree that it works on a ball. I just said you can do it because the Earth is flat. That's all.
Everybody knows this. Everybody knows this, McFinlan. But I think you're not getting it for your position. It doesn't help you for the Earth being a globe.
So the reason I brought it up was reciprocal zenith angles. You remember this, correct?
Then you need a flat surface for that.
You need a horizontal plane, bro. We're trying to tell you that it doesn't work for a globe.
What you need to do is compare the two hypotheses, right?
You said it was incoherent. You said it was incoherent, and now you're trying to make your incoherent shit actually be coherent. So what are you trying to do here? Is it incoherent or not?
What you were saying is incoherent. What I'm saying is not incoherent, because we both agree that whether the Earth is a globe or the Earth is flat, you have a downward vector.
So you're telling me you can't measure any angles when I put the basketball on the table, but you're telling me there's 90 degrees on that ball.
I'm telling you there's a downward vector, and we can measure 90 degrees off the downward vector. And we all agree with this.
You need a horizontal plane to do that, dude.
Why?
Even in your basketball example, you used a tangent plane. Did I not hear you say that?
Yeah, I'm saying you could use a tangent. You could just measure center.
No. It's not a could.
In this example I posted, where's down on the example I posted? Where's down for that?
I'm driving. I can't look at what you're doing. Down is towards the center on a massive object.
Yeah, but first of all, you have to describe you're begging the question. You're already saying that you're standing on the ball. You're standing on the ball, and the ball, while you're standing on it, the downward vector is when you're standing on the surface of that ball. You're already begging the question. You're on a ball. Like, the problem is you don't know that.
When you compare hypotheses, you take both ideas and you see what both ideas predict.
It's not about an idea.
If you're on a flat Earth, there's going to be a downward vector.
McFinlan, flat Earth is an observation. It's not an idea. It's what the physical world displays itself as. You, on the other hand, do have an idea. But the idea that you have that the Earth is a globe doesn't compare to the physical world. When you go outside and you do field tests, it doesn't appear outside in any form of test, whether long distance observations or laser tests or any other way that we can test and measure. There's nothing you can do to manifest your idea into the physical world. However, flat Earth is.
Nope.
It's
you're
not
saying
false.
that you're saying simultaneously that we don't have a model, we don't make predictions, and that the globe Earth does make predictions, but it gets some of those, at least some of those, wrong. And it sounds like you're saying all of them are wrong.
What is a prediction useful for? What is a prediction useful for, McFinlan?
It's used for a ton of things, for practical life. Like if you want to know the distance between...
Name one, dude. Stop being ambiguous.
Surveying.
Name one.
Surveying.
In what? What do they use it in surveying for predictions?
Yeah, like, so if you want to try to get two tunnels to meet, you need to be able to predict what angles you need to be...
you can't do angles from the surface of a ball, so you're screwed there. It must be flat then. There you go. Sea level.
Like, I don't understand why you... Is this like a religious chant kind of thing?
No.
Let's go from a spot that we all agree on, and then move into whether the Earth...
Dude, you said I can't set a basketball on a table and get an angle between the ball and the plane.
Yes,
so somehow now, wherever you stand on a ball, you're able to get an angle from that surface of a ball, but not the opposite.
If the Earth is a globe or flat, there will be a downward vector. Do we all agree on this?
No, if you can't start a statement that is a truth statement with if. It's not logical, sir. A truth statement doesn't start with no. You don't understand logic, number one. And when you're going into it, you're saying if is subjective.
Why do you guys struggle with The arrow goes forward. If the Earth is flat from the downward vector, that whatever you say, this is an idea. What's that?
Hold on, your internet was wonky. You have to restate the last 30 seconds.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Looks like it was fine. Whether the Earth is flat or a globe, there's a downward vector. Do we agree?
No. Because something is
on a flat Earth. There's not a downward vector. There's things.
Yes, there has to be. Yes, there has to be because Earth is flat.
You're starting off with either this or that. You have to provide
both
evidence.
of them.
Dude, listen to me when I'm speaking. You have to provide evidence when you're saying it could be this other thing. What evidence do you have to provide that it's this other thing that we're saying it's not? We're saying it's not a globe. You're saying it is. What
yes, and it's a multi-step process. I have to explain all the steps. And if we disagree on any particular step, we can discuss it and see if we actually disagree. That's
you
how
haven't produced anything so far. So
how a syllogism works.
I went ahead and posted our flat Earth model, but since he's driving, he'll lose out. But that's our flat Earth model right there.
Is it a map or like a?
No, it's a
model.
Diagram. It's a diagram showing a guy standing in the middle of a north, south, east, and west cardinal direction with a circular tangent plane, and he's got like an angle to the sun, where it's got vertical, horizontal, and then the angle to the sun. So it's just a diagram showing that. Yeah. But you're going to need it.
But if south converges at all points and north converges,
wait a minute,
all
dude.
northern lines.
No. That's something else. That you're going off something. We're not going there. I was asking you something very specific. Is there any way that you can? Because you said it was either this or that. Okay, so if you're going to produce something that's in the way of evidence, what do you have for it being a globe?
Data, reciprocal zenith angles.
Okay,
these are measured.
Dude, wait a minute. No. What things can you produce as evidence that gives properties of a geometric shape such as a sphere? We need something tangible.
Reciprocal zenith angles are measurements. They're tangible. You can do them yourself.
Plane for that. You need a horizontal plane. So that doesn't describe a curving surface. I've already said that multiple times.
No, it does, because those planes
it doesn't, brother.
Don't actually match each other. They actually diverge from each other when you measure them over any kind of notable distance.
What are you talking about?
Do you know what a reciprocal zenith angle is?
Yeah. When you said that the horizontal plane is different than the one where you take it at the other spot, how do you know that's true?
Because you can measure it. You can measure the deflection. What? So if
the deflection,
one theodolite is actually going over top of the second theodolite, but the second theodolite is also going over the first theodolite.
Wait a minute.
And obviously those horizontal planes aren't matching. They're
diverging. What is the distance between the theodolites?
Wow, holy shit, man. It's like I'm in the middle of a sentence, and you're like, I can't let him finish this sentence. I don't want to actually engage with what he's thinking and saying.
God,
I can't do that. I need to interrupt.
Can you tell us the distance between the theodolites?
I mean, yeah, you can do it yourself because you won't trust anything.
Are the distances between the theodolites, sir?
Are you saying a particular measurement that's been done is like 3.1 mile?
Okay, so one is at 3 miles away from the other?
Yeah. One of them I looked at was 3.1 mile.
Okay, what is the maximum effective range of the theodolite used for that viewing distance?
There's no maximum range. It measures angles, not distance.
What? So it's not going to be inaccurate. Hold on. It's not going to be inaccurate at a certain distance?
No, it measures angles, not distances. Why would a distance affect an angle measurement?
Because if
that's
you're going to use
simple.
Go ahead.
Very simple. If I'm at gunnery, right, and I'm trying to hit my target on the zero target, and I have a slight deviation in my barrel attitude, it's going to be a major deviation at range. So my gun doesn't actually measure distance between me and the target, but my angle and especially my sight picture, which is how I'm looking through the sight to put the crosshairs on the target, if those aren't aligned, there's going to be a major error at range. So it's not an irrelevant question.
Well, that's for an object that's moving through the two space, like from point A to point B. We're just talking about measuring angles between.
Oh, you mean light? You mean light? So light's not moving between point A and point B?
I mean, it does move, but it's not affected by any of the things that artillery are affected by.
Listen, I didn't say artillery. I said a gunnery range. So if you're looking through a sight, right, you have the forepost and the back post, and they have to be lined up. And then that really attitude has to be lined up. That attitude, hold on, brother. You didn't, dude, you were wondering why his question was relevant. So I'm letting everybody know why it's relevant.
Oh, so this does have to do with the reciprocal. Okay.
The idea that in a device is going to be the same accuracy at close range versus long range isn't a fair assumption. So it's fair for him to critique you, and maybe the device isn't accurate at those ranges, and the reasons why it would be inaccurate might be relevant, and that is true.
Sure. Do you have any evidence that a theodolite is less accurate at measuring angles at a distance?
Yeah.
Excellent. Could you provide that?
Yeah, it's called everybody who has any sense in their head understands that if I take I have a 8-inch level in my hand right now. Literally picked it up off my table. It's 8 inches long. Now, if I take this level and I level it on the side of my wall here, and then I try to draw from that level across the entire way, it's going to be a different line than if I take my 8-foot level. Now, theodolites don't have 8-foot levels in them. They have very small bubble levels, right? So the idea that that machine is going to be as precise at longer ranges as it is at closer ranges is absurd. Absurd, sir.
You don't think that they can make very accurately calibrated theodolites? That like the downward vector is always going to be correct.
You can make a finely calibrated, you can make a finely calibrated machine within the tolerances for the machine at the ranges which it's intended for, which is why he asked you, this machine that was used, what range is its maximum effective range? That's a fair question.
Well,
I also posted
the issue with that is
why the theodolite doesn't work over.
It's measuring angles. Well, the issue is
listen. Very simple. How does it measure? How does it measure? How does it measure the angles? How does it measure the angles?
From the downward vector.
Wrong.
How does it do it?
You can't complete a measurement of an angle by just saying from the downward vector.
I don't want to hear about how it can't be done. I want to hear how it is done.
No, dude. You haven't told me how it is done. So, for example, if you tell me how do you get the pitch of the roof, I might say, well,
vector. You're saying
wrong. I'm wrong. I can get a pitch of a roof without appealing to a downward vector at all. I can measure the horizontal run, which is just assumed, right? And then I can measure the vertical run, and then I can get the pitch from a math equation. I don't need to appeal to a downward vector instrument at all. I can use a carpenter's square to get the pitch of a roof.
Okay, but you're saying...
But in order to do that, and so on my carpenter's square, friend, check this out. Check this out, brother. Yeah, it does. I'll explain. So my square here, which is actually a triangle, it's blue in the shape of a triangle, it has degree measurements on it. So I put one of the degrees on one line, and then I move the edge by rotating the square to where it meets the surface of the board, and then I read the other degree. So one of the marks is on one physical portion of the board. The other mark is on a second physical portion of the board. So to analogize what you're saying, what is the second point of reference when it's doing an angle? How does it tell an angle?
It just does it up and downward.
Okay, so let me help you out since you're clearly struggling. No worries.
You're saying that it is a particular other way.
No. I'll help you since you clearly are struggling.
So what's the issue?
So what you do is you put the reticle. You put the reticle onto.
Let me explain my confusion.
No, dude. No. You had multiple chances. Notice how I could explain my tools immediately and precisely, but you couldn't. Dude, I gave you 2 chances. What do you want me to give you 3 chances so you're not up to bat anymore? 3 strikes, you're out?
Yeah. That would be...
Okay, fair. Go ahead and take your 3rd crack at telling me how a theodolite obtains an angle. Go ahead.
No, I want you to answer a particular question, because this is my only question that I want to explain. Because
No, dude. No. Okay, so we're gonna bench you. Since you're not answering the question. Since you're not answering the question. Oh no, because you started it with "I want a question answered" rather than saying "I'm about to explain how a theodolite gets an angle." So just explain the theodolite getting the angle. Okay.
Well, I think you're misunderstanding me. That's a sextant, but.
No, the misunderstanding here is why you don't understand. The misunderstanding here, friend, is that you need to drop out.
The downward.
Friend, you need to drop out. You need to drop out and come right back. Go ahead. Your connection is crap.
McFingley,
your connection
can't
sucks.
hear
So
you.
just try to reset your connection. Man, I gave him a chance to talk about the theodolite making an angle, bro. I don't know.
Once, twice, 3 times a charm. Mic check. Try again.
Listen, he blew it when I said this to him, but I'm about to post. When I said that to him, it was over. He knew it.
Hey, hold on. Try again, McFingley.
Hello?
Ooh.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're coming in real rough, man. Like it's choppy and sporadic.
The satellite's not working today.
Wait for the next Starlink to fly over.
That was good. I mean,
how about take a break? Take a break. Yeah, take a break and listen for a second since your connection's crap. And when you come back, we'll let you talk. So
he dropped out.
The reason why I was asking you how it happens, dude, was because when you level an instrument, like you said, you're relying on down. But we all know that instruments don't necessarily make a perfect calibration of the down relative to the plane of the instrument. Like anybody who builds anything knows this. There's error. And we also all know that error extrapolates out more and more the further away you get from the device. So when Homeboy asked you how far and was the device capable of being accurate at that distance, you scoffed it off like it doesn't matter. When anybody who has any practical real-world experience knows that level isn't going to transpose itself out indefinitely. Like I can literally demonstrate this with my levels that I own. I could take all my levels and the lines will be different. The bigger I go, the more straight the line will be. The smaller, the less straight it'll be as it gets further away from the device. I mean, this is so obvious. Listen, friends, this is so obvious. The idea that someone would critique you for asking that question is in itself an absurdity. Like it can't even be taken seriously. To even countenance it as a serious retort is silly. That would be like me. This is how it is, friends. That guy just saved me a lot of money. I'll explain. So my levels cost hundreds and hundreds of dollars for the whole kit. Hundreds upon hundreds. What he's telling me is I could have just bought a level from the dollar store that's only 3 inches long, and I would have been good for the rest of my life, no matter what I'm building. Do you see how absurd that is?
I should have done that. Could have saved some money.
That's why they have the different types of theodolites and total stations that are being used that have different ranges that they're effective as. But most of these guys that come into this discussion don't really know that. They just He's repeating. I think it's McToon's argument. I don't know who's actually championing the argument, but I think it's McToon.
Now, there's another factor of this. It's called the sight picture. You have to know how the theodolite acquires the sighting, the target, like how it locks into, this is my initial target, and then it rotates on an axis to the next target, and then assumes that the rotation amount between those two targets is the degrees. Okay? Now, if there's any discrepancies at range, those degrees that the machine is telling you are not going to be the actual degrees, especially if you're assuming they're off a level plane or a horizontal plane that's teeter-tottering on a giant ball. Like, the fact that he doesn't get why these questions are relevant is it's mind-boggling. It's like he forgot to do his own thinking or something.
Hey, following a script, that's why.
It's a bit scripted, yep.
Let me ask you this question. If you put listen, if I give you my weapon and you put the reticle onto the target, are you going to hit the target?
What's the distance?
No. It's a very simple question. If I give you my weapon right now that has a scope on it, and you put the reticle on the target, will you hit the target?
Not necessarily.
Yes, or another good answer would be, I don't know. Both would be legitimate answers.
Okay.
Because there's so many factors involved. So, for example,
correct.
What is my sight picture? I'm taller than you. My eye to my cheek is different. Did you maintain a good sight picture? Is the weapon even zeroed? Etc., 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 etc.
Contributing factors, yeah. Was the gun clean? Because, from where the bullet comes out of the chamber, I think that could cause it to spin differently when it's coming out. I don't know. There's many different things that could happen. But you being a weapons expert, I mean, you probably know that.
Right, so the optical device axis would have to be absolutely perfectly parallel to the plane that they're leveling. So if you have a level that's on the theodolite, right? Let's say it's one that has 3 bubble levels, right? And so you have to keep wiggling the thing till it's leveled. Guess what that's relying on? What is that level relying on? Do you know? What's the arbitrational factor of whether that level will be accurate if there's 3 bubble levels that you can see and you have to then level the device? What would be it would be your eyeballs, wouldn't it? Your ability to decide when that bubble is in the middle of the 2 black lines. Good luck with that.
Yep.
Now, maybe you have one that's auto-leveling. Okay, then you have the calibration errors of the auto-leveling plane versus the optical axis plane, and how those two are congruent with each other to how far they're making an accurate reading, which would be in what? The manufacturer's specs for the range of the device. So the idea that, hey, bro, how far was the observation? Was the piece of equipment able to make an accurate reading at that distance? In order for you to say that this thing proves anything, the correct answer to that can only be yes. It is able to make an accurate reading at that distance. And then you demonstrate how. I mean, sometimes the manufacturer is saying, hey, this theodolite is designed to get accurate readings at 10 miles for these reasons. You'd be like, here's some evidence that this device might be able to accomplish that. Because it's a claim by the manufacturer that it's accurate to 10 miles. At least that's something, instead of just dismissing it like your question was irrelevant.
Yeah.
So he's basically saying, oh, theodolites work forever. They never are inaccurate. They just keep going and going and going. It's like you could just buy the cheapest theodolite. Yeah, so instead of buying a $10,000 theodolite, just buy a $10 theodolite. They're all the same.
Yep.
Hey, dude, don't even get a theodolite. Just go to Home Depot, buy the budget 8-inch bubble level, tape 2 toothpicks that you put together with super glue on the end as your crosshair, and then just guess what the angle is.
Who was that guy? I haven't heard him around here before. Was he new to the VC?
Don't know.
Hey, you pretty much had him on the ropes there, Radwin.
Yeah, he's a piece of cake.
I just thought I'd scoop in on some of that light work. He was already struggling with your.
That's fine. I'm working anyway. I don't mind listening to. I just have to laugh at people sometimes, and I really have to just say. I had to go back to say, listen, dude. Now you're saying you can't get an angle if I put a basketball on a table, because he was.
Yeah. I really like that point because he was struggling at that point. He didn't know which way to go. But I already knew that he had something in mind. He had a straw man idea of what flat Earth is, and I kind of coaxed it out of him because that's exactly what I was like. Yeah, I think I know where this guy's going. I just want him to say it because I can't have confirmation unless he's able to tell me exactly what it is, and then I'll be able to say, okay, now I know it's a straw man. Because he went with Gleason's.
Why assume that the North Pole? Let's just assume the North Pole is a point that exists on the ground, and that there are radials that come out from it that you could draw on a piece of paper. So you look at that just on a piece of paper. Now, technically, if you don't know the overall territory of the Earth, you could place that dot anywhere on the Earth, right?
Yeah.
And I don't mean anywhere on the known continents. I mean anywhere on the Earth. So if it's the case, let's just say that the North Pole is in the Arctic perimeter, above Nova Scotia, above Canada, whatever. It's always going to be above Canada. It's like not going to be in the middle of Canada. But how do you know that what's above Canada is the center of the Earth? Well, the only way you even assume that is because you say, oh, well, that's where the North Pole is, because that's where our coordinate reference system is pointing to, because that's where there's sky phenomena that we used as the base for our coordinate reference system. And there's also maybe a magnetic system that is similar. So basically all of you said is, this is the center of the synergy of the magnetic system and the sky map system. Not that it's the center of the Earth.
Yeah. Good point. A good point. That often is not being brought up, but that should be. Yeah, it's a good point. It's ways to think about the argument, like the way you just constructed it, is another reason why I think being let loose from certain argument constraints have given us the ability to like deconstruct the opposition the way that we have. In my opinion, I mean, I've been listening to many people talk about these arguments in the way that you have, and me and Radwin and all the other guys who come forward. And yeah, that's another way to look at it right there, because they're basing it off of, magnetic north and, where the stars are. But then how do they know their geographic position is in reference to like a specific type of map system? Yeah,
a lot of people did that. So they're like, okay, the Earth is flat, but we got the North Pole and we got these splayed out radials from the North Pole. Therefore, the North Pole is the center of the Earth. That doesn't follow.
It doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't. A good point, man. Shit. You had a good night's rest at a Holiday Inn or what, bro? Like what the? It's a damn good point. I had to pocket that one.
I had a Red Bull.
Ah, yeah.
I got a joke for you. Why is drinking Red Bulls dangerous for flat earthers?
Shit, I don't know.
Because if he drinks too many, he'll fly so high that he'll see the Earth as a globe.
Oh my God.
Wah, 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 wah.
That's a dad joke, bro. You should slap your thigh when you say that one.
Dude, I got my dad joke shirt, dude. It's got who's that guy? He's got Yogi Bear on it, and it says "Dad jokes. It's how I roll," but I is spelled E-Y-E.
That is so you. That for some reason I don't know why. That's because I've never seen. Have you ever showed a picture? Is that the avatar's not half a picture of you? Is it? I think I've asked you that before. Like maybe in your young military.
I'll let you decide which half. Which half. So I actually listen, dude. Listen, bro. In all seriousness, so dad jokes are actually very important because it creates the synergy between the children and the father with humor, which breaks some of the seriousness of life. You know, like some of these existential, angsty questions, and they have this grounding. You know, that their dad is kind of just loose and not taking it super serious, and so then they are not afraid. Now, there's fundamental psychological reasons for this. They did this extensive study, and I'll post why in the chat for you so you can see it.
Oh, our boy's back.
Hold on, bro. I'll post why in the chat. Don't worry. Here it is. Look it up. Look right there, bro. There's why.
I'll post why. Oh God, another thigh slapper. I got 1 million of them. You better watch out, man. You're gonna roll off that roof.
McFinglin made it back.
McFinglin.
Hello. How's it going, guys?
You want to pick up
a little bit better?
Off?
Yeah, now we can hear him clear as day.
There we go. Fucking NASA, right?
I'm not sure how far you think you can see on a clear day anyway.
Ooh. Right in the gut. All right, so going back to what you were just talking about, you can pick up where you left off. AI was actually asking you a question, not unless you want to go ahead and finish. I think you were going on to third explanation of how the lights work. I think that's what it was.
Yeah, whatever. I don't care. We can pick up wherever.
Yeah, well, I mean, we have to.
Sure. I mean, the base question is really boiled down to this. Should I return all my levels to Home Depot and Lowe's and Menards and whatever other place I bought them from and just go to the dollar store and buy a 1-inch cube level? Because I can level all buildings, all sites, and no matter the size of the foundation, I can just do it with a 1-inch level. I don't need my bigger levels at all. Should I do that?
No, the margin of error on a 1-inch level is terrible.
Okay. Oh, so for longer ranges, you need more accurate devices. I rest my case.
I'm going to leave the room
and the
now.
theodolite is that purpose-built instrument.
Job. Really?
Yeah.
All right.
Do you disagree that surveyors use it to accurately?
No, I mean, further solidifying the point that I was bringing up to you earlier, which is why it's important to know what they were using. It wasn't an unfair question. It was legitimate, and you just went all over the place because you heard me actually questioning what they were using.
And you said you can't get that from a ball, so you said Earth has to be flat. I said if you put a ball on a table, remember? You were like, no, that's incoherent. So you can't put a theodolite on an incoherent surface and start shooting angles off of it. There you go.
Well, I mean, you can put a theodolite in a valley surrounded by mountains. Obviously, it's not using the horizon to determine what the horizon is. It's using.
I didn't say use the horizon.
Downward.
I didn't say use the horizon.
You're saying horizontal plane? Is that the correct term that you use?
No, when I set a basketball on a table, I set my basketball on a horizontal plane. So that became my theodolite. Now that I set the basketball in my hand and I'm balancing the table on it, now that's my theodolite balancing on the ball. And you said you can't make angles that way.
Well, I mean, you're making.
But now you can't. No, you said it was incoherent, but now it's not incoherent.
Well, a theodolite isn't measuring a contact point between a circle and a straight line. I don't even get what you're trying to demonstrate with this.
You're right, because the Earth is flat. It's between two straight lines.
So if the Earth was curved, if it was a giant sphere,
it's not.
What would you think? Yeah, sure. I understand you think that. What would be the best way of doing an experiment that would demonstrate the difference between the two measurements that you would get?
We would see curved Earth dropping at 1 mile, 2 miles, 10 miles. We would see that drop, especially over the ocean.
Yeah, and you don't think that like objects being hidden, like the Chicago skyline being hidden.
Oh, that's 52
what seems
miles.
like flat water.
52 or 58 miles. Yeah, that's not that's not an illusion just flying up in the sky. No, you're seeing it.
Well, yeah, but you can't see the bottom of the buildings. Why can't you see the bottom of the buildings?
Because of your angular resolution, so close to the ground.
Well,
waves are in the way.
What?
Waves are in the way. Yeah, all that shit's in the way. Heat waves are in the way. Yes, dude, it's just getting distorted right there. That's all. That's why you don't see your buddy waving to you. It's just too small at that distance.
Well, obviously, angular resolution isn't an issue because you can see the building.
Okay, somebody posted it for you.
But
yeah, so tell me what the guy
I was
looks
actually
like
saying
in the
something.
window in that building. What is he waving with one finger? Is he giving you the middle finger, or is he holding up a peace sign in that window from the 52-mile away skyline?
I can't look at.
Or are those buildings just floating in the sky?
I would like to be able to finish my thought. I can't look at it because I'm driving, but if you can clearly, it's not an angular resolution issue because you can see the building.
1,800 feet of curvature should be hiding the tallest building completely.
Do you have Tourette's? Like I was trying to finish like 2 or 3 sentences. I don't want to be like dogging on you if you got a medical condition, but it is very rude.
I have the I'm always right condition.
Okay, so it's not a medical issue, it's just a manners thing.
1,800 feet. Where's it at? The only other choices are floating in the sky, or the Earth is flat, one or the other. Floating in the sky or the Earth is flat. That's why you see them. How come? You brought up the skyline, not me. Wah, 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 wah.
Is that it? You gave up? Earth's flat?
Yeah. He said it's incoherent to get the angle between a ball and a horizontal plane.
Bro. He still hasn't explained how a theodolite gets an angle.
Next England, how does a theodolite get an angle? I hope he crashed.
He's mad at me.
And you can describe that goes in one direction, and the first percent goes in the other direction, as the angle separation. How do you know what the angle separations? Right, so you got the axis, which is rotation.
I think you're
Canadians, what can you do?
Yes, I am Canadian.
Sorry, guys, I had a work.
How does a theodolite measure?
Do we want to keep talking about?
Yeah, how does it measure an angle?
Yeah, from the downward, from the vertical.
But where's the 90?
How does it measure an angle? It measures it from the downward. The 90 is 90 from the downward. Do you think it measures something else?
Holy crap, dude. You're really struggling with this, aren't you?
Well, I'm struggling to understand what you think it is measuring from. What is it? If it's not the vertical vector that it's measuring off
ask you a
what is it
question. I
measuring?
said, how does it measure an angle?
What was my answer?
So you said it measures an angle. You said it measures an angle from the downward vector. So notice how you said it measures an angle from, then you explained from, but you didn't explain the it measures an angle, which is the angle measuring part.
Oh, like the mechanics that it uses to measure angles?
Oh my goodness, dude. Dude,
is that what
I have a theodolite. I have a theodolite. I set it up. I want to get an angle of something. How do I do it?
Sure, you set it up, make sure that it's properly leveled, pointing directly down, and then it'll measure up from that downward.
Holy shit. Do you guys see where he's going wrong? Does anybody else see it?
Can you tell me what it is measuring from?
Dude, you are repeating the same thing. Listen, friend, you're repeating the exact same thing over and over. When I parse it out for you, that's not what I'm asking for. And indicating to you, you probably shouldn't repeat the same thing. And then I'm focusing on the measure of an angle part. You still go back to where it's measuring from, not the actual conclusion of measuring an angle at all.
Sure. So are you asking me how it's measuring an angle? Like the mechanism?
Real quick. No, real quick, dude, real quick. You're the equivalent of a guy on a job site where I say, go measure the angle to the roof from the floor. You come back and say, I measured an angle from the floor. And I say, okay, what's the angle? And you're like, I measured from the floor. And then I say, yeah, but what's the angle? And then you say, I measured from the floor. And then you get fired.
No, I'd give you a number of degrees. So that's
okay. Okay. So you go and you go to measure from the floor. Then what happens? Because you can't get that measurement of degrees without other steps happening first, right?
Yeah, you get the downward vector, and then you measure up from the downward vector.
So, to what? To what?
A ball in this case? basketball.
Right, and how do you know you're measuring to anything? You have to see it in the sight picture of the scope, correct?
Yeah.
Right, so you have some kind of reticle that you assume the optical axis of that scope is horizontal, parallel with the surface of the Earth, or parallel with a tangent plane you imagine is teetering on a giant ball. And then from that axis, you assume that that is horizontal, or a baseline of 0, right? And then the instrument rotates as you're attempting, the instrument rotates as you're attempting to then put the reticle onto another object, right? Or a object as a target object. The amount of rotation is measured in degrees. And so you say, okay, the object is now in the center of my reticle, and the device has moved this many degrees. And so I'm going to say it moved 27 degrees because that's what the reading is. Wow, that was so hard, dude.
Yeah, it's measuring angles. I don't. How does that instantiate? Like, can you explain the first part of what you said? Because you set it up, and then you immediately said it measures from like a horizontal plane. That horizontal plane is established from the vertical. Do you disagree with that statement?
No, I said you assume it. You could actually assume anything, but if you're
vertical.
Oh, I'll tell you why you have to assume it, because you didn't perfectly level the device, so you're assuming that it's horizontal.
You think you can perfectly level anything? Think you can perfectly do anything at all? It's all
no. That's why no, duh. But you're telling us that theodolites work indefinitely at all ranges.
They all have a margin of error. Like, are you denying that they have a margin of error, whether the thing's close or far?
Dude, it's not
the
just
margin
a margin
of error is degrees.
Effective range. There's a maximum effective range, dude, for theodolites. You didn't know that?
No, there's not. It's measuring degrees, so the margin of error is in degrees.
Never mind.
Do you disagree with that? We're talking about like arc seconds. It's gonna I think it is like an arc second, or really good theodolites can measure within 1 arc second. Or are you saying that if the object is further away,
so
arc second?
Right. So tell us the evidence. Tell us the evidence that you were asked, which is the device used in the measurement you presented as your evidence for the reciprocal zenith angles. Was that device capable of being accurate at that distance, or was it beyond its maximum effective range?
No, it's accurate at that distance because the angle that it's measuring was like 3-something degrees. It's been a little while since I read it, but it's multiple degrees second.
You think it's 3 degrees?
Or the margin. I can't remember what exactly it is. So let's just say it's 1 degree.
Dude, there's supposedly only 3 degrees of drop in the horizon when you're in the stratosphere.
Okay, that's fine. I'm saying if it's measuring like a degree or a minute, and its margin of error is a second of angle, then it's within its margin of error. Are you saying that it's that 1 second margin of error actually grows to minutes or even full degrees when it's miles out? Is that your position?
Bro, I can't hear you anymore. I'm using power tools. I'm using power tools now, so someone else will have to answer that for you.
Okay. Was nice talking to you.
You're the one who brought up the Chicago skyline, 52 miles away, and 1,800 feet of curve is not there, and you never gave us a reason why.
Oh, I mean, there is curve there because you can clearly not see the bottom of the buildings. It's not an angular resolution issue because you can see the top of the building.
The building should be covered all building, not the bottom. All buildings should be covered.
But what's if in that particular, in one of the most all of the photos, they're on top of dunes that are several hundred feet high, like 300-400 feet high. So there's no way that a wave is blocking stories of building. It's mathematically, it doesn't make any sense. The fact that any of it's blocked on a flat Earth, I'm unaware of any mechanism that explains that.
Oh, here, yeah. So you can use your refraction for that. I'll show you what it looks like since you don't understand. You've never seen it. You've never seen this happening before in your life. So, but
yeah, I'd love to see a demonstration.
That explains it. That explains it. See how that.
Brad, when I put it in the chat for you. Oh, yeah, you got it too.
Yeah, so that's happening. In a couple of minutes, fine. That's happening when he snapshotted that one picture.
But you're saying you have a demonstration of a flat surface obstructing the line of sight between two taller points.
Yeah, look in the chat. I know you say you can't, but you need to.
I am driving, so this is very risky.
Well, then you should probably pull over because it's pretty important at this point.
The laser thing?
Both things. The Skunk Bay, the laser. I've got more.
Skunk Bay is good because all you do is blink your eyes and pick one of those spots, and that's what that is when you take a photograph of Chicago across the lake like that. That's a snapshot. And it could be any of those that you see in that time lapse happening to those buildings. It's still flat.
Not sure how this demonstrates that a flat, because both of these are talking about in-field measurements. Was anybody able to confirm that the floor of that surface where the laser is actually flat? And it's much better to not use a laser.
Dude, it's like you don't even understand. You were talking about earlier. With Indio upward refraction, which would be called looming. And it's like you're forgetting the opposite of that, which would be called sinking, right? Something that would normally be visible, right, above the horizon apparently sinks beneath it. It's like you forgot about the opposite effect when you have an inverted temperature gradient.
Yeah, I mean, I know that that's
demonstrating here.
That it's downward refraction, that it's upward refraction?
Well, it's not called upward refraction.
Yes, it is. The opposite of downward is upward.
It really isn't. No, it's literally not called that. It's called sinking or looming, which are versions of mirages, right? Inferior and superior mirages, but lesser versions
where the sky is reflected on the ground.
No, dude. Right? That would be total internal reflection, which is one of the properties of an inferior or superior mirage, not looming or sinking. Okay, so you're forgetting about sinking. Like, do you want me to read you out some citations? Okay.
No, not really.
Not really.
I mean, I understand the concept of downward refraction and upward refraction. You're saying there's a third type of refraction?
No, I didn't say that, right? They're all under the category of deviating light, right? Due to temperature, mostly due to temperature, right? Which will change the refractive index. It's like you haven't really researched this. Really. You haven't really researched this at all. Like, it's like you've listened to some MC Toon videos or something like that, and that's your whole understanding of what refraction is, and you completely butchered it, the entire conversation with Indio earlier, and you're doing it again now.
McFindle, how do you distinguish the refracted surface from the real surface?
You'd measure the atmospheric conditions of the places.
Okay, if you see the real physical water, can you say I see the physical water, or you will say that's maybe some atmospheric conditions?
I mean, you see the photons, right? So
no, I'm speaking about I'm speaking about the ocean. If you see the ocean in a distance, you will say I see the ocean, or you will say I see some kind of phenomena happening that's not ocean.
If I'm standing on the beach and I can see the ocean, I'll say I see the ocean. I'm not understanding your question,
okay.
David.
We have observation. It's called black swan. You see the ocean behind the oil rigs. That means no refraction required, there is an ocean.
What? Refraction doesn't require an ocean.
Yeah, there is a physical water behind the oil. That means ocean. There is no light doing anything. You see the surface of the earth.
What?
Anyway, the buildings that we were talking about in the first place, we see them. That's not an illusion. So how do you explain that? Because you said it doesn't make sense. So since it doesn't make sense, how do you explain it?
I mean, obviously, you went out and measured the atmospheric conditions because we all agree that refraction's a thing, right?
Yeah, it has nothing to do with the surface.
Yeah, so it can make it look like the things. Hold on a second, dude. 1 second. Hold on a second, Sasha. 1 second, dude.
Sorry.
1 second, sorry. Look, so it can make it look like things are sinking behind the horizon, right?
That's your claim, sure.
No, that's the claim by the mainstream. I'm just parroting the mainstream right now.
No.
Okay, so let's go. So Andrew Thomas Young, right? Optics of the Atmosphere, reports in progress in physics. Okay, page 307 and 377. Atmospheric refraction can bend light rays such that distant objects are displaced vertically, causing parts of these objects to drop below the apparent horizon or become partially obstructed, even though the line of sight is geometrically unobstructed. Right, I can give you citations and I could go on for days with citations because I got them all right here. So would
you mind sending that to me?
Yeah, I'll pop some in the side chat.
Yeah, I appreciate it. So if I look up your citation and it says the Earth is a globe, would you agree with your citation anymore?
No, because what I was talking about here has nothing to do with a globe, right? This can happen on a small scale or a large scale, on a flat surface or on a bumpy surface. It doesn't really make a difference. It's the mechanism that's at play here. It's got nothing to do with a globe Earth.
Yeah, but if those conditions aren't found in typical atmospheric conditions on the Earth...
They are, though.
They are.
He just said that, and we have countless observations of this happening that actually fit the definition of sinking, which is a type of miraging effect that's common when you have a layer of warm air closer to the surface, and then it gets cooler as you go upward. Okay, the opposite of looming, which you call upward refraction, which is like newspeak or something like that, I'm guessing.
What?
But yeah.
Upward refraction makes things that are high up appear lower. Downward refraction means things lower appear higher.
No, look, dude, I can post you the actual citations of what these things are really called from the American Meteorological Society. Okay, it's called sinking, looming, which are forms of inferior and superior mirages. Right? They're not called upward refraction or downward refraction. You're not going to be able to find me citations that say those words. Right? But that's kind of what's going on.
Let me ask you this, McMillan.
I do find citations
let me ask you, McMillan.
With me?
No, sure. It's called a hostile witness. So let me ask you this, McMillan. Do you understand what sinking is? It has nothing to do with things in the sky. It's things that are literally level with you, and they appear to be sunk into the ground or behind the curve.
What if they're slightly above or below you?
What if there's... These are things we're looking at level to a flat surface. I don't understand what you don't understand about that.
Yeah, like if you're in a valley and you see sinking refraction, is that object going to appear higher than it actually is or lower than it actually is?
We're not looking in a valley.
Correct?
We're not looking in a valley.
Yeah, I know hypotheticals are hard. I'm just asking you to engage.
I know you want to stay in imaginary land. That's the whole point of this whole thing for you is we need to imagine everything, right? We can't go out and do a real world observation.
No, I'm saying imagine the consequences of the thing. Make sure that you understand it well. Then go out in the real world and actually confirm whether your idea is correct.
We've done that, and this is mainstream. I'm just parroting mainstream stuff right now. So sinking obviously is when something appears to be sinking. Okay, and then looming would be the opposite of that, where it appears to be looming.
Yeah, upward and downward refraction. Yep.
Yeah, it's called sinking or looming, dude.
I mean, you can use whatever words you want. That's fine.
Yeah, but that's the actual terminology that's used in the mainstream.
But we have example where refraction does not do any.
Or something, so I don't particularly care.
But yeah, we have observation showing that refraction, whatever light is doing, does not influence the surface in any case.
It affects how you see the surface.
That thing's what is real. Do you understand me? There is no phenomena. You see what it is.
Yeah, like I can see upward refraction where the sky is apparently.
No, man. If you see the water in a distance, man. Simple question. If you see the ocean in a distance, can you say I see the ocean, or you're saying like this? I see something what is similar to ocean, but it looks because of the sun or the light. It looks that it's ocean.
I would say I see the ocean because that's a very silly way of talking.
Yeah, that means there is no refraction. You see the ocean, everything is fine. You have that observation, and you say, "I see the ocean."
That doesn't imply. We all agree that there is refraction, so I don't know why you would.
Man, but what if you see the surface of the earth? That means water in a distance. Why are you invoking any word?
Because we know that refraction happens. Like the video that you guys are posting literally shows like the horizon moving up and down.
Let's put it like this. You and me never was in the school. We don't know what that word means. We are on the beach, and I'm showing you on 10 miles. Look, there is the ocean. And you're saying, yeah, I see the ocean. Now, it's coming some person and saying, but you didn't account on refraction. And I say, for what?
Yeah, that would be silly.
Yeah.
Why would somebody say that when you're not trying to measure anything?
No, man, you are seeing the ocean, the water in a distance.
Yeah.
And
yeah, the purpose of you looking at the ocean is if you want to look at the ocean. You're not trying to measure anything.
Yeah, but look at the devil.
Fraction's only helpful when you're measuring stuff.
Yeah, but you have some marked distances. Like in this case, oil rigs for the Black Swan. That means the platforms are in the water, and behind them you see that water. What is real?
I mean, clearly, the invincible ignorance song.
Man, there is a real water. There is no lights doing anything. You see that what you see. That what is real. That is surface.
Well, I mean, you see photons, and photons are real.
No, man, you see the ocean, the platform. Man, the platforms are taking the oil from the sea. Behind 10 meters behind that platform, it's an ocean, and you see that.
It's like if you had a blue ball in front of you, and I feel like what you're doing is saying you see the ball. I'm saying yeah, but you also see blue, and you're saying no, I just see a ball. It's like. You can see both things simultaneously. One doesn't preclude the other.
In this case,
you can see the observable effects of refraction and the ocean.
Because of that, I'm asking you: is that water real water, physical water, or that is something light is doing that you only perceiving it like a water?
I mean, technically, you're only seeing photons, but the photons accurately represent water, just not their position.
Hey, Sasha,
Jesus Christ. Okay, I'm done.
So back to your whole theodolite thing, right? You're on a hill, you're doing a theodolite measurement, you look out over the hill, you've leveled your theodolite, you're looking out over the hill, you're doing this Jesse path of light observation, and the hill that's across from you that should be level with you or higher to you, it appears lower to you. Yeah,
sure.
That's sinking. That's downward or upward refraction. That the path of light deflects upward, sinking the thing off into the distance downward. Yeah, let's go with that.
Sure. Do you know how common that kind of refraction is?
Very common
on the in fairly stable conditions at high altitude.
All you need is a temperature conversion. It happens all the time in valleys.
/ pressure inversion, but you're saying on top of a mountain.
It happens all the time in valleys.
They're normally pretty well moderated in temperature. They're not getting a ton of direct sunlight.
The temperature inversion.
Yeah, I know what you can see it on a hot day when the surface of the pavement is miraging the sun or miraging the sky on the ground.
Most descriptions of temperature inversion happens in between mountains.
Between mountains, not high up
between
on
mountains.
The there's not a lot of
right. There's valleys, and what happens is cold air gets trapped under warm air in valleys, and you get your temperature inversions. It creates a lensing effect.
Well, if it's down in the valley, how's that cold air gonna get up to the path of the light reflecting from the mountain that's opposite you?
It doesn't have to be deep down in the valley, bro. It could be sitting right at up to the eye level of the valley, kind of like how water sits over the top of a cup and bulges a little bit. Your temperature inversion can do the same thing, bro. Well, Look up temperature inversion. You know nothing about this, and you're arguing against it.
No, I'm saying I do know about this. That if you're on mountain peaks, generally they're a lot higher than the valleys or even the ridge lines between them. So, I don't know why you would think that the temperature differential in a valley would hold up all the way up to the peak and actually interrupt the line of sight between you and that other valley. It's generally those are pretty good conditions for sighting between long distances because there is a large pressure and temperature differential between the two locations.
Right, but that's what happens, right?
That there's a large temperature and pressure differential between the two locations?
Yeah.
No. It's normally not a large pressure and temperature differential between the two locations because there's active airflow at such high altitudes.
Did you measure the airflow between the two mountains? Yeah.
People have done it. Yeah.
Did you?
Did I? Do I have to do everything personally?
Well, if you're making that observation, right, you're the ones making the claim that all these things are going on, and then you hold us to that kind of scrutiny, right? You sit there and say,
I don't think
you need to measure every inch of air from between you and the object 10 miles away. We need to know the temperature variance all the way across.
No, I'm saying if you want to disprove the idea, then you'd have to do the same rigorous testing that people who have proved it.
They didn't prove it, bro. They didn't do the measurements. They're not accounting for everything.
Well, you say they don't, but when we do these and we make predictions, those predictions come true.
All it takes is a little bit of refraction, bro. You're asking for a lot of refraction. You're asking all it takes is like a small angle, 1.33 degrees, and that angle over a large distance will push things off in the distance further down.
I agree that things further in the distance are angled further down, but I don't see how you could instantiate that happens consistently between mountain peaks or high altitude observations.
I'm not saying it happens consistently. I'm saying temperature inversions happen most frequently in between mountains, down in valleys. In between those mountains. In between hills.
But if the valley is well below the mountain peak, because the valley is between the ridge lines,
right?
Not between the peaks of the mountain.
Did you account for temperature?
Yeah, they do.
The person, okay, show me the video where they account for temperature inversions in between two mountains.
Well, I'm driving. I can't actually send you anything right now. But are you saying that if they did do this, because I will provide this to you if this would actually change your mind, if they did do this, they measured the areas between. Oh, so the evidence doesn't matter to you.
First, you have an invincible ignorance issue where no matter what evidence is presented to you, there's got to be some globe explanation for it. We can demonstrate flat Earth refraction, right? We can demonstrate how temperature inversions give the illusion of things disappearing behind the curve, even though it's on a flat surface. You don't have anything demonstrating things popping up behind a curve using refraction, except a magnifying glass, which is something we don't observe. We don't have a giant magnifying glass out in nature, but we can use heat and temperature and pressure and create those temperature inversions and create those sinking effects that DJ was talking about.
Sure. Would you agree that the majority of the time this is not the case, that it's more common to see downward refraction than upward refraction?
Are you saying that all this refracted, which refracted observation showing the curved surface?
You're begging the question on downward refraction.
Well, yeah, I'm not sure I understand the question. All observations have some degree of refraction, whether it's
and it's showing all the time the flat surface. Flat.
Hey, Sasha, hold on a second. Hey, friends. If you guys aren't going to let him answer Sasha's question, if he asks a question, there's a question on the table, then how about I just ban Sasha, and that way we don't have to listen to him. Okay, Sasha asked a question to the guest. Hold on, friend. Sasha asked a question to the guest. It's his turn to answer the question that Sasha asked. Sasha, ask your question again.
Yeah, in which case, because you're saying everything is refracted, in which case it's showing refracted surface that it's curved?
In which case does it show? Like, you can see the Chicago skyline. That's a really good one.
That flat horizon without obstructing 1,800 feet showing the curved surface.
No, it shows that the surface is curved because in that photo, it's downward refraction, but for some reason, the water is actually blocking the skyline, the bottom portion of the skyline.
That's ridiculous because I posted that like a flat earth proof, not like a globe earth proof.
I mean, data is data. It's not one sides or the others. And I think it demonstrates my point very well.
The data it's showing there is no 1,800 foot of the drop. That's data showing. And you can see the flat, and you are saying there is refraction, and you see flat horizon. That means how you come to the conclusion that refracted flat horizon with that data, it's curved.
So you'd have to measure the left to right curvature, because I don't know how much linear feet that surface is showing, because if you're talking about it's 60 miles across, that's definitely not, then you would see 1 degree, not even 1 degree of deflection on that surface. So you're saying it's flat, but you'd have to measure and see what it would actually have to be.
Do you know what is 1 degree on the sphere?
69 miles.
Yeah. Do you know what's that? That's 8 inches per mile squared.
Okay.
The only thing what you said, it's 1 degree. I can agree with that, but that is 8 inches per mile square. That is 1,800 feet on that observation for the Chicago skylines missing of the drop, and plus you have the flat horizon from the left to the right.
I already showed you why. I showed you a picture of Skunk Bay. Say, all that picture was one snapshot of that. If you look at the Skunk Bay time lapse and you took a snapshot of that, you'll get one funky picture too. So that picture of Chicago, you don't see the bottom because it was taken at that time of day. That's why. It's all there.
Because of the time, so you're saying that there are pictures of the Chicago skyline where you can actually see the bottoms of the buildings?
I'm sure there's clearer pictures than that, yeah.
Not only that, we have a guy on the boat going from another to another part, from the one part of the lake to another part of the lake, recording everything with the video.
He just goes across the lake, one side to the other. You see it in view the whole time. When does it refract up? When he's driving from one side of the lake to the other, just like the picture, and you can still see the city. When does it start floating in the sky?
Is that a question to me?
Yes.
I don't think that it would ever start floating in the sky. You would start to slowly see more and more of the buildings. The object would stop being obscured from top down. You'd see more of the top and more of the top until you can actually see the bottom. I don't think it would ever float.
That would happen if you didn't have the in observation the Chicago at all, and then in one moment, oh, I see the top of the building, oh, I see the middle of the building. Oh, that never happened, man. Because you don't need to see anything of that Chicago, Then you start to see from some distance. You approach on 20 miles, and then you start to see.
I'm not sure I understand what you're saying. Like, you can clearly see part of the Chicago skyline from 52 miles away, but you can't see the bottom.
Man, do you know what is okay? Do you know what is?
Well, let me finish.
Man, you are speaking something. There is no bottom of the.
I got like
skyline.
I got like less than a sentence. I've been pretty polite about not interrupting you guys. Can I finish? Thank you. So you're looking at an observation that's 52 miles away. It's pretty late in the day. It's overcast, so you can tell that it's almost certainly downward refraction because you have the pressure differential goes high at a low elevation and it gets lower as you go up in elevation. So that would cause downward refraction. Distant objects appearing slightly higher, not where some object in the middle is actually appearing higher than the object.
Starting to float in the air like an imaginary object then.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the refractive conditions are downward. So the distant object would appear slightly higher. It's not that there would be a gap in your vision between what you're seeing. So if it was a flat Earth, you'd be able to see all the way up to the shoreline. You could see the docks. There would be no obstruction between you and the dock. On a globe, it makes sense because
man, that's not correct. What
you're able to see. All right, explain to me how the flat water, when you're 300 feet in elevation, is blocking you being able to see the bottom of those buildings. I'd really appreciate it.
Okay, distance is
300 feet high.
Let's put the distance 5,000 miles.
Oh my God.
5,000.
Oh my God! What? You said you are 300 feet, and I said, okay, 5,000 miles distance. Can you see the bottom of the object?
Is this you explaining how the water gets between you and the distant object that you're viewing?
Do you know what is angular resolution?
Yes, I know what angular resolution is, and you can clearly see the buildings on the opposite side, so it's not an issue about angular resolution.
Does angular resolution occur in reality?
Yeah, of course.
How?
You're talking about like Rayleigh criterion, right?
Yeah, how that? What's happening when that happened?
Yeah, things become kind of blurred and merged together. So if you have a window frame in a building and it's white and the wall is red, it's a brick building, then eventually that's going to become just a white blur in the distance, and eventually it'll even merge with the building where you can't even distinguish the window itself from the building, where that's clearly not happening because you can see the windows of the buildings that you're observing across the bay.
Okay, let's put it like this. You're on the flat highway, okay? And you put the brick on the highway, and you walk away 10 miles away from the highway. That brick you don't see because of the curvature or because of angular resolution you don't see?
You're saying on a flat Earth, if the conditions are calm, then you would be able to see the brick.
No, you will not ever see the brick from the 5 miles. Are you crazy?
Are you saying with a sufficiently powerful magnifying, like a telescope or something, you wouldn't be able to see the brick?
No.
What are you saying then?
That your angle of view will be small, that you will not resolve that. It depends on your height, of course. If you raise the height, you will see the brick.
Why would raising your height change angular resolution?
Because your angle of view will be larger.
What if it's a ball? Then the angle wouldn't change anything.
If it's a ball, there will be drop over distance in reality.
Wait a second. Now he's saying there's an angle if you use a ball. So you're saying if I set a basketball on a table, there's an angle between the ball and the table, right?
If you put a ball on the table, you can measure the angular size of that ball. Yes.
Can we do that with the air? Can we do that with the air? To the same thing.
Can I do that to the air? Measure the angular size of the air?
No, you use the one spherical things, that's the basketball, because it's small. Can we do that with the earth?
Oh, with the earth. Like you're saying, figure out what the angular size of the earth is supposed to be?
It's easy to take something spherical and to make an example. That I know that's a good example. But if sphere is so big, how we will make that example?
Right. Yeah, you're asking how would you predict the angular size of the earth? Am I understanding your question correctly?
No, I'm asking you that example. What are you using for the basketball? Can you use the same example for the earth? You cannot, of course, because you cannot put the earth on some flat surface. Is that correct?
Well, I mean, you could, if the ball was like hypothetically floating in midair somehow, like with a giant fan that's just blowing it up, you could still measure the angular size of it. I'm struggling to understand.
Ball, yes, of course, of the small ball, basketball, you can do that. Like the same thing. Yeah. Can you measure the drop over distance on the basketball?
Drop over distance on a bat? I don't understand what that question means.
Rate of change of slope. Drop over distance is another way to say a rate of change of slope. So can you measure curvature over a sphere, he's asking.
I mean, yeah, of course you can measure a curvature over a sphere.
Okay, can we measure that? Okay, can we put now the temperature around the basketball, the many lights around the candles, even more temperature, around. Does that will change the surface of that geometrical basketball?
Yeah, you could induce a very big difference in pressure and temperature around the ball, which would affect the path of light that gets to your receiver or your eyeball or whatever. I think we all agree on that.
Mm-hmm. And that will show you the flat surface when you do that.
Why would that? I mean, if you zoomed in enough on like the very edge of the ball, it would look flat, but I'm not certain what your point is.
But not like a 1000% off. You will get like a 10 centimeters on the basketball flat.
I mean, it would be a really small section. Like if you took a picture of a ball and you just zoomed in and zoomed in and zoomed in, at the very edge, it would look flat.
Like a small section on the earth, like a 10 miles on the earth.
Yeah. Are you asking like what would that be equivalent on a basketball? Because you're talking about 1/60th or 1/6 of a degree of the basketball, and if the basketball is like a foot in diameter, you're talking about a couple millimeters, not even. But then at that point, like the topography of the basketball undulates more than what you're trying to predict because it's got those little divots in it.
And 10 miles on the earth is that small section for the earth?
I mean, if the circumference of the earth of 40,000 kilometers is correct, yes, it's a very small section.
Can you have a 10 mile, 16 kilometers? Can you have 16 kilometers of the flatness on that sphere with the 40,000 kilometers?
I mean, it will diverge somewhat from point A to point B, and you can measure that divergence.
Yeah, I'm asking you this. Can you have flatness of 16 kilometers on that sphere with the 40,000 kilometers?
I mean, it depends on how accurately you're measuring it. Like, if you just go out and nakedly eyeball it, it'll look pretty flat. But if you actually measure it, no.
If you measure no change, if you measure no change of slope in 16 kilometers,
Like if you measure between point A and point B, and those two are 16 kilometers apart, you can measure the difference between their zenith angles. But there is a difference between those zenith angles.
Now you cannot measure anymore that change of the slope.
You're saying that you want me to prove reciprocal zenith angles do measure a difference?
Yes.
How you can measure the change of the slope in reality?
Reciprocal zenith angles. Yeah. Okay. So do you guys want me to provide you with reciprocal zenith angles?
Yep.
In reality?
Yeah. Of course, in reality, surveyors do them all the time.
Okay, that's
so are there any caveats to what I need to provide?
It will be like this. This is the valley. Let's say this is USA. This is the location. This is the distance, and this is the change of the slope.
And make sure the distance isn't over 1,000 meters.
Why does that matter?
Because theodolites won't work after that. They're inaccurate. And they're not even accurate to that. They're not even really accurate really well for that distance.
They measure angles, not distances.
So you don't know how they work, I guess. I just posted a picture of Skunk Bay when it's all wavy around because of the heat during the day. And if you look through a theodolite and you just say, "Go, there's the angle," what part of Skunk Bay is it taking any angle from? What time of day and where should that be? And what happens if you do it later on in the day and it's in a different location? Did the reciprocal angles change then? Did the Earth wobble?
Sorry, you mind saying that again? I'm trying to look up this information you're requesting.
Which information?
For reciprocal zenith angles.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to say it again.
Fair enough.
How you will measure? What you will measure angles? What you using for measuring angles? Sky and the sky, theodolite, and for the measuring the angles. Are you in the room? Are you outside? Where are you? Are you measuring angle of the swimming pool?
Sasha, he said before you can't get an angle from the surface of a ball, so he's not putting it on the Earth because that's a ball.
And where did you put the Where did you put the theodolite? You put in the room theodolite? Where is that?
No, these are in-field measurements.
Where is theodolite? Outside?
Yeah, of course.
And it's using what for measuring angles? The buses, the trees?
No, one of them's from measuring over a lake. So he measured at a lake. A guy named Jesse Kozlowski measured over a lake.
Using what? The surface of the lake with what? For making angle?
A theodolite. Theodolites measure angles.
What time of day and what was the
angle of what, man? Jesus Christ.
The angle of what?
And what was the temperature?
Yeah, all that's in here. 1 second.
And what was the temperature 50 feet in front of him?
Yeah, he measured all that.
And then 100 feet in front of him?
I don't think he did that many.
How did he get all those temperature readings?
How many temperature readings do you think is necessary to have an accurate margin of error?
Do you think temperature fluctuates over a surface of water in the air?
I think it depends on the conditions in field. So if it's an overcast day, it won't vary very much at all.
Oh, so if it's overcast, nothing's going on?
No, I said it won't vary much.
So when it's overcast and Lake
Erie, the margin of error is tighter.
It's got 4-foot rolling waves banging up against the shore, and on a sunny, calm day, when it's all hot and like 100 degrees and it's just flat. So you're saying on an overcast day, it's calmer than it is on just a regular day?
Atmospherically, yes.
Gotcha.
Yeah, like, do you disagree with this? That
Yeah.
Okay. So why would you think
disagree
that?
Because when it's windy out and it's gray and cold over Lake Erie and the waves are just blowing the shit up on the shore, and then it's sunny on the next day and there's no wind and it's calm, I think that makes a difference.
Why do you think that's going to affect optics more in situation A than situation B? Do you think light is affected by storms?
Because you're going to have more moisture in the air.
If it's cold, you'd probably have less moisture in the air.
No, dude, it depends because your water's always evaporating. So how fast is it evaporating is how much you're going to see that little wavy part. So
yeah,
that's what you're seeing happening, and that's continuously always happening. So how many measurements did he make from one location? Did he do it over 1 month, 6 months, and then each location he needed to do what? I would say 24 months or 36 months, and then you should get a good average, don't you think?
I mean, the guy's a surveyor, so he knows his business.
No, that's not being a surveyor. He should know you can't shoot that distance. I already talked to him.
Do you have any citation?
Right. Yes, I've talked to him. Yeah, go back to the live streams from this chat where I talked to him and told him, "Nuh-uh, see Skunk Bay?
Yeah.
What time of day were you taking the picture, and what did it look like?" And that was the end of his conversation. He gave up.
Yeah, because I mean, you're saying there's no.
Didn't he end up leaving the community altogether?
Actually,
you mean actual evidence? You mean the standard of actually having him provide his evidence? Is this too ridiculous? So yeah, you can trust the Autolites because they're relying on an optical path from the target to the theodolite. That's your claim. But if I show you a laser debunking the geometry of the globe Earth, all of a sudden you'll say, "Oh, I can't trust the path of the light." It's funny how that works.
Isn't that double speaking?
Sasha, almost had to ban you there.
Sorry.
No.
I didn't say N-word. Oh, jeez.
But then you went on to commit the same faux pas, Sasha. So if somebody asks a question, that's not your cue to immediately ask another question, right? So that means there's two questions on the table, and then it's like, which one are we going to get answered? You know what I'm saying?
Cancel mine.
And likewise, if you ask a question, somebody comes in with just talking about a different point rather than allowing the guest who the question is asked to answer, that's also a faux pas, right? No. The reason is we want questions answered, at least in some respect, not just to, be overtalked and then we forget that there was a question on the table. The reason why, Sasha, is because if you just keep chiming in asking questions, so imagine that, right, which you do sometimes, and then nobody answers it. The flat earther who's speaking doesn't address the question. The globe earther who's speaking doesn't address the question. So it looks like maybe you have everyone everyone muted and you can't hear them, and so you're just talking through them. Or it makes it look like the flat earthers have you muted so they can't hear you because they don't want you to be around. So then the most rational thing is if nobody wants to actually answer your questions, then you shouldn't even be allowed to speak because they're just distracting everyone, which is why sometimes we just got to notice there's a question and be like, hey, there's a question. That question's got to be answered.
Waiting for.
But listen, I heard that Jesse Kozlowski like boot scooted out of the community. Did I hear wrong? Like something happened. Either he was in a debate or presented some case, or he was presented a case, and then after that, he never was around anymore and didn't produce any new content or something. That's what I heard, but I didn't validate it.
How long ago? Estimated time? Because I saw him on where the heck was it? Land of Misfit Toys like 3 months ago. I think I left the server 2 months ago. So
yeah, it was somebody told me recently. It was Bev that actually told me. He said his prediction was Will Dusk is going to do this like last drop of this big fighters debate or whatever it was, and then after that he'll disappear, just like Kozlowski did after such and such event. I can't remember the event he said.
My combo was Jesse Path of Lies because I called him that and he knew it, and that was his name.
Bro, that's not the same dude. Kozlowski and Pathov are two different dudes.
And I was talking to Jesse Path of Lies.
Okay.
Path of Light. But I call him Path of Lies, and I say that to him every time I see him.
Dude, I've actually been making a good side hustle. I buy short range theodolites, and then I sell them to people for long range. I just change the sticker.
Man, stop scamming Globers.
Damn it, was that you?
So that dude took off, huh?
He bailed.
They love being scammed, Neil. We could have given them what they want.
Hey, just don't forget
I'm
to pay
out
your
without a doubt.
Don't forget to pay who?
Don't forget taxes, or you're not American apparently.
Yeah, I caught a little bit of that conversation. Were you talking about the guy that you were talking to that said the looming refraction and all that stuff? That guy? Or was there another guy? Or was there a girl?
Yeah, it was like Howard.
What was like the final? Did he just instant transmission out of here, or was there like a final message?
Basically, he kept on giving up and spazzing, and yeah, he didn't get anywhere on any fronts of like any of his conversation topics.
I did find it funny when he was like, "I know you guys don't understand hypotheticals." Okay, all right, brother.
He was like begging. He's like, "Well, why can't we just use a hypothetical?"
Because I was a Glober and I did all the hypotheticals, and he didn't like that.
Honestly, I missed a lot of it, so I don't know. Can't really comment too much, but it seemed like he wanted to be in a valley. It's like, well, if we're in a valley, like, what are you doing in valleys, dude? How are you proving anything from a valley? Or what are you doing up there? Down there.
He's a valley girl?
Yeah, I think you were talking to him, P-Dog. You're like, dude, valley, that's, I don't know, whatever.
Yeah, when you look up temperature inversions, that's the most common example that they give you is like in between two mountains. Cold air gets trapped under warm air, and that's when you get sinking effects.
And he was trying to prove curvature with that. Ow.
I have no idea.
Okay.
He was just looking for like a concession, right? Like he wanted, like, because we were using hostile witnesses, he was like, well, if I can get them saying it's a globe, we concede it's a globe. It's like, bro.
Oh my god. That's so stupid. I heard you chime in. He was like, so like, then you believe it's a globe then? You're like, it's called a hostile witness, bro. I don't know how that doesn't click for a lot of people. Well, if you're using their citation that says this, then you have to believe everything they say. It's like, no, dude, I'm using the citation to go against your dumbass who seems to think otherwise.
It's like if the criminal like slips up and tells a little piece of the operation that the criminal organization is going through. Like, there's your hostile witness, bro.
Anybody else? Anybody next? I'm not on my computer, but someone should copy and paste the event link in the lobby. I'm going to take a page out of my book. All right. Well, anybody want to report on the dumbest thing you've heard a Glober say this week? Go ahead. It's only Thursday. We got a couple more days within the. Ain't something stupid.
Chat.
Team roboting? Am I roboting?
No, you're not.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yes.
AI drop at rejoin.
Sorry about that kind of football.
Brandon, what's the dumbest thing you've heard a Glober say this week?
Actually, it was just like probably about an hour ago. Piper Australis was saying that he was banned from 24/7 for continuously asking for a flat Earth map.
Oh, Lord.
And then said that I told him in a back chat, which I asked him to produce evidence of, which he doesn't have evidence of, that I said that we don't talk about things that are easily disproven in 24/7. Not making it up.
Well, if this Globers want a flat Earth map, are they going to fund it? Because it costs millions of dollars to make a good quality map.
I just use Google Maps.
I just use Google Maps too.
I always post a sky map of all the stars in the sky. That's my flat Earth map.
Yeah, but Google Maps works just fine.
Yeah, it gets me from point A to point B, no problem. Yeah, I like Google Maps. Sometimes I use Waze. Definitely not Apple Maps.
Sometimes. Apple Maps aren't. I use that too, especially.
Yeah.
It's if I'm driving, and I just have it on my dashboard that way. It's a lot easier because I'm usually listening to my phone then.
Nice. Yeah, if a shorty drops me her address, it automatically uses Apple Maps, so that's like the only time I use it. I'm driving to the shorty's place. But, otherwise.
So what are you saying? Your girlfriend's a midget?
No.
Boyfriend?
No.
Oh.
They're called little people.
You guys got to listen to that T-Pain song, Shoddy.
Oh, I know what it is. They're like 7.5 foot tall friend of yours.
Hey, man, that's a boss move right there to go out with a tall one. That's a boss player move right there. Anyway. Yeah, the maps thing, it's so annoying, though. And they're like, where's your map? Where's your map? Where's your... Like, bro, dude. How many maps you want? We whip out that picture that's like got 75 maps on it. Like, which one do you want, dude? Here's a bunch of maps.
Why is the guy crying in text that he can't use emojis and he's not even in the live stream?
I'll get him in here. I'll fix it for him. Tell him CB will fix it. Where's your flat map? They actually think you can just go up in the sky and take a picture of the ground and then trace lines around the country and say there's like that's the map. That's not how it works. They have such the sloppiest, dumbest ideas of what they think flat Earth should be. It's so annoying. That's why I'm always using their own worldview as like a mirror. Because in their worldview, it's not possible to see the whole Earth in one shot. Even if it is a globe, right? You can't see the whole thing That's like saying I can see your whole head by looking at your face. From no distance will you be able to do that. So in their worldview, you can't see the whole earth in one shot. But for some reason, they think that we should be able to do that. Well, why not? Just go up. It doesn't work like that.
And spheres are the worst objects to see at a distance.
Oh yeah, because it can look like a circle or something.
No, that's like a mirror ball, right? You get the hot spot in the middle, and everything else reflects off to the sides, not back to the observer.
That up.
It's like those people who say, "How come I can't see the Bahamas from Florida?" I said, "Are the Bahamas covered in green plants?" And they go, "Yes." Well, guess what? Plants are good at absorbing light waves and very poor at reflecting them.
There you go.
How big should the Bahamas look anyway? What's the height that they should be on the horizon?
I don't believe Bahamas have a very high elevation overall.
So then the answer is you won't see them.
That was easy.
The average elevation's only 5 to 10 meters, 16 to 33 feet above sea level.
Wait, 33?
Yeah. The highest point is 63 meters or 207 feet.
I still think somebody needs to go out there. I'm working on it. I want to go back to Key West, and it's only 90 miles to Cuba, man. Like that would be a great flat Earth observation.
Well, when I was in Cuba, I didn't see Key West.
No, I know, but I remember at night looking off in the direction of Cuba, and I could see like a bubble of lights, cities.
I can highlight another double standard that they have. They expect our reality, I guess everyone's reality, to have an edge. But in their worldview, it doesn't matter if there's an edge, right? Like they don't even care about any edge. Right. There's a lot of ways to slice this up too, because they will say anything that's flat has to have an edge. Then you go, okay, well, NASA and all your scientists say the universe is flat, so where's the edge? Yeah. Well, I don't know.
His sister don't have an edge.
But they won't let it go. I mean, I think that Ricardo, whatever, dude, I guess there was a day he just would not let it go. Where's the edge? Where's the edge? Where's the edge? Like answered 100 times. Nope, I need to know where the edge is. Like, dude, I would try to ask him, okay, so if you're so hung up on there being an edge, where's the edge of the universe? Where's the edge of that reality? Oh, well, we don't know. We're not able to know that.
Yeah, where's the edge of the solar system?
Yeah. Like, how come that doesn't apply? Like, having the ability to say, we don't know, it's not been explored, we have no idea, not really a concern of ours. How come that's not an answer you'll accept when the flat earthers say it? So I always use the universe as the example when it comes to this edge problem, because they don't know. I mean, for multiple reasons, it's not even been fully explored, quote unquote, even if it was real. We don't know where the boundaries of reality are.
I always ask them how things are supposed to look from that distance. When they say, how come I can't see Mount Everest? I say, how high is it supposed to look? I'm going to go outside and look for it. And that's the end of it, usually.
Well, it's even better when they're like, well, you shouldn't be able to see it. It's like, okay, great. Then why are you asking?
Can't even see sunlight at 200 meters depth in the ocean, and they think you're going to see something that's thousands of miles away.
Yeah. Well, if it was flat, blah, 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 blah. That's like, I can automatically just mute. I might as well just like locally mute them on my end when they start saying, as soon as they say, if the earth is flat, I know almost for a fact, I can almost guarantee the words that will follow will automatically be incorrect. It's like extremely rare for them to start a sentence like that and then have something follow that's accurate. If the earth is flat, the sun would do this.
That's all you need to explain transmission factor.
Or the hypothetical, right, where they're like, well, if you imagine. Oh my God, we got to imagine now. We can't talk about reality.
If the earth was flat, you'd be able to see the Bahamas from blah, blah, blah. If it was flat, the sun would just disappear. If it was flat, you'd be able to have a map. Like, dude, they don't know what they're talking about.
Have you seen the video where you can see like Hawaii from like 2,500 miles away?
And that's got to be refraction, bro.
It's a high altitude, but like there's absolutely zero curvature on the Z-axis.
I don't know. Ever since I heard them just parrot that this is the best assumptions we can make for the specific model, and those assumptions, predictions, like, are the assumptions, it's like their logic is just backwards from the very beginning. And I don't know how that's not like a glaring blunder in their world. Like, everyone agrees with that. We just make assumptions, and then we come up to our best logical conclusions that it's a globe. It's like, that's how you live your life, off of assumptions? Like, yeah, that's what the penny dropped for me.
Yeah.
Check this observation in the chat.
I sometimes wonder if they really mean that, though. I don't know if they're just saying that because damn well they actually think that it's a globe and that cannot be refuted and all that stuff. So they'll say it's a guess and all this stuff to try to sound intellectual, but then deep down they're not really wavering on that. They cannot be presented with any evidence that would sway them in another direction. Like Matthew, for example, he'll say it. He's not going to change.
Yeah, exactly. You just got to be honest with yourself. And at least, Matthew is an honest person to a certain degree, where he agrees. He's like, yeah, it's just a bunch of assumptions, but like that's the position I'm taking, and you can't really change my mind. And honestly, I like that, man. If you're gonna believe in something or go for something, just say that. Just say it out loud. Don't freaking try and fight. These other guys, they have a major problem saying that. And that just leads to a whole lot of cog deaths.
I need to re-add the sound to the sound clip from Sunny in Philadelphia where he's like, "I'm dug in, and I'll never change." I need to put that back on the board. That's a great clip. Genuinely, we're not alike. Like globetrotters and flat earthers, we are so far apart. I don't think you guys are really that dedicated to the idea of a flat earth. Like if we were able to validate a globe, I don't think anybody would truly have an issue with that. Like whatever reality is, that's what it is, and that's what I'm gonna go with. And I think a lot of you guys would probably agree with that. I don't think that's true for these other guys in here. The GTs, as JE would say, they're super dug in on this idea. They're not going anywhere. And
I was just saying, you know what they would do. You ever see those videos of the slingshot where they go on the ride and the people pass out?
Yeah.
That's what these globetards would do if they went up really, really high and just found out the whole Earth was flat. They'd fucking pass out. They just blank out, bro.
That's funny. Well, I think what I'm gonna start doing is maybe asking, okay, let's do some role reversals. Let's say the whole world, everyone, all the scientists, everything are pointing towards the Earth being flat. And you have discovered that it's actually a globe. Like, let's say in reality it is a globe, but everyone's saying it's flat. And you do measurements and tests, and you can validate the Earth is actually curving. What do you do then? Oh well, I would just like go against mainstream, and I would be the globe earther in the face of all the letters. Okay, great. Welcome to the life of a flat earther in 2025. The whole world is saying, oh, we validated it. It's not. It's flat. So, you can't then appeal to big entities and scientists, big brains that are telling you otherwise. You actually have to appeal to what the Earth is. I'm going to try that out on the next couple globetards that come in here. See what they say. Because like Matthew Learns, for example, he'll say, oh no, even if they said it was flat, I wouldn't believe them. Right? Doesn't he say that? I'm pretty sure he says that.
Add to that, CB, the same claims that I saw 4 to 5 years ago when I first started looking into this are the same ones being presented today. There hasn't been any new development on their end. And these people are said to be at the forefront of this discussion. These people have been in the game probably a lot longer than me, most of them. And they've got nothing new to add.
Yeah, the pictures are so fun. It is, yeah. And that's enough. I think we should really just start practicing opposite day. It's something I've always really enjoyed is just flipping things upside down and seeing if they still make sense. Like, okay, here's an example. They have some ancient figure from thousands and thousands of years ago. Don't even know if he truly existed. But when you ask who measured the Earth, it's this guy. So we flip it upside down. Hey, flat earthers, how do you know the Earth is flat? Well, we have this guy from thousands and thousands of years ago. Well, we don't really have much record of him, but he proved it. Do you think anybody accept that? Do you think that idea would be mocked or laughed at? I do. What else? Oh, well, what did that guy do? Well, to know that it's flat, he put some sticks in the ground. Like, okay, really?
Have you seen the accolades that are attached to his name?
Nah.
He was smarter than Plato, Aristotle, and Socrates combined.
Oh, really?
He was a librarian, mathematician, geologist. Like he had like 12 different titles ascribed to his name.
And then they depict his cranium as like the size of a watermelon to hold that big brain.
Yeah, that's funny. I just don't think that they would accept that. We should genuinely pick a day, like one day a week, maybe, and do opposite day. And it's like, yeah, we have a guy thousands of years ago. He proved it. What do you do? Oh, put some sticks in the ground. He seemed to.
I gotta practice my spazzing. Hold on.
What I'm trying to think of what else.
Hey, everybody knows that ships go into the horizon. They don't go over it. Come on.
What about Wednesdays?
Yeah, well, planets are round. Planets are spherical, so the Earth must be.
I'm trying to think of some other good examples, actually.
You can't have clouds on a flat Earth.
Oh yeah, you could do that stuff, that type of stuff. Like, oh yeah, that wouldn't work on a globe. To start making stuff because they don't say anything. Oh yeah, boats, sunsets, that wouldn't work on a flat Earth. Just start saying random stuff like that. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Do you even know you have feet?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh yeah. You can't know for sure. You can't know for sure that you have feet, dude.
Like, it would be honestly fun just to like obfuscate, spaz out, and redirect. I could probably go forever. I would, I wouldn't run out of breath.
I've been working on it. I've literally been working on my Glober. So it's basically just giving them a taste of their own medicine and see if they accept it. And I almost guarantee you they would not accept it. And then this highlights the double standards, which I have an issue with. I'm like, I always call out the double standards, bro. You have to have an edge, but we don't. You have to have a model, but we don't.
Oh, you know how you see planes and drones and everything deviating in the inertial reference frame because of Earth's rotation? Well, that's how it will work on a flat stationary. That's how it will work on a flat stationary Earth. Yeah, it work the same. See, because we see Coriolis, that means there isn't any. Yeah.
Your best evidence for a flat Earth is by how much it looks so curved.
Yeah, it looks curved because it's flat, guys.
Oh yeah, we could do that with the horizon. Like, you see that, like the boats disappear thing. Yeah, I know it seems like curvature, but that means it's not. Or, like, dude. We'll have to work on our opposite day, but I think we should definitely do that at least once a month. Call it like dose of your own medicine Mondays.
Or just go, there's tons of evidence for Earth being flat. Oh, just buckets, millions of observations and
I already know where you're going with this. Yeah,
can I have one? One what?
Nah. Exactly. Like, nah. I don't feel like it.
No, you do it.
You wouldn't accept it anyway.
Can you define accept?
That happened yesterday with what's his face. What's the guy's name? guess it's that irrelevant. I don't remember. And he's like, "Oh yeah, I have evidence, but you just wouldn't accept it." And I'm like, "Dude, I'm trying to explain to him was it Charlie? Yeah, it was Charlie. I'm trying to explain to him the courtroom analogy, and damn, I should have recorded this clip. But you're not there when you're in the courtroom. It doesn't matter what the lawyer that you're opposing thinks. Your Honor, I would present my evidence, but this lawyer over here, he just wouldn't accept it. Okay, it's not his job to accept your evidence. You're supposed to present your evidence to the judge and the jury. No, I have it, but you wouldn't accept it. That doesn't work like that. You need to present your evidence with whatever you have and let the people decide. Whether I accept it or not isn't going to change anything. Absolutely cooked him on that point. Well, he left immediately afterwards. Beautiful. I also really like the poker analogy, which I used as well. It's like, if you're sitting around a table and you're telling everybody you have the winning hand, and then you don't play it, there's a word for that, and it's called bluffing. If you actually have the winning hand, you don't even have to say anything. You could say nothing. And when it comes time to play your cards, you just put them down on the table, lean back in your chair.
Yeah, but you got to show your cards in order to prove that you're bluffing.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
I can make you lay down your cards, and I can have a nothing hand, a 2, a 3, a 7, a queen, and a 6, all different suits. Hand of nothing.
I see what you're saying.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I can win that poker hand.
I see what you're saying.
I got a good one. I can relate it to basketball. So basically, Glovers are basically on the sidelines, on the bench, right? And you can call them like coaches, assistant coaches, and they're drawing up plays, right? So they draw up this major play, like, okay, this is this, all right, go. And then we're like, okay, go on the basketball court, execute this play. They're like, no, I already drew the play, it's gonna work. We're like, okay, we're like, okay, go put the basketball in your hands and go score on the bucket, right? They're like, you know what? My play, it works in my head. So, it must work in reality since I spent so much time drawing this play up, So they're just bench players. They're just wannabe, coaches, but none of them are actual basketball players. Get wrecked.
That's a fantastic analogy. That's a really good analogy. Yeah. Doesn't matter how you draw it up. You actually have to go execute it. But you're right. They kind of just stop at the drawing it up. Well, it works for me. Like, okay, dude. All right. Yeah. That's a great analogy, Neil. Shout out to you, bro. Good job.
You know how I can prove the Earth isn't flat, guys? I can just drop a pencil.
Yeah, no, see, that's the type of stuff we could opposite. We could be like, yeah, see, I know it's flat, just drop a pencil. They'd be like, what? you know?
Yeah, if we were on the surface of a cube, we would be equidistant to the center. We know it's flat, bro.
Yeah, I hate debating those guys. Just draw a pencil, because you just immediately go into caucus with those guys. It's very hard to push them off of their idiocy. I mean, you can refute it back to them eloquently, but then they'll just be like, well, it doesn't make sense. You just drove a pencil. Like, go back to like, just a global reset on the pencil. You can just like, if they start with that, you already know it's a lost endeavor.
Yeah. You know what? Also, I can tell a lot of people will say they'll do the invisible gnomes and this, that, and the other, pulling things down. I gotta take some shots. I actually don't like that because I can already put myself in the shoes of where they're at, and they're not clocking what you're trying to say. Because for them, like some scientists have already validated the gravity idea. So when you're like, no, I think it's invisible gnomes, they're hearing what they want to hear. They're not actually hearing what your point, which may well be a good one, but they're not hearing it like that. They're hearing it the way they want to. That you're just saying some silly thing that's, they're. So I know a lot of people do that though. They're like, oh, it's invisible gnomes. Da, da, da. Like, I don't think that point actually hits as hard as it probably could if they were actually paying attention in good faith, but they're not. They're just hearing invisible gnomes. Like, oh, this guy. That's why he's a conspiracy theorist. So I don't know. I don't use that one.
They already think your reasoning is bullshit. You give them that,
Yeah.
like, oh, another bullshit.
Exactly. I don't think it actually hits that hard. Because they're just going to hear what they want to hear.
But when you dive into it deeper, and then you explain how I could just make up whatever without validating it, and that's exactly what they do with the globe, then it starts to poke into their model. And when I say their model, y'all know what I mean.
If you have a good contestant that's actually good faith, maybe you could use that point in depth. But I think if you're talking to your average Joe, it's definitely not going to clock.
Like, all they have is a model. They don't have reality. Like, everything they have is conceptualized into some diagram that doesn't coincide with reality. They try to correlate it, but it doesn't correlate. But I do like the SAT question for triangles. That's a good one.
Yeah, that is a good one. Yeah, hell yeah.
Indio tried to use my curved line and straight line. He said he downloaded it, and then he wanted to try to simplify it. He's like, I can't fucking simplify it.
What do you mean, simplify it?
Have you seen my meme on the difference between a curved line and a straight line? Eye exam?
No, can you post it?
Yeah, but yeah. Like, you want to talk about basics, right? Whenever we say go back to basics, then we tell them to say the ABCs without singing it, right?
ABC.
There you go. Anyway, there's my meme on the difference between a curved line and a straight line.
It's funny how that one, for some reason, they can't seem to figure that out.
But yeah, I made that meme because when I would have conversations with people, I would be like, if a line's not curving, then what is it? And they just couldn't figure it out. So it's like, okay, like which line's a curved line, which line's a straight line? Like, obviously, we need visuals here. Is it kicking everybody?
I'm still here.
Like 6 people left. Man. That's crazy.
Are we still live?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If anybody's on the computer, should copy and paste the link to the current event and just put it in the lobby. Or send it to your homies in your group chat or whatever.
And tweet it.
Retweet it, yeah, put it on Twitter. It's very brain rot as well. So you know it's W. The title is Flat Earth before GTA 6? Yeah, that's a hitter right there. That's a keter. But for real though, that GTA 6 needs to hurry up. I wonder if we could start like a community over there. There's a way, or maybe it'll be in the game. What if there was what if there was a radio station in the game that was basically like our Discord? That'd be lit, huh? That'd be fire. You know how you go get in a car? Huh?
I thought of that forever. It's just us on the radio station.
That would be so sick, actually. That'd be so sick. Because I don't know if anyone hasn't played the game, but you've been living under a rock. So when you get in a car, you can change the radio station and put on a bunch of different channels. Sometimes they got talk radio, sometimes they got music, rap, this, that, and the other. It would actually be so funny if there was like a talk radio station and it's a bunch of flat earthers. That'd be so fire, dude. I'd actually like to see that. Implementing that would be a little tricky because, you got to add some comedy to it.
Like making a radio station where like the Globers like yelling at the flat earther, "You retarded."
Well, here's the thing. For anybody, I mean, dude, I get it. There's a time and place to be serious and, have this very technical discussion. But it's like, if you want to get in Grand Theft Auto, you gotta add some brain rot. You gotta be a little funny.
Yeah. Well, there has to be a conspiratard radio station because I know in the last ones they had some of them that they briefly talked about the stuff and made fun of the system, etc., making jokes about it. But
dude, that would be the biggest plug of all time, probably. If we can get into not even just 24/7, but if we could get this topic in GTA, bruh, that would be so epic.
Yeah, it'd be like a caller. What are you, just a stupid flat earther? And then one of us just absolutely smacking them.
Like, do you think you're in a movie building right now? What? That could actually be really entertaining. Hopefully they do something like that. I mean, they haven't reached out to me, but if they do, I'll let you know.
Yeah, I think Rockstar's too busy working on the jiggle physics.
Probably. Yeah, problems.
Man, that's the first place I'm going to be at. Running over hose, going to the strip club.
You should be driving cars around, listening to the radio station to see if I catch anything conspiratorial. I don't know. They did some funny side missions. Like they had, what do you call it? The Scientology. They had like a Scientology side mission in the game that was pretty interesting. So I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if they tried to put some epic stuff in there. Hopefully they do.
Well, I think they just make a parody out of it. That's personally. That's what I think.
That's the whole. That's like part of their MO is everything's a parody. Freaking Facebook is called Life Invader. The Apple phone is the iFruit. They just flip everything upside down and make it like comedic. Which is, I think they do a good job of it too. This next game is going to be epic, bro. It's going to be so epic.
Like, what were the mods you were able to do? Like, could people mod the game and like do crazy things? I heard they were doing that because I never played GTA 5 or 4.
What? No, I mean, I've never played it on the computer, so I don't know. You can't really mod stuff on the console. I don't know what.
Yeah, pretty much just computer. Because that's what I like to watch live streamers like play their modded servers. I've seen some crazy stuff, but I don't know if like you can mod radio stations. I would have to look
the modded radio station. That would be
like if we got our own like
a bot. You put a bot in here, and it just streams directly to the server, like to the GTA server. That could work. That would be fire. I mean, that would be an interesting mod, though.
Yeah, I'll look into that because then we can just like hop on the GTA instead of hopping on the Discord. Although it could be connected. The radio like could be connected to
Yeah,
Discord.
we basically put a bot in here that's the GTA bot, and then he just streams our whole channel directly through the game. That would be so sick.
That would be fire.
That would be so dope.
Let me investigate and see if it works on GTA 5.
Yeah, but in terms of the console, whatever they put on the game, it's going to be locked in for a while. We'll have to like...
It's a flat Earth server, you crackhead. Yeah, GTA server. This is a flat Earth server.
No, dude, we're saying
GTA
like...
bot. Freaking crackhead, dude.
No, we're saying... Have you played Grand Theft Auto before?
Yeah, dude. My life? Yes.
Okay, good. So, you know how they have like radio
mods.
station?
They used to have like real cars.
Yeah, the real car mod? Yeah, I would do that.
Yeah, they had that, dude.
That's
like
the
a
best mod.
McLaren, a Lamborghini, you know, like actual cars.
Yeah. No, what we're saying is like, if they don't, bro, it would be so dope if they had a radio station, like a talk radio station, and there was some Flat Earth content on there.
Oh, a Flat Earth radio mod? Dude, that would be badass.
But like in the future, we could actually have a modded server where one of the radio stations is just this VC. So we have to have like a GTA bot that streams to the game. Or something like that.
Dude, I'm sure someone must have done an Alex Jones mod back in the day.
Oh, yeah.
Had InfoWars blasting.
Yeah, that'd be funny. You can see that.
Just turn the radio off. I mean, even if we can join, if there is a modded server, say it's like one of the biggest modded servers online, and we could somehow get in with one of their admins and say, hey, can we join your server and can you add our Discord channel to the radio station? And then just like how we're in politics, just like how we're in the English Hub, like there's a bunch of viewers, but we're in the game to a different audience.
That'll be, well, it doesn't seem impossible. That seems doable, man. I think we could actually achieve that.
Like, we're like, yo, Drewski, hook us up with your radio show.
Yeah. I think that would be hot. I think people would actually kind of like that. And that's a whole other way to get our content out there.
Like, bro, all the streamers are going to have custom servers. Like, Caden Ross, freaking ISO Speed, all those guys.
Oh, we could have a custom server if we wanted to. I mean, because, like, you know, a lot of people just sit here and listen. We might as well just throw up the game and...
Yeah, there's a different audience, right? I mean, if we can get in there somehow and, you know, to a broad group of people, that'd be nice.
I would love to see that.
We have like Flat Earth headquarters all chilling there in people, like people pull up. We're just pull up to us. Like, hey, what about the Flat Earth? We just like we're our own characters in the game.
Yeah, we're like at the water doing laser tests. I don't know. We could definitely like that'd be a side mission. That'd be a side mission. You pull up at a lake.
Yeah, you like that shit, huh?
And like they're like at hey man, like what are you doing with that laser? I'm like, check it out. We're looking 30 miles over there. I mean, it's gonna be in California. We could even have a Black Swan thing in there. I'm telling you, bro.
I just gave a dog bacon for the first time, dude. I got a new best friend, dude. This dog will kill for me.
No.
Dude, bacon to a dog is like crack, man. I'm serious, dude. Just like tuna fish to a cat, man. You give a cat tuna fish, man? That's a wrap, man. You own him. This dog is like grilling me now. Get over here! I'm actually grilling bacon on the grill. They were grill bacon on the grill.
Nice.
On the grill, man. And you know, to deal with the freaking grease.
Good idea. Flat grill? Is it a flat grill?
Yeah, no, spherical freaking grills, man. What you think that's heated with, lava?
That's the best way to cook.
Here's the flat explain lava.
That's what's under the hydroponics.
Can't explain lava, CB. It's a globe.
I guess so. Magma.
All that other evidence, man, but it was the lava that got me. I was like, no curvature? That. I'm a flat earther. No lava? God damn it, I'm going back to the globe.
That's actually pretty funny.
I got a dude to say unit to track units today.
What you got to explain that.
Yeah, he was like, mass attracts mass. I'm like, what's mass? He's like, the kilogram. Says, so the kilogram's a unit. So units attract units? He's like, yeah.
Units attract units.
Well done, man. Well done.
Gary!
I thought that was it. I thought he was gonna freaking crash out. But like, I turned it around. I got him to stay for another 30 minutes of juicy clips of retardation. Dude, like in the morning, Yoder was saying this. It's like the Howard Stern show in here at like 7 a.m. Eastern, man. You're missing a CB. It's really like the Howard Stern show.
I gotta wake up earlier then. What time? 7?
7 a.m. Yeah.
God damn.
Dude, they say the craziest stuff. The girls are all over in English Hub. Chicks are like, oh, Harvard. I know where that is. Can I add you as a friend?
Oh wow. Okay. Hey.
Can we call it Butterface mornings?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
And right after Kaji Tower.
Oh yeah, hey man. Yeah, Neil, you're gonna get us canceled now. You gotta save that for FU, dude. We're gonna get us canceled.
What, Butterface?
No, the other one.
What, a Pajit?
Dude, you see, we're gonna get us.
Come on, man.
Get us in trouble.
Is that actually a bad word?
See, I didn't think so, but apparently.
Pajit,
we got some. See. Oh, dude. Oh man. Yeah.
Home base, dog.
Home base. That's where we said it last time, and somebody freaked out, bro. Somebody freaked out. They're like, "I'm gonna report you to Discord. I'm gonna get you banned." To me, and you said it. So, dude, I don't know, bro.
I don't even know the word.
You don't even know the word? Yeah, see, I didn't think it was that bad. I mean, apparently you could say nigga, but you can't say freaking... Yeah, whatever, dude. Fuck it. Who cares, dude? We'll just save all the base speech for FU. Go ahead.
I think it's something to do with the class system, the caste system, and like Brahmin and everybody else. The Brahmin are like the upper class, and the Pajits are like just like, not the lowest class. That's the Dodgits or something like that. Those are the untouchables. Yeah, dog shit. I mean, that sounds about right.
Yo, dude, you're gonna get him so canceled, dude.
That's what I heard him say.
Dodgit or something like that.
Oh my god.
Means untouchable.
That's the proper. That's the more like nice way to say it. I could be like, all right, what about this dumb Hindu? Right? What about this Hindu? Like my friends are brown. Right?
Come on,
untouchable. That's brilliant.
I can say this, all my friends are brown, right? My best friends are all brown, right? So I've been like, around them my whole life. So like when I say words,
brown guy.
Right? Yeah, basically.
He's a token Oreo.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I know which cautious words not to say around them when they get offended, and one of them is the word I just said. Right? If you say that, they're like, "Yo, can you stop saying that so much?" I'm like, all right, no problem. So I replaced it with the cheat one, right? And then so like, what do you want me to do? Like, what do you want me to call them?
Your name?
Indian? I get censored for that? I just want to know what the right Indian is. Like red dot or like, feather? Like,
It's crazy. Yo, dude, I hope Oldie's not listening right now. He's out there having a stroke.
I'm just trying to get the proper classification. If anything, I'm being like intellectually honest.
I liked Untouchable. That sounded good.
Untouchable? We can do that. Let's just say that over.
You know that Dr. Shiva is an untouchable, right?
Yeah. Red dot is
why they came to America. He tells a story about how he was an untouchable, and that's why they came to America.
And then he got touched.
Oh. Gotta make it through MIT somehow.
Oh my God.
Well, Epstein was hanging out there.
Oh, man, keep that juice in my mouth. I don't know.
Hey, yo, pause, bro.
Yo, did anybody hear about the attack in Manchester today in England, terrorist attack?
Saw your message.
No way. So yeah, Muslim man attacks Jewish synagogue in Manchester, first by driving his car into a crowd, jumping out of the car, attacking people with a knife, whilst wearing a suicide belt. Police were on the scene bloody immediately, shot the man dead, and it was later confirmed that the suicide belt wasn't an actual explosive device. It was just there to cause fear and confusion amongst everyone. But yeah, a few people dead. Muslim man attacks Jewish community on English streets. Right.
Dude, I don't. This world that we're living in might as well just be Grand Theft Auto. This is just chaotic and crazy. I don't even know, how do I? This is weird. How do I? There's so much going on. I don't even know how to deal with it.
Yeah, man. Every day. But yeah, just in case you guys didn't know, I've put a couple of articles over on FU.
So why is everybody upset? Because it was an attack on Jewish people? Is that it? You're only allowed to attack the natives?
Kind of, yeah.
If they attacked you, they'd be like, cool. It was, a 24-year-old youth instead of saying what they are.
No, it seems to be a Muslim man for sure. I'm just more concerned that the police.
They told people that's the thing. Don't they usually not say anything?
This is what I'm saying. The man looks Muslim. The police were on the scene immediately with guns, by the way, because we don't carry guns that much in the UK. So they were here with guns straight away and shot this Muslim-looking man who didn't have an explosive on him, but drove his car into a crowd and slashed a few people with a knife on a Jewish holy day in the synagogue. So I don't know what's happened, man. I'm just telling you what's on the news. But the police were there fucking fast. I've seen too many squibs and stuff over the last 2 weeks, man, to take anything that I see on the screen as real.
Like that's what I'm saying. Like,
for the government.
How are we gonna know it's real? And then on the opposite side, if it isn't real, then it's clearly just like rage bait for the media to get more clicks and to cause more division amongst people. And why isn't any of this stuff happening in the summer? Why is the summer just a vacation from politics and everything? And then all of a sudden it ramps up. That's all I gotta say.
We had massive pro-Palestine. I'm on the wrong fucking server. We had massive pro-Palestine demonstrations in the city of London yesterday. Massive ones. Country's burning, guys. That's serious.
I never understood it. Like, there's no way, man. Like, there's no way. Like, nothing. If you were gonna do something off the hook, right? And you didn't like the country, why would you just attack a random Jewish synagogue? Like, what's that gonna do? has no effect on Israel. They're not like, oh my God, they attacked the synagogue. Let's stop bombing the Gazans. Obviously, they're not going to do that, right? So what's the point? Revenge? Like, I don't get it. What's the end game? What were they hoping to achieve?
Well, it depends what the motives were. Depending if this man is radically Islamic, if the situation exists as portrayed, then it's just a radical Islamist doing what he's supposed to do, and that's kill Jewish people, get martyrdom, and get straight to heaven.
Well, I mean, he's supposed to kill infidels, and he probably passed about 100 of them on his way there.
Yeah, exactly. He's probably married to one. I don't know, man. I really don't know anymore. So much stuff like CB said is going on all of the time. It's hard to point your finger at anything and say, this is actually what's happening. You can't trust anything that's on the media. The situation exists. I'm just waiting for the reaction to see what happens next.
Well, my main if something's not broadcasted on the media and it's happening, then you know that's the real shit.
Yeah.
Because if they're showing you the stuff that's happening, they want you to see it. Right?
Yeah. Interesting enough, I got Sky News Australia on, and in Australia they're being told that in Nigeria thousands upon thousands of Christians are being slaughtered across the country.
Yeah, I saw a news article online about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you never see it the other way around. Christians come after Muslims.
I think the people
Dude,
in Iraq.
have you lost your brain? What were the two things in the Gulf, dude, that happened, and the thing in Afghanistan? Like, what happened there? Oh, dude.
Do you remember Iraq?
On the media. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, you got me a bit there.
Yeah, that's why they're doing their thing, allegedly.
I had to backtrack a bit.
And I do say allegedly.
Yeah, I don't know what to believe. I'm just like kind of numb to everything. It's like they want you to react. It's like I don't even know how to react. My hands are up. You keep doing something. Something happens twice in one day, 5 times in a week. Like, am I supposed to react? Like crying? Like, I don't know, dude. It's just too much. It's too much.
Supposed to vote Republican.
No. Trump 2028?
You said the stuff was happening there. Like, I was getting my hair cut by this kid from Iraq, right? He just moved here like a couple of years ago. And he's like, yeah, when I was a kid, like, we used to always see tanks coming in, and you tell me like crazy stories of like his brother's getting killed and people like right in front of him getting blown up. And I'm like, wow, that's the life you grew up living.
Go.
Is that whilst he's got a razor blade around your fucking throat?
I mean, luckily I didn't tell him I was half Jewish. So, I mean,
I didn't know that about you, Neil.
Actually, maybe I did. Actually, I did tell him that. I'm not gonna lie. I did tell him again. I think it's nothing happened. I don't celebrate the religion, but technically, I'm not a real Jew. But I have the cheap Jewish blood in me. Please give me a good deal. How much you want? A little ball.
We call Jewish guy at the gay bar a Hebrew.
Oh my god.
Three gay guys walk into a bar, and there's only one stool left. How do they sit down?
Oh no!
They flip the stool upside down.
Oh.
Hey,
smacking my Legos.
Okay, back to the topic, man. Yo, I have to crack down on off-topic shit, man. Sorry, there's gonna be a crackdown.
Sorry, just following your footsteps.
No,
you
I
got
know.
me cracking up.
Is that what she said?
Somebody made a good point to me that we talk about all sorts of shit. If someone talks about tomato gardening, they get shouted down, which is actually a legit beef. We're being a little selective in like our off-topic permissibility.
So I just saw
what we got after you.
ever. I shit you not. I saw a video where scientists are claiming that the Milky Way galaxy is flapping its wings.
I don't doubt it.
I shit you not. Search it up. It's so fucking stupid.
Doesn't even seem that outlandish compared to the other stuff.
You know, that's kind of tame.
They've got to be fucking religious at this point.
Yeah, if you want to mute me and make an example out of it, I'm all for it. I'm down to be the sacrificial lamb. But yeah, note taken. I will.
No, it's not just it's everybody. I'm talking to everybody in this chat.
Yeah, obviously.
We're probably gonna have like some mob meeting or something to go over it. I've been thinking about it for a few days. You know, CB instigated it. It ain't the cheat thing though. That's part of it. But CB said, "I'll take it to the freaking FU." So I mean, I can't complain to him. He picks it himself. It's everybody else I got a problem with.
Noted.
You know CB did, right? He's just like a woman. He doesn't get in the accident, he causes the accident. Right? He's looking in the rearview mirror going, "Did I do that?" And there's a 3-car fucking pile up.
CB is such a woman. CB. Yeah.
Sorry, chat. What?
You're an instigator.
Oh, facts.
Injo's telling us how much of a woman you are, and we agreed. You definitely are.
But how many women I'm in? Sorry,
you are one.
And with a lot of women? So I didn't actually mean to click that button, my bad.
It's alright, it's for yourself anyway.
Yeah, we know, man.
Oh, damn, that's shot fires.
We know you've been with a lot of women shopping.
Women shopping? Hey!
You're like, oh man, maybe this time is the time. And they're telling their friends, "I'm taking my gay friend shopping."
Oh my god.
No! God, please, no! No! No!
That's nightmare fuel right there.
What is going shopping?
A girl thinking you're the gay guy and taking you shopping because, hanging out with you because she thinks you're gay. That's like literally legit nightmare fuel.
Yeah.
That ain't gonna happen to me. That would only happen in a nightmare.
It's not happening to me either. Anyway. We have Liberal Enzo that's server muted. You guys want to talk to him? There's also Truth by Proxy, and I have to go soon as well. I'll be in listening mode for a bit.
Unmute him, man.
All right, chat, unmute him. You heard the guy.
Oh, you're mobile or something? Come on. Okay.
Yeah, I'm on that mobile right now game.
Liberal intel. See how this looks. Right, you're free. You're free from bondage. Yeah, use liberal intel. Don't mind me, man. I'm just chilling and growing. I swear to God, every time I open up the grill top, this dog gets up. He's like, starting like fall on the ground.
Whose dog is that?
Not mine. Some chick staying here. It's her dog. And she went out, and I'm watching it. So I blackmailed it with bacon. No, he's never had bacon before. Ever. His entire life. He was a street dog in LA, I guess. They just like snatched him off the street. He was just like roaming around. So the thing has like social anxiety disorder. It just like follows you around like everywhere, man. It's like a shadow.
Is it like a Chad dog or like a little like Tootsie?
No, this just kind of, he's a little weird for a dog. He literally just follows you around. He can't be alone.
So he's not like an offer German Shepherd or anything.
Oh, it's not. It's like a mutt or something. I don't know what it is. I'll take a picture.
Clearly, you're the pack leader then.
I am now that I gave him bacon.
Yep, that's why they follow you around.
Well, he was already following me around, but I thought I'd give him a bunch of bacon. Maybe that would like occupy him or satiate him, and it did for about 30 seconds.
My brother's like that. His dog is like that too. I give her steak, and she won't leave me alone.
I should picture the dog in the chat. This dog won't sit down unless you sit. If you're standing, he stands. He's got a freaking, what do you call it? Borderline personality disorder or something. Thinks you're going to leave him. Goddamn right they're going to leave you. You blink, I'm out of here. Well, he just hovers. He don't like do anything. Like, you know what I mean? He isn't like touching you or rubbing into you or anything like that. Just It's like a little shadow. It's really strange. But the reason I'm watching him is because if the dog is left alone, he'll scratch the freaking door until he actually broke some shit. You know how you have like the air guard, the guard that the cold you touch to the bottom of your door, keeps cold air from coming under the door. You rip that shit right off. Hey, back on topic. What about Flat Earth? Any Globers in here? Let's see. Let's go through the list. So, anybody that's in here that doesn't have a role, you're muted automatically when you come into the chat. Just to tell you. I'm going to go through the list. Anyone that doesn't have a role, I'm going to unmute you one by one, give you a brief interview, see if you want to be
Scarlet King has no roles.
Yeah, but he's like physically server muted. I'm gonna go in alphabetical order. Chuck E. Cheese or whatever his name is. You can unmute people, right, Sheepdog?
What's that?
You got the ability to unmute people, right? You got gold, right?
Yeah, I'm gold plus.
Yeah, dude. Word. And I did read those DMs. Just to tell you, all the DMs you sent me, I do read them. I just didn't really respond.
Oh, you responded, dude. That was funny when you were like, you and AV were having that conversation with that Glober. Like, dude, you scrutinize the hell out of Flat Earth, but you won't do that for the Globe. And then immediately, like whatever analogy y'all used, I immediately came to that analogy. I'm like, it's the same damn analogy.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's really, and the thing is, his scrutiny of Flat Earth, there was nothing to it, right? He didn't even understand the counterpoint, but just as long as it exists, right? This is a tactic they use in politics and in public relations. They just want to create the appearance of a controversy. There doesn't even have to be a controversy. They just want to create the appearance of one, right? Oh my God, there's a counterpoint. Well, that's controversial. I'm not going to arbitrate that. I'll just pretend that doesn't exist anymore, right? And I'll look for. So they try to look. It's like stealing keep using this analogy. Stealing a car radio, right? You look for the unlocked door, the car with the unlocked door to steal their radio. You don't go through the locked door. So any challenge, right? Anything that has a challenge, they're too lazy to arbitrate or analyze the information to see which is true or not. They're looking for the uncontested ones, right? Anything challenged, no, I'm just not gonna think about that. I'm gonna look for the uncontested stuff. And I'll think about that, and I'll just take it at face value. Unless it's Flat Earth, and then I'm gonna look for anything that might go against it. It's so hypocritical.
No, it is. Like, people will literally say the government's lying about everything except the shape of the earth. The moon landing was fake. Everything's fake. They're lying about everything. But they couldn't trick me about the shape of the earth. There's no way that could happen.
Oh, Chuckles was his VC verified. So I'll do the next dude. The Scarlet King. That name seems familiar. With this RimWorld shit. You're unmuted, Scarlet King. I don't know why I did that. So have you noticed that Axis turned into just a complete troll hell? Sheepdog.
Sorry, I thought I was unmuted. Yeah, but that's how it's always been. Like the hierarchy always went 4chan, Reddit, and then X. That was the hierarchy of trolling.
4chan, Reddit, then X. Dude, that's a bad company to be in.
I mean, like, man, it was a lot worse back in 2020, not 2020, 2017, 2018. It was a lot different there. I wasn't a flat earther then either, so I don't even know what flat earth would look like back then.
Well, strangely enough, the Flat Earth subreddit was started in 2012.
Yeah. Like, all of that seemed to like coalesce around 2012. Something was going on in 2012.
I should join that. I'm on Reddit quite a bit just for pictures and stuff. But I always ruffle feathers because it's all libtards. I think I have like negative karma points.
But yeah, like I don't go on X that much right now. I'm kind of like taking a break from it because it's just nonstop, all day trolling, and then a lot of the narratives are the same all the way around. I just go on there to check the news real quick, see what's going on.
Well, the interactions with the Globers, they're pointless. They literally ignore anything you say to them and just like blah 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 blah. They're not on you to death, right? Or start chanting.
Yeah, and I'm convinced that a lot of these Glovers were defeated in the past, and now they have new like fake names, right? Because of like they've upgraded their arguments, but it's the same person.
How many accounts do you think Plant and Destruction has?
Oh, jeez.
Dude, I blocked him. He replied right away with another account named the same thing. Right away. Do you think I'm not gonna block this one too?
That's Dave, ain't it? That's David. Isn't that David? I forget. I don't know his last name. I remember him, and yeah, isn't that the guy that debated in a 2-on-2 versus? I think it was like Zerka and Whitson versus him and Conspiracy Cats.
Maybe.
You know what? Maybe it was Nathan Thompson. Might have been Nathan Thompson. Yeah, Whitson. I don't know. I have a hard time keeping up with the name. It's roughly about 100 of them.
He argued me and said a boat that's in front of the horizon can be hidden by curvature. I'm dead serious, dude. About the RC boats, he said it's hidden by the curvature of the Earth in front of the horizon.
Yeah.
That's a new one. I've never heard that one before.
Well, that's not new. I hear it all the time, especially on X. When I would share that video of you that I overlaid you debating on to give it like it's the same argument. Like literally, they get argued into a corner, and then you say, well, if the curve's not the thing blocking it, then what's blocking it? Or what was the argument at the end? Like the distance to the horizon or something like that. And they're like, what is that?
Yeah.
But
dude, they try it with sunsets, right? What's blocking the sun? The Earth. Okay, what's that line that's splitting the sun in half? The Earth. So the horizon, right? No, that's not the horizon. What? Yeah, it's horizon until it reaches, like, if you got an image, right? Horizon, water horizon. Then as soon as it gets to the sun, it turns into Earth and not the apparent horizon anymore. And right there, just at the sun, that's the geometric horizon. And all the other parts of the horizon, that's an apparent horizon. It just shows you like how, like, this is why I don't go on X as much, because it's just the dishonesty. They don't believe what they're saying, dude. They just can't. Like I said, it's a lot of this stuff with these guys is just, I have to give the image, the appearance of some controversy when there isn't any. It's just a game they're playing.
At some point it is. Like, yeah, they're in the beginning it probably starts out with the Earth can't be flat, and then after a while you know at some point they have to admit that like there's a lot of things that they can't refute, and so they're, like you said, they're just saying nuh-uh because it's a game. Like, let me go online and troll the flat earth.
The horizon back and forth, right? Just that back and forth. What's cutting the sun in half? The horizon. So the horizon is geometric. Yes. So why does it move around? Because it's apparent. You know what I mean? And we just do this back and forth. They just contradict themselves, and they literally have no argument. And they know they have no argument.
Is the horizon in front of the boat or behind the boat? It's behind the boat. So what's cutting off the bottom of the boat? The horizon.
Well, hold on. Why is there a horizon at all? How about that one? You heard me ask them that, right? Why is there a horizon at all? Because there should be no horizon there, right?
Right.
Not on a 1,000-foot lake. There should be zero horizon. The stock sucks at catching food.
No, he's probably like, if you were my friend, you'd give it to me instead of throwing it at me.
No, I was, but I was like, okay, we're going to vary this a little bit. I was having meat on my hand, which I think is like very subservient. And then I was setting it down somewhere, and he was eating it. I'm like, I'll try throwing it. And he's missed it every time. Like he hits it with his chin. You know, that's the thing, dude. Like, the horizon, geometric versus apparent horizon, that argument is just fucking unassailable on the globe side. And the only thing you can do is what Matt does, right? No, I don't think ships go over the horizon prove the Earth's the globe, and I don't think the horizon proves anything. Like, literally, that is the only honest out. Even though that's not what they really think. He doesn't really think that. If one of his students asked him, hey, why does the ship go over the horizon? He'd be like, well, that's because of the curvature of the Earth, right? He'd say that.
Oh yeah, for sure.
How do you think horizon makes sense on a flat Earth?
What do you mean? Could be no horizon on a flat Earth, dude?
No. Well, there would be a horizon. It would just like blur because of atmospheric fraction, right? Like, it would blur out like on a foggy day.
Those aren't the kinds of questions we typically answer. Like, how could you answer? What's your question?
No, it's hypothetical. It's that the horizon on a flat Earth would be blurry and not well defined.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, we know that's not true.
Yeah, like the observation disproves that idea, but how does that make sense?
Because we can have hold on, Elijah, let me answer. Okay, so because we've tested this where it can't be an Earth curve horizon and it's still well defined. Such as our lake that's 1,000 feet long, right? A lake that's 1,000 feet long. Hold on, dude, you got me finished. So a lake that's 1,000 feet long, when the globe horizon should be 2,600 feet away, so that can't be the globe horizon. It's way too close, and it's well defined.
Yeah, but saying that it's not option B doesn't demonstrate that it is option A.
No. It's demonstrating that it's option A is the fact that there's no obstruction, but there's still a definitive horizon because it's not Earth curve, which is B. But A is this is flat and there's a definitive line.
Yeah, why is there a definitive line?
Because
it doesn't even matter why.
It's the way it is.
It doesn't even matter why. Knowing why doesn't change it one way or another.
Would that be a valid argument for me to make about why the globe Earth has a horizon?
Well, where's that at?
What do you mean? I'm saying it right now.
Yeah, the globe Earth horizon moves around, right?
Yeah, just like the flat Earth horizon. They're equally unexplained.
That means the horizon's apparent. That's not unexplained.
I'm sorry, I missed the flat Earth explanation for it.
Yeah, it's because you have a shallow angle of view. Right? So there's an angle which you cannot see a flat surface. Right?
I'm not sure what that means, because like the further away something gets, smaller in angular size it is. But you can always
No. There's an angle of intersection. The angle of intersection of your line of sight. Right? There's an angle from which you can't see. Right? So if I look at a spot, if I'm 6 feet tall, my eyes are 6 feet tall, and I look at a spot on the ground 6 feet from my feet, that's a 45-degree angle. If I look at a spot 12 feet away from me, away from my feet, that's what is it? Whatever half of 45 is, 22.5 or whatever, right? A degree angle. And a spot 40 feet away is 12.212 or something, right? There's a distance for which that angle is so small, it's unresolvable. And we know what that distance is because we know what the angular resolution of the human eye is.
Well, are you talking about like
observer? It's 3.24 miles, and just coincidentally, that's the same place the globe horizon's supposed to be.
No, what?
Ain't that a weird coincidence?
I've seen a lot of things way further away than you said. 3 point what?
The surface of the water. The water surface.
Yeah, I've seen the surface of I've been in a plane where we're 3 kilometers or 5 kilometers up. I can still see the water below me in quite an expansive direction. All sorts of directions.
Okay, I'm talking about the angle of intersection, where your line of sight intersects the ground. If that's too shallow, like imagine you have a table, right? A giant fucking table. You can lower your eye level enough to the level of the table where you can't see the surface anymore because you're looking at the table edge on, parallel, right? Parallel to the surface.
Yeah,
angle 0.
All 6 Yeah, if it's a 6 foot table, you'd be seeing all 6 feet in like an arc second of visible angle in front of you, right? That's what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying, let's start from angle 0. Angle 0, your line of sight is parallel to the table. How about angle 0.00000001? Okay? Are you going to see the table?
You're going to see a very small amount of table.
No, you will not. Because angle resolution in the eye is 0.02. You can't resolve angles smaller than that. No, you can't resolve angles smaller than 0.02. So if that angle is smaller than that, you can't resolve it. You can't see the surface. That's why it's called angular resolution.
You can always
You're breaking up. You're breaking up, dude.
Like,
you're
whatever kind of magnification you want to use.
Magnification don't change the angle resolution of a camera. Or your eye or anything else. No, it doesn't. It's not even the same formula.
Are you like a camera that can focus 100x? Will take something that's like a arc second wide in your normal vision and project it into a full, arc degree.
This is where it gets into silly
so that you can actually resolve the details of it.
Okay, no, you're not resolving the details. You're zooming in. So you're taking. Yeah, what you're doing, it's like taking. Say you take an image that's like 512 by 512, and you blow it up to 10,000 by 10,000. Did you get any more detail by blowing it up?
Yeah.
Really?
Well, no. If you zoom in, you do get more detail, though.
Dude, no. Okay. You're not getting more detail. Yeah. You're just making.
If you use a camera that's all the way zoomed out.
Look, brother.
You take a camera and it's zoomed all the way out. You take
what you're saying is,
and then you zoom all the way in on the center.
What you're saying is true.
You can see more pixels per arc second.
No, look, the space between the pixels, there's no information. So 512 by 512, I blow it up. Now that one pixel is represented by a square that's 256 by 256 pixels. So where did that visual information come from? That's not
you have to actually zoom in with the camera.
I think y'all are talking. I think y'all are talking past. I think y'all might be talking past each other. So when you zoom, if you're zooming in with a camera on something, you're increasing the aperture size.
All you're doing is taking a part of the full one-time zoom, and you're zooming in on a section of it. So you're taking that and you're expanding it. But it's the same visual information.
If you're using digital zoom, yes. But if you're
even optical zoom.
Well, if
you're optical, you're actually getting more. You're getting more information. Like it's the same amount of information
to have a bigger. The only way to get more information is to have a bigger lens. The only way.
Or you can zoom in now.
Bro, listen to this. If what you were saying is true, why don't we have telescopes that are a mile long? All we'd have to do is increase the focal length, and we would just frickin' have better resolution of frickin' Pluto and Mars and every other thing. We'd just make a fucking 5 mile long telescope.
Well, that's not something that affects it. That sounds like really impractical for being able to view things.
No, they don't do it because it don't work.
Change their alignment.
Okay, they tried that.
Are you saying that zooming in on things doesn't work?
No, back in the 1700s, they tried to make longer telescopes to zoom in on planets, and it don't work.
Yeah, but telescopes clearly work, and they can see things that the naked eye or like a camera can't resolve.
Yeah, they clearly work, dude. That's irrelevant. That's irrelevant. They don't work better by increasing the zoom. In fact, telescopes have fixed zoom. What makes a telescope better is having a bigger diameter lens. That's why the largest, most powerful telescope in the world is 10.2 meters. Okay, they make that.
Yeah. So if you go from like a small, crappy camera,
that color surface texture. That's what they do. In fact, like, dude, do I need to like post in the chat where NASA says angular resolution, the most important equation in astronomy?
Diameter.
Yeah, right. Like, seriously, tell this kid something, man. He's freaking off the rails.
Yeah, if you wanted to take a picture of the Apollo landing site, you would need a telescope with a 210 meter diameter.
or get closer. Yeah. So, like, I don't even understand the argument, because all I'm saying is you can get
why not increase the magnification?
Yeah, you could get a better magnification whether you're using a different device or whatever you want to say. Like a crappy camera that's only got like 1x zoom or 2x zoom, and then you could go to a full telescope, which gets you like 100x zoom. You can get more information. So it's not about resolution, because even when you zoom in on the horizon with a telescope, it can still be crisp. So it's not like all the information's getting compressed inside an area so small that you can't see it. Because you can resolve the details, just like looking over the Chicago skyline, you can see the crisp line cutting across those buildings, and you can clearly see the buildings, the top of the buildings. So it's not a resolution issue.
Yeah, and we can replicate that on a flat surface, like I just told you.
With that laser example that you sent earlier?
Not with a laser. Small scale on a small lake where you eliminate curvature as a variable.
How do you do that?
You use a distance where the horizon can't be a factor. That the horizon has to be behind the water. Distance-wise.
Yeah,
and I'm talking about the geometric horizon, right? No, I'm talking about, yeah, of course above the surface. Camera's above the surface. Talking about the geometric horizon. So you can calculate the distance it should be.
Well, you can't see the geometric horizon.
We can calculate the distance it should be.
Yeah, but it's not going to be the same as the apparent horizon, obviously.
Is it going to be 2.5 times too close?
It depends on the conditions, of course.
Oh, so the conditions.
Yeah, I mean, you've shown it yourself where the horizons move up and down. They fluctuate, obviously.
They move back and forth in distance.
Sure, that's another way of showing it, of stating it.
Yeah, so this happens on a flat surface.
Well, I mean, that's an assertion.
Sure.
How do you demonstrate that?
1,000-foot lake? 1,000-foot lake?
Mm-hmm.
1,000-foot lake is not a flat surface.
They curve slightly, yes.
How do you know that?
Well, I sent you the reciprocal zenith angles thing. That demonstrates.
I said 1,000-foot lake. Okay, first of all, you didn't even know plumb lines curve. Okay, reciprocal zenith angles are trash because of deflection of the vertical. Right?
Yeah, so why does that vertical deflect on a flat Earth?
It's a deflection of the vertical that has nothing to do with reciprocal zenith angles. It has to do with plumb.
Well, I'm saying in these particular instances, we know what causes deflection. Dude. Yeah, we know what causes deflection of these zenith angles.
Oh,
and we can go in conditions. You do novel testable predictions to see if you can isolate and figure out what the factor is. We've figured out that it's large masses that causes deflection. Yep.
Who dug that hole?
Who figured that out? Mason-Dixon.
Who dug that hole? Define the large mass underneath and deflecting. And first of all, you just combine two things, right? Deflection of the vertical is not a zenith angle. Because those are two different things. Though they are similarly related. So the first thing you do is you plumb the instrument, right? But you don't. The plumb is not perpendicular to the surface of the Earth. Even in geodetic surveying, it says the level line, the horizontal line, is only valid at the instrument itself.
Yeah, of course. That's what I'm
instrument.
Saying. Reciprocal. Yeah.
So what does a zenith angle get you? You're trying to extend that level line out to another theodolite.
Yeah, and if the Earth was flat, they would line up.
You're trying to, you just skip right past that part. That now you're trying to say levels over here as well as at the instrument. No, but level there, and the level that's there is different because of the undulations of the geoid. Okay, the
undulations of the geoid.
Yeah, the geoid is the equipotential surface of gravity.
But you don't believe
in
this?
Gravity. Tell me this. Why don't you tell me this? What's the reference ellipsoid for? If they're measuring curvature, oh my Jesus Christ! You don't know what the reference ellipsoid is? The WGS84 reference ellipsoid. You don't know what that is?
Oh, the WGS84, yeah.
It's the reference ellipsoid. It's the reference ellipsoid. Okay. So they take an abstract mathematical ellipsoid of revolution, which means it's a solid, okay, and they project measurements onto it using something called reduction of the horizontal direction. Okay, so what they do is they apply a formula based on the ellipsoid, and then that changes the azimuth that you're pointed. It rotates it through calculation, and then they record that measurement.
Okay.
Well, they record that reduction. Okay.
Does that give you more accurate measurements or less accurate measurements?
No, it has nothing to do with accurate measurements. It's creating a sphere where one is not measured.
Well, I'm assuming that you're saying that like surveyors do this. Am I correct?
Yeah. That's right.
So surveyors do this, and it causes no difference in the measurements they're getting, or is it a positive? Like it makes it more accurate?
No, no one is measuring reciprocal zenith angles, dude. You're deluded.
Yeah, I sent you a page. I sent you a thing where a guy literally did that.
Yeah, that's a cool story, though. Okay, that's a cool story. You can do it yourself. Yeah, that's right. I could. How do I compensate for the geoid? The EGM gravitational model. EGM, I think it's EGM.
If you do it near us, if you do it near us,
even in
on a local
surveying,
scale,
it says
doesn't matter.
Palm is not perpendicular to the surface of the Earth. But you have to assume that for reciprocal zenith angles to mean anything.
What? Can you say that again? I didn't understand what that meant.
Palm is not perpendicular to the surface of the Earth.
Okay.
Okay. For reciprocal angles and zenith angles to mean anything, they must be.
Well, I mean, it's like a tangent to the Earth. It's not.
You don't even understand your own fucking argument. This is sad. Go find the people you're parenting and bring them, because you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. Whoever's argument you're parroting, bring them.
Okay, so you don't want to discuss it with me.
You're not competent in this field. You don't know what you're talking about.
I would say you're not competent in this field.
You can say whatever you want.
I can cite a very obviously observed thing, and you say,
no, they're not. No, they're not. You don't understand it.
Okay, yeah, what's wrong with it?
That they're not observed. You don't understand the fucking answer, dude.
Yeah,
you can keep asking me what's wrong with it, and I'll keep telling you, and you'll keep going, I don't understand.
A deflection in the downward vector is caused by large masses on the surface of the Earth or beneath the surface of the Earth.
It's supposed to do the curvature. It's supposed to do for reciprocal zenith angles to mean anything as far as Earth's the sphere, then that palm line has to be perpendicular to the surface of the Earth, which they're not.
No, if it's a sphere, then that would never even be the case.
You don't even understand the argument. This is fucked up, dude.
Please. If it's a sphere, how the hell could you get a line that doesn't curve, to be perpendicular to the surface of the Earth? It's impossible.
90 degrees from the surface of the Earth. Perpendicular. 90 degrees.
Yeah, that would be a tangent.
No. It's a surface normal.
Further and further away.
Zenith is not a tangent, dude.
I'm not saying the zenith. I'm saying the perpendicular to the
perpendicular is zenith, dude.
So you're really not understanding this? The downward, the vertical,
Vertical is zenith.
From that. Yes,
No.
Down.
The vertical, that plumb line, is not perpendicular to the surface of the Earth.
It might not be perfectly, but it's definitely, in most places, it's within margin of error on the instrument that you wouldn't even be able to tell.
And how did they tell?
There's a ton of ways that you can experimentally prove this.
No. How did they tell in the first place?
Mason-Dixon. Mason and Dixon figured it out when they were doing a survey of the Appalachian Mountains in the United States.
Okay, that doesn't tell me how. You just named
when they were doing surveys of this line across the United States, they were noticing a deflection when they were getting further and further away from the Chesapeake, and it was slightly skewing their measurements. They were noticing that there were things wrong with it because they had quality checks to confirm that their
how was it skewing their measurements?
Line was actually.
Yeah, tell me how it was skewing their measurements.
Yeah, it was deflecting the vertical very slightly.
Mm-hmm. Versus what?
What?
Versus what? What's the reference?
The reference, they have other reference points that were. Yeah, they have other reference points.
Relative to what?
To the surface of the Earth.
To the surface of the Earth. Are you sure about that?
Certain.
So Mason and Dixon did not use the Clark reference ellipsoid, because that's what it was called back then. It was called the Clark reference ellipsoid.
Okay.
And they also did reduction of the horizontal direction, and they are not measuring these things; they're calculating them, because they're assuming that the vertical is not on the same.
Thing.
Oh my God, dude! You don't understand. Virtually anything.
Like I can measure the angle to a top of a building, and then measure the distance between me and the bottom of the building, and then calculate how tall the building is.
That's fantastic. But that's not what they're doing.
That's a measurement, and I mean that's pretty much exactly what they're doing.
No,
they're taking real world measurements, and then they're confirming. They're calculating.
They're taking real world measurements, changing the azimuth. The azimuth that's measured, they're changing it.
Okay.
Why are they changing it, dude? Because they need to tilt the vertical. Because they need to tilt the vertical. It's not for more accurate measurement. Okay, if they measure something and change it, how is that a more accurate measurement?
I mean, if this wasn't actually affecting their calculations, then why the hell would they even make this bizarre fake thing up?
Bizarre fake thing.
Doesn't make any sense.
No,
you're saying that it's fake. That gravity doesn't cause any of this shit. So why make all this up?
Gravity doesn't cause any of what shit?
Like a departure from towards the center of the Earth when you're closer to like a massive body such as a mountain.
Look, if the Earth is an ellipsoid, you can't point toward the center. It would only point to the center at the poles and the equator.
Why?
Oh my God. Okay, imagine you're at 45 degrees, right? And you have a horizontal line, and then you take zenith there and go perpendicular and draw that and extend that line. It will not intersect the center of the Earth. Because it's not a sphere, it's an ellipsoid.
Like, you realize how very slight the obliquity is, right? Why do you think that would notably affect the ability to establish a correct zenith angle? Or correct zenith?
Dude, you're just all over the place, dude. You're just like a potpourri of bullshit. Fucking potpourri of nonsense. So, really simply, okay? I'm going to ask you again, what's the reference ellipsoid for? Why, if they're measuring a globe, why do they need a reference ellipsoid? What's it for?
Probably to make their calculations more accurate.
How would a abstract concept reference ellipsoid make their calculations more accurate?
So
they have measurements.
If you're trying to build,
they have measurements, dude. But they have measurements.
So you don't want me to answer the question.
No, what they have measurements. Why aren't they just using the measurements?
Yeah, because like if you're trying to build a house and you want to make sure that you're doing it correctly, that you're doing it just the way it's supposed to be done, so that the product comes out correctly. You're going to go back and check these blueprints, these abstract concepts that aren't actually in the real world.
That's right. So I'm not going to go the blueprints.
Accuracy of the measurements.
It doesn't help the accuracy of the measurements. The only thing that helps the accuracy of the measurements is measuring correctly. So reading the instrument correctly. There's no calculation involved. You use a tape measure. You read the fucking reading.
What? A theodolite doesn't. It measures angles, not distances.
Yeah. Oh, dude. You're not this stupid. Okay, you can't be this stupid. Whatever they're measuring.
Are you saying that surveyors are using a measuring stick?
Are you saying that you're going to straw man me?
No, I'm asking a question. A straw man.
Yeah, they do use a measuring stick. It's called the rod, dude. Yeah, they do measure with a rod. What do you think they sight in with the freaking theodolite?
Are you talking about the far end? That's not measuring the distance between.
They have a measuring rod. They have a measuring rod, dude, with freaking little heights on them, right?
Yeah, off the ground.
And yeah, so they're measuring, right?
Yeah, they measure the angle from the top of those, from whatever particular position on that measuring rod.
Yep. Yeah, but they are measuring a height, right?
No, they're measuring an angle with the theodolite, and then the rod shows the distance from whatever point they want.
And we're still at what's the reference ellipsoid for? And how does the reference ellipsoid does not increase the accuracy of measurements? You go, look, would they measure? Let's say they didn't have a reference ellipsoid. Would they measure the Earth to be a globe?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So why do they use it?
To make it more accurate. Well, I don't know why you keep asking the same question.
Because you can't say how that would make it more accurate. You gave a fucking analogy that's not analogous. And it wouldn't make house building more accurate. Listen, it wouldn't make house building more accurate.
Looking at the blueprint of a building wouldn't make building the building more accurate.
Building the building, yes. Are you saying you're building a globe? Are you building a globe?
I'm saying
where there isn't one? Yes, yeah, there we got it.
Yes, that's a
building a globe where there isn't one. Congratulations.
Okay. So why do you think that reciprocal zenith angles are the way that they are?
They aren't. They aren't, dude.
So you're just
making shit up. Deny what, dude?
You can do it.
Like, sure I can. Sure I can.
Yeah. You can run a theodolite and go out and do it with a buddy.
Yeah, and I'm sure that's exactly what you did. So you go do it first, then come back.
Will you believe any of the measurements that I take?
Dude, you go do it first and come back.
I've already done it.
No, sure. How many measurements did you do?
How many would it take for you to think that it's accurate?
Okay, shut up, then. I'm gonna mute you for lying, dude. If you keep lying, I'll mute you. You've never done shit, dude.
Why do you think I'm lying?
No,
I want to know what your standard of evidence is.
Because you can't tell me what you did. That's why.
I set up a theodolite.
I ask you because
on the other side.
How many measurements did you do? How many measurements did you do?
10 on each side. 10 on each side.
10 on each side. Okay.
Yep.
And what did you get as a result?
I had to actually look back at my notes. I don't remember the angle of departure from horizontal.
You're a fucking lying sack of shit. What was your delta?
I just told you I don't remember the number. I'm not great at remembering numbers off the top of my head. I write them down.
What was the distance?
I think it was like 0.3 miles, something like that.
Did you correct for refraction?
We calculated for it, yep.
Did you use a theodolite that already has all those things already in it? In software?
No. My buddy's actually the surveyor, so I'm not so familiar with the particulars of the theodolite.
Your buddy being surveyor?
No. I don't know that guy.
Is he anti-flat earther? Don't tell me it's Jesse. Is it Jesse Patholite?
Is a shoe built?
No, it's not anybody you know. There's nobody you know.
Yeah, Jesse Pathelite.
It's Jesse. We know it's Jesse.
He's not a surveyor.
The surveyor that I worked with? No, his name isn't Jesse.
This never happened. Let's be
honest. So how many measurements of this would it take for you to believe it? Like, I don't understand why you guys don't go out and do it yourself to prove us wrong.
To prove what wrong? You haven't presented any evidence that you're right. You're just chanting the same thing over and over again. This is your whole shtick, dude, that you've been doing all day. Is that you make a claim and then try to reverse the verdict. No, you make a claim and then say, this is what happens, present no evidence of it, and then do a burden of proof reversal.
Sure.
Present evidence that I'm wrong, but I've never presented any evidence that I'm right.
Yeah, why do you think that Kozlowski's evidence is not evidence?
It's Jesse? It's Jesse?
Well, that's what I sent to you earlier, yes.
Jesse?
That's not the surveyor I went out with.
Okay, so check this out, dude. I know Jesse, okay? You know the first thing I did when I investigated Flat Earth? Want to know the first thing I looked at? Geodetic surveying. Do you know who I ran into? Jesse. He didn't know shit about surveying. All the things I just talked to you about, he didn't know either. Because he's a fucking end user like you.
Oh, so you
take the instrument. No, you guys don't understand what you're doing, dude. You don't understand what you're doing. You don't understand the field.
Geodetic surveyor?
Yeah, he's an end user. He's licensed to go through the theodolite, write down fucking numbers, enter those numbers in a piece of fucking software, hit print a report, and send it to whoever. He doesn't understand the mathematics underlying it.
Did you do?
Yeah, I do.
Could you explain it to us?
I tried to. Okay.
Like, what's the... Yeah, run me through it.
Okay. Really simply, I'll just start with reduction of the horizontal direction. Okay? So you have a reference ellipsoid. So that means there's going to be a vertical tilt. What's the vertical tilt? Oh, reciprocal zenith angles. I thought they measure them. Well, they don't measure them. They calculate them using this thing called reduction of the horizontal direction, because the plane of the vertical are not parallel. They're tilted relative to each other. So if you tilt this in calculation, you have to rotate the azimuth, because now the direction of north at that point changed. So you have to rotate the azimuth. You have no idea what I'm talking about, do you?
Sorry, you misunderstood my question. You misunderstood my question. Like, let's say you get a job as a surveyor, and you're told, go lay out this.
Dude, my friend did surveying when he was in high school. My friend did surveying when he was in fucking high school. He hadn't even graduated high school yet. It's not a fucking. It's not an elite skill. Dude, it is. Dude, surveying is semi-skilled labor.
You might want to talk to a doctor about the Tourette's, man. It's pretty bad. But
semi-skilled labor. The fact that you're enamored by a run-of-the-mill surveyor says it all. You think that that's some high level of technical skill.
No, I want you to explain something to me. I want to understand your understanding of it. You get a job for a 2,000-foot long building that's 400 foot wide. You're handed this job. What's the first thing that you need to do?
I'm going to read the specifications and requirements for doing the job, because all that shit is going to be laid out before you ever break ground. Exactly how they want it surveyed, the software to use, the freaking equipment they want to be used, the level of tolerance, to what order they want closure, right? How many times they want it measured, where the fucking benchmarks are going to be placed, what's the reference benchmark, all that shit is going to be laid out in writing before you ever do anything. Any monkey could walk in and just follow it like a checklist and do it.
Okay.
There is no, like, you think the surveyors walk in on the job and they're like, we're the real engineers here?
Well, I like, and I agree with your first step, is read the specifications and the plans. What's step 2?
What does that even mean?
Well, I agree with your first step. You want to read the specifications and the plans.
Yeah, check the schedule. How often do you have to? How often do you have to survey? Where's the sign-off sheets?
Mm-hmm.
Who do you report to? Like, dude, then you have to go out and do it, right?
Once you get boots on the ground, what do you do?
You measure a flat Earth. That's what
you find the benchmarks. You find the first benchmark. Good. Well, they would probably call it the central benchmark, right? You find that.
Sometimes. Okay. What next?
Who cares? This is irrelevant. This is irrelevant, dude. Okay.
Well,
it's relevant to the mathematics.
You're saying that you know this better than like licensed surveyors.
Yeah, the mathematics. The mathematics. How it's created in calculation.
Yep.
Dude, listen, you know what you sound like to me? You're like a taxi driver. And because you drive a car around all day, you think you can engineer the internal combustion engine.
Okay.
Okay. Race car drivers, taxi drivers, delivery truck drivers, they know a lot about cars. Obviously, they're in them all day. Right?
So
they have a lot of experience. They have a lot of experience. They have a lot of experience. They have a lot of don't interrupt me. They have a lot of experience with cars.
I don't know.
Tons and tons of experience with cars. Tons. But they don't know how the fucking internal combustion engine works. And Jesse
and you have
tons and tons of experience with theodolites and has no idea about the underlying mathematics.
Experience with theodolites, and yet you're telling
I took differential geometry. That's all I need to know. Differential geometry. That's all I need to know.
Okay. Why do you think that's the only thing you need to know? Have you gone out?
Because that's how it was created in the first place. Because the first thing ever published on frickin' geodetic surveying is a book called Helmert. Okay, published in the 1800s. That's fucking like something like 1,300 pages of equations, and it says in it that because we can't measure the sphericity of the Earth, we have to proceed from a theory of formation. That the Earth is rotating, and then gravity formed it into a ball, and then they create a reference ellipsoid and map measurements onto the surface of this reference ellipsoid.
Without any measurements.
No, they map the measurements onto the surface of the reference ellipsoid using curved plumb lines.
Yeah, they're doing it the opposite way around. They're not taking
you have no idea what I'm talking about.
The ellipsoid. You're saying they have the ellipsoid, and they force the measurements to match it. Am I correct?
They don't force the measurements to match it. They correct the measurements to match it.
Yeah, which
correct
incorrect. Yeah, they incorrect the measurements so that they match the ellipsoid.
Look, bro, you can map any surface to any other surface.
Kind of.
Proven by Gauss and theorem of Grigium. This is where differential geometry comes into play, dude. You can map any surface to any other surface. I'm not talking about a projection. I'm talking about mapping, a mapping function, because that's what the globe does. It doesn't do a straight projection. It does what's called a mapping function. That's what the curvature of the plumb line is, right? So what happens is that you have the reference ellipsoid, but you have it tilted vertical relative to the surface of the Earth. It's not perpendicular, but it has to intersect the reference ellipsoid in perpendicular. Well, you can't do that because you have a tilted plumb line. So you have to curve the plumb line to get it to intersect the reference ellipsoid. Now think of it as like this. You have your reference ellipsoid underneath, and then you have your actual physical ground above it. And then you have your theodolite on that physical ground. Now your theodolite is tilted relative to the oh god, dude. You have your theodolite tilted relative to the reference ellipsoid. Okay? Yeah. But it seems on the surface of the Earth that it's perpendicular.
Yeah, what's the quantity that you're saying that this deflection happens?
It undulates.
Yeah, like what's the extreme?
It depends. Depends on where you are.
The most
because how do you even know it? How do you even know it exists, bro? How do you even know it exists in the first place? That's the real question.
Measure it.
Against what?
Like well, obviously you know how surveying.
Against what? What are you measuring it against?
You're You're measuring again.
What are you? How do you know your vertical is tilted? How do you know if it's a very small thing? How do you know your vertical is tilted?
Well, if it's a very small thing, then you're not going to know it unless you have some kind of external reference.
Well, then that's why I asked you then, how do they know it?
What's because like it seems like a lot of your hat is hanging on.
Then how do I know? And how do they know it?
Perfectly straight up and down. It's slightly deflected.
It's worse than that.
But I'm curious how much it is deflected, because you keep saying it's deflected. It's deflected, like it's very.
It's undulating.
Like it's a notable problem. What's the most that is deflected on the surface of the Earth?
Just a 0.71 arc minutes.
So less than a degree.
That's the largest I've seen. That's the largest I've seen. But that's a single point. Okay, yeah. That's just that one single point.
Yeah, so you're talking about
what happens when you measure lots of what happens when you measure lots of points? It's a cumulative error.
Yeah, it does cause a cumulative error, but
how do you correct it?
Not going to be that far off.
How do you correct it? Well, how do you correct it? How do you correct it?
You probably have a model that more accurately.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Really?
Yeah,
it's almost like they're measuring the surface of the Earth and mapping it to a reference ellipsoid that they actually measure.
Yeah, you can actually.
Because within this, right, you know that you're going to have negative zenith angles, right? You have to. You have to have negative zenith angles.
What does that even mean?
That means your vertical is tilted so that they diverge instead of converge. They won't converge at the center of the Earth. They'll diverge away. They'll converge somewhere in the sky. It has to be because the gravity, theta Earth, rugby gravity, the gravity vector is undulating. So you will have locations where their zenith angles converge. They don't tilt away from each other. They converge towards each other.
Oh, okay. I get what you're saying now. So, like, where this happens, correct me if I'm wrong. If you
happens all over the world, happens everywhere.
Sure,
happens everywhere.
Sure, but it's typically around like very large mountain ranges. Do you agree with that?
Nope.
Where's
no very large mountain ranges in Australia? There's actually a published paper by Featherstone, who's a very cited author in geodesy. You should maybe read it. It's called Use and Abuse of Deflection of the Vertical. He talks about this very subject. Pardon me?
Is it some kind of peer-reviewed paper or something?
Yes.
Okay.
The conference paper is presented at a conference of geodetic surveyors.
Sounds interesting. Yeah, I mean, I know there are subsurface conditions that can cause deflection from the vertical as well, but I'm not seeing like what the big issue is that we're not even talking about an arc minute of deflection. Like, why would this cause such a big problem?
I guess you weren't listening. It's cumulative. You know how we know it's cumulative? Because if we compare the North American datum 1927 to the North American datum of 1983, there's a huge systemic error.
You're talking about the American arc of the parallel?
No.
I'm not familiar with what you're referencing.
The North American datum that was surveyed in 1927.
I thought that was called the American arc parallel.
No.
Maybe I'm misremembering it.
They did a bunch of surveys in North America. This one was for a specific purpose. It's created data.
And they're using these, and they're using these calculations in them. You're saying that these calculations are changing flat Earth measurements to globe Earth measurements. It's forcing the measurements to conform to the ellipsoid.
Yeah.
But if that was the case, wouldn't we be getting like distances between cities?
That's why you curve
really,
the
really long, because all these issues would
that's
compound on each other.
The plumb line. Yeah, no, that's why you curve the plumb line. You're interpolating the error within measurement distances.
Yeah, but these errors would compound, like you're saying. So if you're moving the zenith, and it's
how would you know they compounded? How would you know
that it would compound the error?
How would you? Yeah, there is a compounding error that they have to that they correct by interpolating the error between met distances.
Yeah. So it's correcting this error. It's not causing more issues to come up.
Bro, this is what you don't understand. They're not measuring between, say we have 100 points. They're not measuring between 0.1 and 100. They're summing. They're summing the whole way.
Yeah. But if you were summing the whole way, you're having compounding errors.
How are you going to know there's a compounding error unless you measure the entire distance? If I have 100 measurement points, how am I going to know if there's a compounded error unless they measure 1 through 100?
Sure, you
right?
don't
1 to 100.
Measure distance.
Oh my god, dude! You guys got like it's the same fucking gimmick over and over again. Don't ask me what I think about fucking what people can measure and can't measure. I don't care about what they did measure.
Yeah, I think planes do measure distances fairly accurately.
Now we're not going on planes. I still want to know what the reference ellipsoid is for.
You said it.
You don't know.
Why do you keep bringing this up?
You said to make it more accurate because it proves that they don't measure a globe.
That's not what I said.
I know that's not what you. No, you said, why do I keep bringing this up? And I just told you why.
Oh, okay.
It proves they don't measure a globe. Proves they don't measure a globe.
I don't see how that follows.
Okay.
Do you know what the...
It does follow.
What's it called?
Okay. Because they wouldn't need it if they measured a globe. It wouldn't be necessary if they measured it or if there's a globe. They wouldn't need it. Doesn't improve anything.
If it wasn't a globe, then they wouldn't need it. They wouldn't do it. If it is a globe, it makes perfect sense.
Look.
Why would they introduce something that's completely unnecessary?
So why did you just try to straw man me like crazy? I said, I'm going to say it again. If they measured a globe, they would not need a reference ellipsoid. It would not be necessary.
No, they would.
Why? They just measure the globe.
Yeah, you
just measure what it is.
Yeah, because like you were saying, a very small area, you're not going to notice these errors. But because you're using a very small area, you can't you're not sampling outside of it to see what the particular issue is. Where if you have a large data set that can correct for these errors, then you won't have them. So it makes your small scale projections even more accurate.
How would it make it more accurate? It doesn't exist in reality.
Well, I mean, that's your assertion.
That a reference ellipsoid exists in reality. That a reference ellipsoid, an abstract concept made mathematically in someone's mind, exists in reality.
No, it accurately represents reality.
How do you know that?
Because it's been measured, and if it was incorrect, then it would cause.
They measured the reference ellipsoid, or they measured the Earth. Which one did they measure?